Welcome everybody to the Keystone Big Book Workshop. I am Rob K, recovered alcoholic, sobriety date October 11th, 2013. This workshop is facilitated by Tony R. We will keep everybody muted during the workshop except for the facilitator. Please note that we'll be taking questions after the meeting, so please write them down so you don't forget. Please have your big book, a highlighter, a pen, and a piece of paper close by. This meeting is being recorded. The audio portion only is being recorded and only of the facilitators. The recording will be shut down at the end of class before taking any questions in order to preserve your anonymity. Any inappropriate conduct will not be tolerated, and you will be removed by one of the co-hosts. Have a great meeting, and how we open this meeting is with the third step prayer, which is on page 63 of your big book. God, I offer myself to thee, to build with me and do with me as thou wilt. Relieve me of the bondage of self, that I may better do thy will. Take away my difficulties, that victory over them may bear witness to those I would help of thy power, thy love, and thy way of life. And I do thy will always. Tony, it's all yours, brother. Don't forget to unmute, Tony.
That was the best part of my talk. Recovered alcoholic. My name is Tony. Sobriety date April 8, 1989. Those that were joining us, we get into the meat and potatoes of this thing. We get into the design of Alcoholics Anonymous. We get into what they talk about is the formula for change, right? So you won't hear from us acceptance and just don't drink and all that other horse shit that you hear in meetings nowadays. Oh, did I say that out loud? Excuse me.
Did.
I'm supposed to be more accepting. No, that ain't happening. What you see is what you get. If you have a hard time with my personality, you're not the only one. Just pray for me. You know, the more you pray, the better I get. Honest to God. Ask anybody in the group. The more you pray, the better I get. Right. So we're talking about like what causes the most confusion in our fellowship. I know may be hard to believe is ignorance. Right? Because people are giving their opinion, what they think about things. And it's not about giving our opinion. It's about our experience, strength, and hope. Right? That's why we read the preamble. That's why we love topic meetings, because everybody sits around and talks about something that they're incapable of doing. Right? And they kind of set that up in regards to separating us, our type, from other people. Right? Because if a mere code or better philosophy of living were sufficient to overcome alcohol, then acceptance and all that stuff, that fluff that we hear, it sounds nice, yeah. But until you have a problem, right? Acceptance is easy till you have a problem. Anywhere, ever notice that? We throw out these bumper stickers and all that stuff, unless it's personal. When it becomes personal, then it's a problem, right? We don't do bumper sticker sobriety here. We go to the formula as outlined by the first 100 men and women. And there's a lot of different info. People say, well, before they wrote this or before they wrote that, this person said this, that person said this. You got to realize when they put this together, they all kind of agreed on the collective experience. No one person had sole influence over this thing. Collectively, they got influence from other people on the wording, the terminology, the approach, where it all be all inclusive, not exclusive, right? And yep. And so the big part is, if anybody ever been to a meeting here? Nobody. Okay, so for those that have, right? Let's all take a moment, take a big breath, be where the meeting is, right? So how many people sat in a meeting and they start talking about the steps and they refer to the wall? They look at the wall. Yeah. And then they give their synopsis or what they think it means. And then you're new and you're hearing that person talk about, they sound like an authority on it. So you start sharing what they're sharing at the next meeting. Nobody's ever done that here. I know that, right? But people have been known to do that, right? We do the word transfer, like we do the chameleon thing. What that means is we change our vocabulary to fit in, but our lives don't change to suit what we're saying. Or a lot of times we say things that when challenged, well, how do you do that? They go, like that. And then people get mad at us for pointing out that they really don't know what they're talking about. I love those online chat things. man, I'm well known, and then they attack you. Anybody ever notice that when we say, like, people go, this guy relapsed, and he was going, everybody was saying, oh, just don't drink. What did you learn from it? Right? And one guy says, oh, just surrender. I said, well, how does he do that?
Yeah.
Because if that was the formula, if all the stuff you hear in meetings, think about this for a second. In the 87 years of Alcoholics Anonymous, 4 editions of the big book, why haven't they changed the formula or the information yet if we've gotten so smart?
Because it works.
Because, yeah, that's why we read how it works. Some of us have tried to hold on to our old idea. Well, until you get a new one, you're stuck with what you think, right? Which is the problem. Anybody starts off a talk with, I think, they're not sharing their experience, strength, and hope, right? So the outline of this whole thing is their experience. You hear people say, oh, the book's open to interpretation. Well, then you don't understand the basic text, because the basic text is their experience, right? Of what? Of applying this thing to have the change that's available here to us, which is the miracle of Alcoholics Anonymous. Like a lot of people, and that's okay, they say, oh, Alcoholics Anonymous started when Bill phoned Bob. Actually, it started when the doctor witnessed the miracle that was available here through a course of action that he wasn't able to kind of administer to the people within his facility that were of a certain type. And what type are those? The type that don't seem to be able to drink no matter what, right? The type that seem to get loaded at all the wrong times. The types that who make a solemn oath and it don't even last till Friday. Anybody? Am I in the right group here? Right.
You are.
So then we come back and we say we're coming back, and then, you know, where we're from, a lot of people, not in the meeting I'm at, but a lot anymore, but the meeting where they used to sit that person in the meeting, then the whole meeting would be directed at them as shame-based recovery. Anybody ever try that approach? Well, I guess you didn't have enough. Thanks for going out for me. I guess you didn't want this. And all these people who make those comments of just don't drink, surrender, they haven't really read our literature. They don't understand step 1 from their experience. Yes?
Yeah.
Would you kind of agree on that? And we all agreed on the fact that we had, how many people had their own ideas about this before they actually read this? We all did, right? And that's why those who have done the worksheets have such a hard time with it, because it goes against most of their thinking of what they think it is. Most people who are working on the worksheets are looking for the answer they think it is. Anybody here? Anybody ever notice that? And they'll spend 2 days looking for their answer instead of conforming to the information that's being presented. Anybody? Right? Yeah. So, because if you actually know this thing, then when you look at the worksheets, it's the same answer no matter how you ask it. Right? So they talk about, until we're armed with facts about ourselves, little or nothing can be accomplished. So the more I understand alcoholism as they laid it out, the more I see the necessity of this solution that they're offering, or I get in a position of, what's the solution to this? Because I don't want my fate to be drinking again, because that is the step 1 problem. That is, remember that guy who thought that relapse was unthinkable? How many people have been there? Right. And so what we're saying is this is a behavioral problem. Without realizing, we're saying this is a behavioral problem, and I learned my lesson. Well, if you're of that type who learned their lesson, they cover that. Then given good reason, we could stay sober, and then acceptance, and we like 12 and 12 meetings. Right? We sit there and talk about Bill's experience, right? Because that's what we do. We sit there and talk about Bill's experience, hoping that we could have the same experience, but we wouldn't be able to, because we didn't do what he did to get that experience. Even the guy who talked about on page 417 that people seem to love so much, don't realize he did a course of action to have a spiritual experience sufficient enough for him to recover.
Yeah.
Right? And he was talking about his relationship with his wife. So if anybody's married here, you know acceptance is the answer when you're married, right? Don't engage. Don't engage. Your happiness is totally proportionate to the ability to keep your mouth shut. Anybody notice that?
I like that, Tony.
right? So it's like my daughters, they and sponsees that I say, you want to stop fighting with your spouse, start brushing your teeth more, keep your mouth shut. Right? So, but when you're driven by certain things, if anybody have pre-arguments before you involve other people,
Oh,
so
yeah.
we see that there's something else happening with us, and the inability to apply these philosophies or these things that we read about, a mere code of better philosophies. And the book covers that, right? And they talk about why we can't create this change in order to recover, or to be absent of, to have this change that's necessary as the sacred change of spiritual, meaning no longer having an alcoholic mind. See, a lot of people give you the influence that you're working on alcoholism for the rest of your life. Anybody ever hear that? I wake up with untreated alcoholism every day. We'll try Al-Anon, right? So, I mean, so the whole idea is, if you're waking up with this condition, you're not going to survive it. That's what step one tells us. As long as this problem's present, we're never going to really have any long-term happy, contented sobriety, because it's just a matter of time when we'll be without defense against that first drink, be it today, tomorrow, or a year from now. There'll come a time when we'll be without defense against that first drink. That's the nature of the illness, that we can't see, feel, and touch it. It's a phenomenon that they call a malady that centers in our mind. That's the second characteristic to this illness. We all understand the allergy, right? So that means if I don't drink, I don't trigger the allergy. But if I have a mind that don't remember that, now I'm in trouble, right? So when we say in how it works, remember that we can't remember, or remember that we deal without cunning, baffling, and powerful, we think, okay, I got to remember it's cunning, baffling, and powerful, and not being able to analyze what the logic we're applying to that. If something's cunning, baffling, and powerful, you're pretty much hooped, right?
Yeah.
And then they say, but there is a solution here. Like, don't worry, because everybody who's had the step one experience, it's that impending doom. It's different than admitting you're having a problem. So the people they use as examples in our big book, somewhere along the line, they admitted they had a problem, all of them, right? We all go through this, and that we think we can do something about it, right? Bill, right? The guy with an ounce of whiskey in his milk, the guy suddenly as he crossed the threshold to a dining room, the guy who thought he had such an inner workings of it. We've all been there. That's a part of the process, the step one process. And then when they drank again, the one guy remembered what his friends prophesized. There would come a time and place when he would be without defense against that drink. And it took him experiencing that again to understand it. That's why working with others, we talk about when you're vetting somebody, they'll understand your mental inconsistencies at once. So you're going to the family reunion, and you know if you're going to have a good time that you shouldn't drink, and something in your mind said, well, wine is not drinking, and then you went to the tequila, and then the next thing you know, you're hitting on your cousin, and right, went home with the neighbor's wife, like, oh my God, right? No more invitations for that guy. Well, I'm not supposed to share my story here. Okay, so what happens is the inability, right? And then all the things we do to try to fix it, join the army, join the gym, right? Do this, do that, avoidance therapy, watch it. We see those things don't work. So we get to that place when we really have that step one experience to realize I'm beyond human aid. And then unless this change happens, I'm pretty much hooped, right? So from we agnostics on, they start talking about the perplexity in our thinking, and our rigidness to stick to our own ideas, yes?
Yeah.
And then by the time they talked about lack of power, so we had to get access to a power, specific power, right? Not any kind of power, a specific power. And that's what this book was about, was enable us to find this power that they had an experience with that allowed them to recover, that I need the same experience. If you want what we have and are willing to go to any length, then you're ready to take certain steps. So I had to understand what they mean by this power, right? And where it originates, right? And so when we got to page 55, we seen that this thing, that the connection to this is deep down within us, that we've always had it. And at different times we've experienced it. That's that voice that talks to us. But it seems to be blocked by a lot of life episodes, right? So, we've covered this. So I'm going through it fast, but you can go back over the talks and stuff like that. So in 54, they talk about we already have a belief system. We already worship things. We already value things. But these things we worship, value, and the things we hang on to, or the things that are eating our lunch, are determining our experience in life, right? And then they talk about that's the human, right, dilemma, right? We're a prey to misery and depression, right? We couldn't seem to be anybody.
Yeah, totally.
Right. So we see that this ongoing, I can't believe this. So we get through, and by the time they get to page 60, they talk about what they mean that needs to happen for this change in the human experience. And the alcoholic is an extreme example of self-will run riot, though we usually don't think so. So on page 62, they kind of make reference to it, but we never go, oh, wow, no wonder I'm always having problems, right? When they talk about, do you want to hit that first paragraph there at page 62? Self is self-centered.
Sure. Christine, recovered alcoholic.
Good to see you, Christine.
I made it. Self-centeredness, that we think is the root of our troubles. Driven by 100 forms of fear, self-delusion, self-seeking, and self-pity, we step on the toes of our fellows and they retaliate. Sometimes they hurt us, seemingly without provocation, but we invariably find that at some time in the past, we have made decisions based on self, which later placed us in a position to be hurt.
So self, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what creates self, right? And a lot of people say, no, that's a symptom of self. That's not the problem. So I need to see what makes me tick, right? As a human being, right? What are these basic instincts that seem to be out of whack or driving me, right? That has me in collision with people, places, things, and has me at odds with myself, right? Because a lot of us, right? Anybody have problems here in their life?
Hell yeah.
Right? Anybody remember when they knew how much problems they had in their life? Oh my God, right? Oh my God. And you ever notice no matter where you were, it was the same dilemma?
Yes.
And if you were to sit in the middle of a desert surrounded by nobody, you would have the same dilemma?
Yes.
Right? Anybody ever move with the same dilemma? You? Wherever you go, there you are. So they used to say this. I don't know if they still say it anywhere. You're exactly where you're supposed to be. Anybody ever hear that?
Yes.
We've gotten nicer, Nay. We don't finish that conversation, right? Where do you expect to be based on the stupid shit you've been doing? Like, where do you expect to be? Like, you're exactly where you're supposed to be based on what you've been doing. You're some result of your belief system, your actions, and your conduct. Yes?
Yes, very much so.
Right? Okay. Yay. And I don't even need other people to be involved to ruin my life. Anybody ever notice that?
Yes.
I bring my own gas and matches everywhere I go. That's not a fire. No. Show you show you how to ruin a relationship. Okay, so right.
Yeah.
So then they talked about we had to get rid of self, but there was no way of entirely getting rid of self without his aid, without being connected to this inner resource. So we have the Neanderthal part of us, and then we have the spiritual part, the human being, right? The spiritual, the thing that has us evolve past the instincts of like a dog only lives within a certain parameter, right? That's his life. Within this, he never moves past that, or any animal or any, they have a certain parameter that they live in. Us, we've evolved past that, right? So that's why they talk about the ability to assess, the ability to look at things, the ability to recalculate, reform, and redirect our lives. But if you don't have a new way of looking at things, then you're always, how many people's ended up in the exact same spot they've always tried to get away from? Recreating the same story over and over and over, and the bewilderment, right? Anybody?
Oh yeah.
Right? And the self-loathing and just bewildered. How do I get? And so, which is good because God's okay with it. Then we blame God for it. Anybody here? Just drew my number again. Yes. 7 billion people on there planet. Decided to put a dot on your forehead, right? So what happens is we have to be able to look at things differently. They talked about that in We Agnostics. So be ready to change our point of view. In order to change our point of view, we have to have a different point of view, don't we? So that's where that idea of conceptions come in, a new group of conceptions, ideas, formulating a plan. Conception means the idea of something and being able to construct it or move toward it. Does that kind of make sense? As two people say, hey, I have this idea, let's formulate a plan, we'll initiate this plan, and this will be the result of it, right? So
Yeah.
step 2 is the formulating of a plan or an idea. Came to believe that a power greater than ourselves could restore us to sanity. Here's the formula. And at step 12, it says, as the result of the course of action that you engaged in, based on our experience, you could now experience what we're experiencing. Yes?
Yes.
So to formulate a new idea, that's what we're doing. So now at top of 63, they said, this is what it looks like in our lives when we sincerely took such a position, meaning went through this course of action,
Yeah.
right? And the basis of that is when we formulated this experience, my own experience with this power, right? As we felt new power flow in, then the peace of mind is everything followed.
Yeah.
We've always tried to create the change without the accessing of that power. Yes.
Yeah.
The lack of powers. So we have this form of thinking that doesn't enable us to see the road we're on as not leading to a good place.
That's right.
Right? Because we're making decisions based on self, we're formulating life based on our experience. So I need a new way of looking at it. So they said we're at step 3. Then on 64, they talked about here, I need to look for the blocks that are blocking me from this power source, right? Or God, or this entity, or the creative intelligence, whatever you want to call it. But the basis of it, this power that I need to get access to, that's where?
Deep down within.
Deep down within. How many people would have came up with that idea and formulating your own idea of God?
No.
So you hear people, oh, choose your own conception. I would have never came up with that idea. You?
No, I never would have.
My God looked like Santa Claus. Here's my list. Make it happen. Hurry up. Get rid of this person. Get rid of this person. Bring this person over here. Give me this job. Give me the lottery. Give me, give me, give me, give me, give me. And as soon as I have all these conditions that I'm asking you to fulfill, then I'll be happy. Anybody?
Yeah.
No, you won't. We don't know that, right? So then what they did here, they said, what we need to do is formulate a new way of taking inventory, a new way of looking at things, a new way of valuing things, the new way of assessing, right? To see the things within me that are causing my problems, right? That instinct-based living, but I don't have the formula on how to do that. So I have my way of thinking, and they're saying, well, we're going to give you a new way of thinking. So we're going to give you a new recipe, right? In order to calculate for yourself these things that are causing your demise. And they talked about here. So right there, we did exactly, you want to read that?
We did, okay, middle of the page of 64. We did exactly the same thing with our lives. We took stock honestly. First, we searched out the flaws in our makeup, which caused our failure. Being convinced that self, manifested in various ways, was what had defeated us. We considered its common manifestations.
So these things within ourselves that at a subconscious level are making our decisions without our knowledge. So the way our brain works is at a subconscious level, it calculates everything and then goes, here's the memo. We get the memo and we're already living in that thought or that resentment. We're engaged in it. We're participant in it. Anybody, does that kind of make sense?
Totally.
None of us ever goes, oh, I think I'll go into resentment here, or I'll go into fear, or I'll go into worry. We're in it.
Yeah.
You become aware. How many people become you're in it? And when you're in it, you realize, this is what they mean by being a prey to misery and depression. This thing has me. I don't have it. Right?
Yeah.
That's the unmanageability that they talk about. I'm not in domain of my own space or my own mental and emotional faculties. I'm being driven by all these things and they have me hostage, but I don't have the power to overcome these things because it's greater. So I'm going to form an alliance with something bigger than me that enable me to to overcome or to face or to move past. Right? Anybody ever been bullied here in school?
Oh, yeah, back in the day.
Man, how many people thought how they want to change this, how they're going to do this, but you go back to school and there he is again, right? But then when you get a bigger friend than him and you hang around with those other kids, like if you found me in the schoolyard, I'll take on your problems for you and they'll never bug you again, believe me. So that's kind of like that idea, right? Or you go to the principal, you go and they have a whole community so you could be safe in this place. Back when I was growing up, it was dog eat dog, right? So we see it's kind of like that same. In order to create a change, I need to have a different approach, because the approach that I've created or the approach I'm in isn't sufficient enough to change anything. As soon as I involve something, then I have the ability to overcome these things, to move forward. Does that kind of make sense? So let's look at these things that are causing our failure. And the first thing that we looked at last week, what was the first thing? The manifestation of self that causes our failure. Well, let's see.
Resentment is the #1 offender. It destroys more alcoholics than anything else. From it stems all forms of spiritual disease.
So we see that the spiritual malady comes from the resentments. It doesn't come from alcoholism.
Exactly.
Because you can be sober a while once you go through it. And if you allow this stuff to get a stronghold on you again, you become spiritually sick. Then the insanity returns. But it's not these things that make you alcoholic, are they? This is the human dilemma. Like anybody who has as much resentment as us are not going to be happy, joyous, and free people, are they?
No.
Anybody ever see those people? Yeah. Okay. Do I want to be one of those people? Not anymore.
From it stems all forms of spiritual disease, for we have been not only mentally and physically ill, we have been spiritually sick. When the spiritual malady is overcome, we straighten out mentally and physically.
So we see that when they talk about 100 forms, we could never really get a grasp on the symptoms of it, but we can go to the basis of it. And we use that analogy, most of us understand it, is like when you have a toothache and you ignore it, it turns into an abscess, yes?
Yeah.
Right? And they got to lacerate the abscess, but it still hasn't taken care of the problem that caused it. So what the dentist does once he lacerates it, right, gets rid of the poison, the emotional attachment to the resentment, then we could look at the removal or the correcting of this thing that's poisoning me by creating a filling or the removing of the tooth. Does that kind of make sense?
Yeah, it does.
And then they go, hey, you know what? In order to save yourself from this in the future, we're going to give you a regime to follow on a daily basis where this problem won't return. But if you don't follow it, then we'll be pulling out your other teeth. I was talking to my brother. I love my brother. He's 5 years younger than me. And he's a train wreck. My other brother's dead. I said, man, you ever think I'm going to treatment like he's doing a big hood? It's Christmas, right? I thought, hey, Merry Christmas. And you hear him doing a bowl. I say, how you doing? And he lets the air go. I said, you ever think I'm going for treatment? He says, for what? I don't need treatment. He says, all I need is a set of teeth. I love you, man. I love you, right? I love you, right? So we're getting close. We're talking about maybe he might have some more problems than he cares to admit to, but it's slowly, long conversation. So go ahead.
In dealing with resentments, we set them on paper. We listed people, institutions, or principles with whom we were angry.
So how many people made that list this week? How many people thought about the list more than making it? Come on, let's all get involved here. You got to tell on yourself a bit. How many people thought about the list more than making it? And how many people revisited those resentments and kind of went walking around with them for a little while? Went back into the maze. And did you notice when it got a hold of you and you were done with that resentment, punishing or reliving, that you went to another one?
Oh, yeah.
And was the next one better or worse?
Usually worse.
Worse. And then so we see how we're poisoning ourselves, but we've never been a witness to it.
That's right.
right? So now we're being a witness to how my brain operates and the resistance I have to following instructions for the betterment of my own life. So the inventory is what they talk about to see how you function, to see how you deal with this information. And so it goes back up here, business that takes no regular inventory. So you're looking at these things and you're struggling with the idea of just writing them down. That's all it asked you to do, was write them down.
Yeah.
How many people got more busy this week than they were in weeks? The mind's a tricky thing.
It is
Right?
funny.
It's subtle. It's subtle. And so now what we're trying to learn is how to be an observer without realizing it. What I mean by that is, in order to make a list, you need to listen to your subconscious. Your subconscious will tell you what you're resentful at. As I was speaking, how many people were thinking of different items or things in their life?
Yeah.
See how it's like a grease fire. Yeah, anybody ever been? It's like you shouldn't cook bacon in the nude, right? It's kind of like that. You become acutely aware of all the spiral, right? But when you're clothed, right? Well, when you're clothed, you don't really feel and that's kind of like this thing, right? Now you're seeing all this thing that's percolating at a subconscious level. It's all there, but all you need to do is put it on a paper.
Yeah.
So I have that list now. Now, if you're really good, you've utilized the prayer after you're totally discomforted, not before. Anybody? Oh yeah, the prayer. 2 days of oh yeah, the prayer. Right? Relieve me of the bondage of self. Not quite yet, though. I still need to punish this person a little longer. I need to relive this a little longer. Let me go over this one more time in case I missed something. Right? Let me see if it's worthy of putting it on the paper. Anybody do that in their thinking? Oh, I've already dealt with that. I don't have a resentment against. You see the negotiation that starts happening. Oh, I see how I am now. When I just write it down. So I write this whole list down. And then what do I do with it?
We asked ourselves why we were angry. In most cases, it was found that our self-esteem, our pocketbooks, our ambitions, our personal relationships, including sex, were hurt or threatened. So we were sore, we were burned up. On our grudge list, we sought opposite each name our injuries.
So,
Was it
that's the second word. So backing up, we asked ourselves why we were angry. This is where you get to take their inventory. We're good at that, right? I could tell you exactly why I'm mad at these people. And we start getting into the story, right? We buy into the story that we created. Any storytellers here?
Oh, yes.
Oh, we like the story, right? Because the story is the reason I am in my life, blah, blah, blah. It's the story that has me, is the inability to have a different story is why I am the way I am. So they're saying there's a different story available here to me. So anybody have these resentment sheets? So you have this list. This is important. You have this list. You take the first name off of that list. And what's a good one? Mom or dad? Well, let's do a survey, right? Or an ex, or any, right? So we put the first name here, right? In the first column, yes?
Yeah.
We don't put the second name down yet. We asked ourselves why we were angry. Point form, not the story. Point form, right? So I like on page 65 it says, we're usually as defined as this example, his attention to my wife, told my wife of my mistress. Mr. Brown got my job at the office. Like my buddy says, he has a t-shirt, Mr. Brown needs his ass kicked, 100%. But first I need to find out why I'm so afflicted by him. Then we'll kick his ass after, right? When we're doing a amends process.
Making amends for the amends.
Amends for an amends. So what does that mean is, so I put at my ex, well, her attention to her ex, right? Spent the money, drank the money, right? Left me for the other guy, came back. Like whatever the situation, just the little bit of the story that reminds me of the whole story. You ever watch when I go on Netflix and stuff like that, you ever see all the videos, the pictures of all the videos, but they all have a title? In that title, and then there's a little review, but that title will be a basis of what the movie's about. Yes. And then you could do the longer review. And then what we do is we miss all that and go right to the movie. Right? So here they're saying, no, we're not. We already know the movie. We already know the story, but we need a title of what reminds me of the story. So one of my resentments was the guy with the blue cap. Does anybody know what I'm talking about here? I do. As soon as I see the blue cap, I know who I'm talking about and why. Right? And I said, why am I? And I just put the laneway. Right? So when I did my fifth, or when I do the other, I know the story. Does that kind of make sense?
Totally does.
Right? And so the first time I did an inventory, all the times I tried to do an inventory, this never came up. But when I did an inventory this way, allowing my consciousness to come to serve, the blue cap came up, and I did this. I put it down, and I realized to look at it with my thinking, I would disregard it. But when I put it down and I looked at the cause, what happened, I realized there was a whole bunch of emotional attachment to it. Right. And it was, so what happens when I did my fifth, there was some emotional attachment to it. Like when we do our five, sometimes the emotional stuff will come out there, but it's to get through it. It's not to relive, refeel, and all that other stuff, right? It's just to get the stuff down there. My mom, her attention to her boyfriends, the lifestyle she lived, the situation she placed me in, right? The putting me in harm's way, the beatings. So I just put all that stuff down. Does that kind of make sense? And then when I couldn't think of nothing else, I put the next name on the list. So it could be 2 pages of causes, but then I can't think of nothing else. So I put the next name down. So it'd be, say, somewhere down, it could be 5 columns down here. See over here, the spacing from Mr. Brown, Mr. Jones. You see that?
Yeah.
The spacing. So if you were to put Mr. Brown, Mr. Jones, my employer, all in the first column, what would you miss? Is this how the brain works too? Then I can't fill in, I'll stop writing the causes because I run out of room. Right? Yeah. So this is a fact-finding facts, is the revealing of all these emotional attachments that are still within my consciousness.
Yeah.
That I've buried for so long, I can't see, feel, and touch, but these things are still determining, they're not these feelings, and all, right, determining the course of my existence. This is why I started to see, so I finished all that, right? So I did the name, all the causes, so I finished all 30 pages. Like if you're an alcoholic and you only have 10 or 5 resentments, you're full of shit. You're pissed off at everything. Like you should, like if you're really good, you should be hitting in the 50, 60 region, right? Like if you're really good, you're putting whole schools down. Like I don't got time to name all the teachers. 52 division, gang division, this division, police, like just all of them, not individual, just a blanket. Anybody? Okay. Yeah, okay. And then you got the grade, you got the grade 2 teacher here, you got the high school teacher, and then back to, so it doesn't matter what order it's in, it's how it reveals itself. That kind of makes sense, right? Totally. So then I finished all, so I got the 2 columns all filled. There's no more on my list. So now I see the 3rd column, which makes self. This is the instinct. This is what makes us human. This is what drives us. This is the things that keep us safe or cause us harm. These are the things that we kind of learn from birth, and we try to get curbed, right? Like you ever see kids when they have a they don't want to share. Why do I don't want to share? We teach them how to share. Yeah. Right. And most kids are violent little shits. You got no, don't hit them. No, I'm trying to take my toy. I'm going to beat them with my other toy. Right. That's very little bad. Right. It's my sandbox. Get out. I'm not sharing. Oh, you got to share. I don't want to share. So you know what I mean? So that's us, the human base, fear-based, instinct-based. That's how we are with life. Right. So what do I do with this? So we asked ourselves why we were angry. We had fun with that list. And then it says, in most cases, we found, go ahead.
In most cases, it was found that our self-esteem, our pocketbooks, our ambitions, our personal relationships, including sex, were hurt or threatened. So we were sore, we were burned up.
Damn right. Look what they did. Right? The story, damn right.
No.
Right? I can't change my story. That means then I'm gonna have to change my identity. I spent years making excuses for the way I am because of where I came from. My sponsor says, no, the reason you are still the way you are is because you haven't taken necessary change. He says you got to let go of your story and adopt our story. You're creating a new story here. You're creating the story of Alcoholics Anonymous in your life. In order to do that, you need to move away from the attachment. Does that kind of make sense? Otherwise, you're not going to have a new freedom and happiness.
That's
You're going to be a prisoner within the own jail cell that you created.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at this third column, and then so on our grudge list.
On our grudge list, we set opposite each name our injuries. Was it our self-esteem, our security, our ambitions, our personal or sex relations, which had been interfered with? We were usually as definite as this example.
Defined as this example. So definite. So when I went through this, and you don't go across the page. Why you don't go across the page? Because you got to change your mind 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 times.
Mm-hmm.
So by the time you get to 3 people, you're just checking up. So you start with the first column, you go from top to bottom. Did this, my social instinct,
Mm-hmm.
right? The social, these things that this is right now, we're being social here, right? Did this interfere with my self-esteem or personal relationship? One or the other.
Yeah.
So self-esteem is how I perceive myself or how I think others perceive me, right? Because most of our problems in the self-esteem area is other people's perception of us.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody?
Yeah.
And that affects how we, especially with family reunions and all that stuff. Like my mom used to take great pride in going last when she talked about, and everybody talked about their kids. She's waited to last because she had the longest story. I was a nightmare, right? I was like a terror. I know it's hard to believe looking at, but it was like holy. And she almost took great pride in how much of a little shit I was, right? Most people would say, oh, this is my beautiful son. And she would go, this is my little bastard, right? So didn't want to disappoint her. So never a disappointment, right? Okay, so then personal relationships. Did this thing interfere how this perceived injury in column 2, did it interfere with my relationship with them or their relationship with me? Yes or no? Wow, okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then I go all the way from top to bottom. I've done all 6, 10, 15 pages, right? I see. And then I get over into the security, and then I'll notice something start happening. Usually I have this intuitiveness, say yes or no, and I'll argue with it or ignore it, or I just want to check all the boxes. That's not the point of it. What I need to see is these things, because my sponsor, he went to me, he goes, why are you angry at these people? Because they're assholes. They're assholes. So I was stuck to the story. He says, no, why are you angry? I didn't know what the hell he was talking about, right?
Yeah.
Because I never did this process. I never had another way of looking at it. So when I started, I see why I'm angry at these people, because of my self-esteem, my personal relationship, right? I see because of my emotional or my material. One of these things were threatened, and it caused a problem with this person, place, or thing. Makes sense. Now I see why I'm angry at them, right? And then it talks about sex instinct. So a lot of people get messed up with it's hidden and acceptable.
Yeah.
Right. So it may be acceptable between me and the person I'm engaged in, but if other people found out about it, it might be not so acceptable.
Right.
Does that kind of make sense? So that's it. So there's kind of like on a social level, how would it be perceived? Then it would be hidden. So what we used to use this all, and it makes sense to me. My sponsor taught me this. He says, is like, oh, you went on your honeymoon with your wife, and everybody, oh, Tony went on his honeymoon with his wife, and they had sex. It was like, who cares, right? And like, what's the matter with you, right? Yeah, but there was a sheep involved. So it went to hidden. It went, oh my God, if people found out about it. See what I mean? It may sound kind of weird, but see how that changes everything?
Yes.
Right? It's like me and this person, we're okay with what we're doing, but this person's married.
Mm-hmm.
So see, it's weird, but so on a social, if people were to find out about, would you be okay with it? Hidden, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And so then it goes over to the ambitions. So social, did this thing interfere with my social ambition? Well, the lifestyle I grew up in, it really affected my social, with my family, the extended family, school, people's perception of me, the people that were coming in and out of our house where we lived. Like it was like we were that house on the street, so other kids wouldn't be allowed to hang out with us. Like, like we were that house, those people, right? And everybody left us alone because whatever the situation was. So social, yeah, it interfered with a lot. Police, fire, everybody knew us, everybody, schools, social workers, right? We see how this thing over here is really interfering over here. And this ambition, my hope for the future, right? When you go to school, you want to be accepted or get a job, or when you're in a social environment, you don't want people to have preconceived ideas about you and treat you different, right? Anybody? Am I right here?
Yeah,
How many
totally.
people's gone to a meeting and felt everybody was judging them? See, that's your social ambition, because why you think that's because you're judging yourself and you think everybody sees you the same way you perceive you. So
Yeah.
you're creating the very thing that so you go in there sheepish, you go in there not being a part of, you go in there keeping separate from everybody. You're creating the very thing that you're hoping not to happen. How fucked up, whoops, excuse me, how crazy is that?
So true though.
Right?
Yes.
Like I've sat like, oh man, like, okay, this is like, yeah, I don't want to ruin the surprise, but boy, we're gonna have fun now. Okay, so ambition, sexual ambition, my hope for the future, relationships, this person, that, what I hoped for. And did this interfere with that? Yes, because most people didn't want to go out with me because my lifestyle, where I lived, and the things I was doing, and the things I was doing. Okay, I got it. Does that kind of make sense?
It does.
Yeah, and then so security. What creates security? Friends, family, money, jobs, the things that I feel. So what do we mean by security is anybody been on social assistance here? So you got shit going for you, but you got a check coming in a couple days. So that make you feel good about the idea that you have that give you some sense of security. Yes, that's what they mean by that. Or I know this person. Remember in Bill's story, his life went to shit in a handbasket. Anybody's life here ever gone to shit in a handbasket?
Oh yes.
And you're sitting there. There's got to be one person left in my Rolodex or in the phone that I could extort. I mean, that could help me. There's got to be one person that I could sell a story to, right? Anybody?
Right.
There's got to be one person that'll answer the phone. And he went, oh my God, I have a friend in Montreal that has money. So in his brain is, I'm entitled to some of that money. Anybody?
Yes.
People's gone to people's homes here and felt entitled.
Oh yeah.
And then when they didn't help you, got mad at them.
Yep.
So you stole it. I tried to ask. No. Anyway, so the security, things I do to create security, the people I hang out with, the things I do, the situations, right? So, okay, that has to do with the future from that situation. How it, right? So the situation with my mom and the lifestyle that we lived with the mafia and the bikers, and then the people with the big hats and fur coats and all that other stuff, and all the dealers, all that was our house. So creating security, in order to do that, I'd find other misfit kids in my neighborhood to formulate alliance with, to create security. It may sound kind of weird, but it was kind of or I would become people's protector. Gave me a sense of belonging. I had a reason for being there. A lot of my relationships were based on a reason for being there. As long as I had a reason for being there, then I created security, right? When I was in relationships and there was a problem, I go, what's your problem? You got a roof over your head? Anybody ever hear that? You got a roof over your head? You got food in the fridge? What's your problem? The provider, right? I have a reason for being here. Not for the sake of being in a relationship with you. What the hell is that, right? So how many people chose relationships based on security here, not based on relationships? Okay. Now 2 people honest. That's good. Okay. So, but you're not at that point at the inventory. We all do it, right?
Yeah.
And even in AA, we do it without realizing it. How many single women came in AA here? Single, come in AA single. How many got into a relationship fast? How many people not participating? Why is that? Because it's the same. How many people used to drink in bars here are single women? How many people got in a relationship with one of those people in the bar to create security, to create safety, to create, right? To create that sense of, and we do the same thing. We come in, we get in a relationship to save us from all the other people. But we think we're creating security, but really because of our self-esteem, we're placing ourselves in a position to be hurt by trying to create security. And now it's a need-based relationship. It's not a relationship. It's interesting, this inventory. So that's why it's kind of like to be honest about these things that drive us, right? And finish it. And if you're unsure, don't put a check mark. When you do your 5, it'll be more revealing. That's why it's really good for women to do inventory with women, because you guys know how you think.
We
right?
do.
Yeah. We think we know what you think like, but we only think what you tell us you're thinking. Right? Like I was fortunate, right? Like I've done some inventory, and they're all surprised. I got 5 sisters, and I grew up around women. I know you. I got 2 daughters. I know, right? And so there's like, I was hoping you didn't. I was hoping I could, right? So it's like, well, let's look at this. How did you get in there? Security. Why are you mad at them? Because they were in there for a different reason too. You did this to get this and you didn't get that. And place yourself in a position to be hurt. How many people had parents, single parents, that put themselves in situations, right, to create security for their kids? And especially us older, back in the day, welfare wasn't a big thing. So mostly women would have to get into security with a man, right, to formulate the public. So I see, wow, this is pretty wild. So my mom, that I was mad at, was trying to create security so I wouldn't have seconds all the time. But in doing that, she caused, interesting. Isn't that interesting? Why did I get in a relationship with that person or allow this to happen? That I was trying to create security. Damn. Right? Because guys do that too. I need help with the rent. I need help with this. I need, right?
Yeah, totally.
Let's see if we're compatible. Let's get a bottle and let's go to bed, right? Like that's how I found true love. Let the pain begin. Come on, I'm not the only one. Anyone? Come on. How many people's lived with somebody for 3 months and then realize you don't know their last name? Oh, by the way, what's your last name? I've gone out with people, I don't even remember their name. Okay, but anyways, I don't know why I said. So on this inventory, I was mad at a girl with the black hair. I went out with her 3 months. I couldn't tell you who she is. Like just the lifestyle and the things anyway. So we go through all that and a lot of prayer and honesty, right? So we're usually as defined as this example should be looking like this. That's why the pages are so helpful, is because we just check it. It's not about writing the story. It's not the story. It's the 10% that caused the 90%. We know the 90%, but what caused it? What is this thing that caused all these things? What they talked about on page 62, to place me in a position to be hurt. They arise out of ourselves. Oh, I see my instincts here, because if I had better self-esteem, would I have been in that situation?
No, you wouldn't.
No way. 90% of this stuff, and the stuff that happened here, did it affect myself? Yes, I see where my self-esteem started to be formulated based on those sly remarks or this or that, the shame, the guilt, remorse. So this is not about beating ourselves up. It's about, you know what? I want a new story.
Yeah.
I want something different. And there's something different available here, because all these people said, so I need to get honest with myself. Right. And to be rid of these things without regret is the beauty. Because if a guy like me can have a phenomenal life as a result of doing something that I was incapable of doing, but going through this, it gives me everything that I've always hoped for and dreamed for and kind of wished for. Those times alone when you wanted something different. This is the recipe that leads us there. How cool is that? If inventory is a magnificent thing. This is the basis for step 11. Once we learn this recipe and it becomes a working part of the mind, you start connecting the dots a lot faster. That's why you see surrender, acceptance, and all that stuff is in our recipe, right? Because acceptance for most of us means ignore, hope it goes away. And shit don't go away.
No, it
Right?
doesn't.
This is fact finding, fact facing. To be rid of the things in ourselves that cause us problems is not accepting unacceptable things anymore. It's not putting myself in a position to be harmed anymore. It's about a new freedom and new happiness. How many people think that's pretty cool?
I think that's
That's the start to that road. At first, it may be a little uncomfortable because we're trying to go in barefooted. You ever try to walk on gravel with bare feet? How many people? Everybody with runners are saying, keep up, I'm trying. So prayer is like the sandals. It's like a layer between me and the gravel, between me and the hurt. And when I do that, what I do is take this thing here and I put it in front of me and I look at it and I say, no more. I'm no longer going to be a prisoner to this stuff. It's no longer going to be ruling my life. And I'm going to separate the attachment from it. So what that looks like is my life used to be in surround sound, but it wasn't tuned in and it was too loud. You ever been in a room where the music's not tuned in, it's too loud? At first, and then it gets like your spirit, you get like, anybody notice when you think too much, you become closed in on yourself? Anybody?
Yes.
So this is like, when you add prayer, it's like, you're taking this and you get the emotional separation from it, which in turn means I'm shutting off the volume to this thing. So the volume is no longer present, the pain and the attachment. And if it seeps in, it's okay. I'm going to use prayer and I'm going to look at it. The volume's down. I'm putting it in front of me. And I'm going to have a good look at it. And the start of this process is the detachment, the severing of this thing. Remember, anybody ever watched Alien here? That thing sucks in your face and they try to pull it off and stuff like that. And it's like, it's there.
Yeah.
This is kind of like when you use the prayer, it's like the separation of that, and you put it there and say, okay, you know what? Let me go through this. So, wow, the meeting went fast here. So go through that. If you're really looking for what we're talking, this is the game changer, right? And this recipe is going to teach us a couple things. So go down. We went back through our lives.
We went back through our lives. Nothing counted but thoroughness and honesty.
So the honesty is how I see things.
Yeah.
Some of it's pretty warped, and some of it, I don't know exactly if I remember it right. Anybody have those stories? But I'm honest about it. I'm honest how I see and feel it and how I perceived it. Doesn't mean it's true, but it's true to me. I've created a story on it. Some of the shit that I've created in my mind, I realized didn't actually happen that way. Anybody?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're going to have fun. So anyway, you have now till Tuesday to work on it. Hook up with somebody in a group. Utilize the phone numbers. If you need a little more help, they got the YouTube talks that talk about this section of it. Remember, it's not about beating yourself up. It's not the point of the act. It's not suffering, beating yourself. It's to be free of these things.
Yeah.
Right? This is a recipe that leads to a good life, right? Anyways, live long and prosperous. Really enjoyed today. I really need to hear what I had to say. Hopefully somebody got something out of it.
Always, Tony. What an amazing meeting. All right. There are no dues or fees for AA membership, but we do have a PayPal account for those who wish to contribute. We also have a Facebook group titled the Big Book Step Study Discussion Group, and the Keystone Group has 16 online meetings and 3 in person. Please see the chat for times and Zoom numbers, or email Rob or one of the co-hosts, and they will give you the information. We have a YouTube channel, and if you search Tony R Vancouver, you will find close to 100 talks for a more in-depth understanding. Please stick around until the end of the Big Book study as Tony will answer questions then. And how we close this meeting is with the third step prayer on page 63 of the Big Book. And Tony, who makes it possible?
What's the foundation to a good life?
God, I offer myself to thee, to build with me and to do with me as thou wilt. Relieve me of the bondage of self, that I may better do thy will. Take away my difficulties, that victory over them may bear witness to those I would help of thy power, thy love, and thy way of life. May I do thy will always.
Right in the spiritual appendix, we've covered that. This is just a highlight. Right in the spiritual appendix, it says all our members have tapped into an inner resource. So I need to get access to this GPS that's already within me that gives me the ability to navigate through my life in a way that's not instinct-based or not conflict-oriented, where I'm not a prey to misery and depression, where I'm not seem to be in conflict with people, places, things, where this insanity of the first drink returns and I'm baffled at the state of my life on a continuous basis. Am I in the right group? Anybody? Anybody? Right? So they're saying we have a different experience for you if you want what we have. But it's our experience. It's the story of Alcoholics Anonymous. Do you want what we have and are willing to go to any lengths to get it? So those of us who have started the 4-step, you're starting to realize what your biggest problem is, and how many people are starting to figure out it's the first thing you see in the mirror on the wall. Not the mirror on the table, but the mirror on the wall. 2 different mirrors, right? So the mirror on the wall is realize every morning you're facing your biggest adversary. Adversary, is that right? So your biggest problem. Adversary, there we go. So when we got the instructions here on 64, it says we need to discover the blocks that stood in the way of what? This life force, whatever you want to call it, frequency, life force, sixth sense, God consciousness, this power. It's secondary, what you call it. It's like if I held up my phone and I started going like this, how many people would understand what I'm talking about? I need power, right? And some people say, well, put the phone here, they'd give me all different ways to power up my phone. Yes?
Yeah.
A lot of different ways to power up your phone now, but the main idea is I get access to a power that allows the phone to operate the way it's supposed to. And that's kind of like us. I need to get access to this power. So in 64, they're talking about, I need a new way of looking at and processing life. Because the way I look at life and the way I process life, it works to my disadvantage, not to my advantage, right? That's why I'm always in conflict with somebody or something, even though I think my motives are right. Anybody here? We're a prey to misery and depression. Anybody have a problem with relationships here? Anybody have a problem with their thinking? Anybody who spend way too much time thinking? And then we start telling people, I have an anxiety disorder. No, you have a thinking disorder, right? Like anybody in the world that thought like you would have anxiety. Right? Like, you know, if you walked around with a teleprompter beside you, everybody would be nervous. You should be nervous with some of the shit you're processing through your brain. Anybody? Huh? Takes a lot to get our attention, doesn't it? So here they're saying the way we look at things, the way we process things always lead us back to the same place that we don't want to be. Anybody have that reoccurrent, what am I doing here? I can't believe this is happening to me. Why is this always? We create the very life that we're trying to get away from. How many people's experienced that here? Because if your map is designed, if your GPS isn't working right, it'll always lead you back to the place that you're trying to get away from. Right? It's like trying to go through the desert or through the Serengeti or through the woods or whatever, Amazon, right? Without a compass and a map, you'll always come back around to the place that you're trying to get away from. We go in circles, and that's kind of like our lives. So this is like telling us, okay, we're going to give you a map. You're the GPS, and we're going to give you a true north here. So as we went through this, it talks about we did exactly the same thing with our lives. You want to hit us up there, page 64?
Sure. Hey, everybody, John, still recovered alcoholic, halfway down on page 64. We did exactly the same thing with our lives. We took stock honestly. First, we searched out the flaws in our makeup, which caused our failure. Being convinced that self, manifested in various ways, was what had defeated us, we considered its common manifestations.
And you notice this is the human dilemma. because the
Yeah.
whole human race has this problem to one degree or another. But for us, these things seem to create the inability to stay sober. Anybody? Right? So they're talking about, I'm looking for a solution to my human perplexities or my human dilemma or my human problems, the stuff that's created out of self. So they say resentment is the what?
So, sorry, resentment is the number one offender. It destroys more alcoholics than anything else. From it stems all forms of spiritual disease.
So we see that the spiritual illness comes from the resentment, not alcoholism.
Yep.
Right? So you hear people say, oh, it's a threefold illness. No, it's a twofold illness. Right? But any 12-step fellowship will have the same problem. Anybody ever notice that? Any fellowship we have is they found a solution to self. They created a sense of ease and comfort. But with us, we're not able to regulate it because of the allergy. And what happens is the pursuit of that leads to our own demise. We're unable to curb or change that. It's like a downhill spiral, where once it used to be a solution, now it's no longer a solution, where we can't stop ourselves from participating in it because it's the only solution that we know for irritable, restless, and discontent. Anybody? I need to find a solution for me, right, to live in. Otherwise, I'll return to drinking because I already lost the power to choose. We know that's inevitable, right? That's the step one promise. I'll return to that. So they're offering me a spiritual solution, right? And so from it stems, so we made a list of all the resentments. How many people found it really interesting, the resistance to make that list? How many people thought about the list more than making it? How many people thought about analyzing whether these things are worthy to be on the list or not? How many people argued about the list or justified or so what this inventory is showing you is how you operate given basic instructions, how your mind tricks you into a conversation to talk you out of the very thing that you decided you were willing to go to any lengths to get it. Just on the third step, right, we thought well before taking it, making sure we're ready, that we could at least abandon. That means I'm up against my biggest struggle is my thinking, but I can't see it because it knows me better than me. My thinking can gaslight me better than any person I know. I can create a story that I believe to be true, but nobody else around me sees it the same way. Anybody? How many people had a story where I remember getting in an argument with my mom and my sister. I said it happened this way. And they said, Tony, we were the only ones sober here. Well, you had to go there, did you? So there's our version of the story, and then there's people around us version of the story. You ever notice there are two different stories? Anybody ever notice the conflict with how people see you and how you see yourself as two different things? Right? And they're the problem. So here we go. So now this is, we get to see how we operate. So down at the bottom, then we did the first list, we did the name, all the causes, and then we seen where it stems from was the instincts. Wasn't that interesting in column 3? How really a lot of my problems come from a self-esteem, personal relationship, material, emotional, right? Sex instinct and ambitions. So now I see why I'm mad at these people, places, and things. How many people found that kind of cool? Right? And so now we're usually as 65, we're usually as defined as this example. We see that this actually, the sheets kind of look like this. So then it talks about we went back through our lives. This is where we're at in the process now, right? And Rob, if you want, has last week's talk where you can get caught up, or you can get caught up through the online worksheets and stuff online. So this is where we're at tonight. We went back through our lives.
Bottom of 65. We went back through our lives. Nothing counted but thoroughness and honesty. When we were finished, we considered it carefully. The first thing apparent was that this world and its people were often quite wrong. To conclude that others were wrong was as far as most of us ever got.
Yeah, that's far enough for us, right? That's the first two columns. No problem in telling you exactly what they did to me for me to feel the way I am. Anybody? That story is good. Anybody good with that story? Oh yeah, we could spend all day. Let's spend another week talking about that. But they're saying, let's relax here. That's not the point of the exercise.
Yeah. The usual outcome was that people continued to wrong us and we stayed sore.
Continue to wrong us. Why? Because if you're living on an instinct-based life, you're walking around like a 20-story elevator with all your buttons showing. You know, every people, you're pushing all my buttons. Everybody's pushing my buttons. I'm getting triggered. Everybody setting boundaries, putting a condition on the world to keep you safe from yourself. Anybody have that dialogue? So I want to put, right? I'm blaming you for my unhappiness. So here's a list of conditions and they retaliate, right? Okay,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Sometimes it was remorse, and then we were sore at ourselves. But the more we
Yeah. Anybody, what's the opposite of resentment? Is self-pity. Anybody have those two friends walking around with you?
yeah.
Anybody need help with those two areas? Oh no. Most of the world are amateurs compared to what we can do to ourselves on a daily basis. Huh? If anybody did half the shit I did to myself, I'd have to kill them. But me, no, I get a front row seat to it, right? Stephen King is about to start grab a first row seat to my thinking and wondering how you feeling. Oh my God. It's like people say, you're exactly where you're supposed to be. Anybody ever hear that? Based on how you were thinking and acting, where else do you expect to be? I'm a sum result of all my thinking, actions, all this shit that I've been walking around with, right? Everybody's smelling it but me now. But I'm starting to get a good indication that maybe, maybe there's something else going on here, right? Okay, go ahead.
But the more we fought and tried to have our own way, the worse matters got. As in war, the victor only seemed to win. Our moments of triumph were short-lived.
Anybody? Some of these resentments, you ever make them pay and then you go away feeling bad? Because it's loved ones, people you're in a relationship, parents, loved ones, siblings, right? You have your moment of victory and then you go away and you ruined it even more because you said shit that you can't believe you can't take back. I can't be alone in that. I showed them, and you walk away and that internal part starts talking to you and pride and ego starts taking over. I can't stop myself. Anybody in the middle of one of those things and they find they can't stop themselves? Part of your brain saying stop, but you can't. It's like free for all. Anybody been there?
Yeah.
Lack of power, that's our dilemma. So we see our thinking and our emotions are in control of us. We're not in control of them. Interesting, right? That the bondage and difficulties, now I'm starting to see these things that are eating my lunch and they're determining how I feel and think. And I can't stop it because lack of power is my dilemma, right? I'm being charged and driven by these things. And most times I can't even see it happening till it's too late. Yeah, we're having fun yet, eh? Okay.
It is plain that a life which includes deep resentment leads only to futility and unhappiness.
So you got to think about that. It's not surface stuff that we're dealing with. Deep at a subconscious level, these things are determining our outcome. Remember, we talked about that on page 54, these worships, these thinking, these ideas, weren't we some result of all these things? You show me anybody with a sour look on their face, I can show you somebody who thinks too much. And mostly they're thinking somebody else is their problem. How many people walk into a meeting and took everybody's inventory? And you're the only bright light in here. Yes, we've been waiting for you. yes, you're right. Anybody? Look at these losers. Yes, sit down, we saved you a chair. Right? Go ahead.
To the precise extent we permit these, do we squander the hours that might have been worthwhile?
See, this is interesting. Now they're saying to the extent that we permit these. Actually, when you to permit is to allow. What are we allowing? These thinking, these thoughts, and these ideas, these videos, these tapes, these replaying, refeeling, that we're actually in control. You ever see one of those things, the TV remote? We actually go to these channels and we're halfway through the commercial in our mind and we turn it into a series and we're living it before we realize we're in it. Because most of our thoughts, ideas, and emotions, we're reliving it by the time we become aware of it. Anybody? I don't go, hey, I'm going over to this result or that. My internal dictates how I think, feel, and act. So right now, if you were to take a snapshot of your thinking, now you know why your life is the way it is. Because most people would be arguing, retaliating, rebuttaling, or they would create go start thinking about somebody else, something else, and not present anymore. Anybody have any kind of that thinking happening now? So it's interesting because it's in control of us. We're not in control of it. And so when it starts happening, we can't recognize these things and we're prey to misery and depression, right? It's determining how I feel, my think, and it robs me from being present. So if you were to kind of look at your day, how much of your day do you actually spend present? Interesting. It's interesting. It's kind of like, whoa, what do you mean? What do you mean by present? Meaning here, participating in life. Are you stuck in the future? Are you projecting in the past? Where are you? How much of your day is spent here? Interesting. I never even stopped to think about that. That's what they're saying. How much of these things do you permit to determine your life and your unhappiness? Because even if you were in the middle of nowhere, you realize you'd be stuck with all these things still. If you put you in the middle of the desert, food and shelter, whatever, on holidays, you'd still be stuck with the same thing and robbing you of any opportunity that was present. Interesting, isn't it, that we permit these? Anyway, I thought that was interesting. So this is what it looks like when we permit these things. Go ahead.
But with the alcoholic, whose hope is maintenance and growth of a spiritual experience, this business of resentment is infinitely grave.
Is that good? Infinitely grave, is that good? Let's highlight the highlights on this pit. Infinitely grave. I read over that like 20 times. I missed that word. Yes, it's funny how we gloss over things, right? Infinitely grave. Is that something we put on a resume? Okay, go ahead.
We found that it is fatal.
What? Fatal? This is not looking good. If this was on your medical chart and your doctor was talking, well, your condition's infinitely grave and it looks fatal, would you say, like, what? How many people would that get your attention?
Oh, yeah.
Right? But here we're reading it, we gloss right over. Oh, yeah, infinitely grave, fatal. Oh, yeah. Let's read something I understand. We gloss over it, right? Resentment is the number one effect. It destroys more people. So this destroys us because at a subconscious level, it's happening that we can't see, feel, and touch it. These things that are percolating at a subconscious level. This is what it looks like, right? Fatal, grave. Okay, let's see if there's any other encouraging words here.
For when harboring such feelings, we shut ourselves off from the sunlight of the spirit.
So here they're saying this energy, when harboring such feelings, well, that's why they say manifested in this way. So when we look at the resentment, we see the energy attached to it. Yes? Anybody? But anything that creates that kind of energy or deformity emotionally within inside of us shuts us off, right? So remember, we're looking at the common manifestations. Later in 11, you'll fine tune it more and more and more, and you'll be less involved, right? We cease fighting everything, and you'll get that. Sometimes it'll take years, but within that they talk about, like the frequency that we travel at starts to change. We're no longer tolerant of things that we used to tolerate. We start to have a different experience, right? Okay, go ahead.
The insanity of alcohol returns and we drink again.
So
And
they talked about with the alcoholic, right? This is the human experience, but with the alcoholic is infinitely grave. So there's a lot of people out there that could afford a resentment. I remember walking by, we were going through a situation, I won't get into it, and it was causing every instinct. And I was praying to go, and I told my wife, my wife says, yeah, I feel the same way. And I was alarmed for a second, right? I said, yeah, but I can't afford resentment. I got to change the way this thing, how it's eating. I gotta pray for and redirect. I got to change the way I look at this thing. She says, you do, I don't. She says, I could afford resentment and somebody's going to pay. Right? She's a normie. She's at that situation. See the difference? She was able to curb it where she was able to still function, right? Redirect that energy, use it toward toward for the betterment by mastering it. Where me, it was eating my lunch and it would work toward my demise. See the difference in thinking in the same situation?
Yep.
Okay, go ahead.
The insanity of alcohol returns and we drink again. And with us, to drink is to die.
So how many people's heard? They only mention alcohol in step one. How many people's heard that? Well, maybe try reading the steps. All the way through this thing, they talk about, hey, you know what? You made a deal in 3, right? That 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, they remind us of this deal. 10, they talk about we have a daily reprieve. 11 and 12, all the way through here, right? As hey, remember, if you're going to survive there's some things that we need to go through. There's a price that had to be paid, the destruction of a self-centeredness, right? The price had to be paid, right? I need counsel with something greater than me. I need to formulate this humility. Otherwise, what happens is a drink's coming. A drink is coming 100%. How many people's confirm that here? So we don't need to convince you of this. You convince yourself of this. How many people have been to treatment more than once? Oh, the food's really good here. No, there's like it's voluntary commitment to remove yourself from your own life. I enjoyed it. I've been a couple times. Like I needed a protection for me, but I didn't look at it that way. But looking back, it's kind of like, okay, moving on. And we drink again. And for us to drink is to die.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
If we were to live, we had to be free of anger. The grouch and the brainstorm were not for us.
Here we go. So there we go. We had to be free of anger, but a lot of us don't recognize that anymore because we're so familiar with that kind of thinking and the energy that's attached to it, the anxiety. So if you ever think about anger, you become instinct-based. You become, you start to close in on yourself because you get the fight or flight. Anybody have that? You get the anxiety where you almost feel like vomiting or you feel like going to the bathroom. And that's not like, sorry, I don't know how else to say that, right? Because your instincts are getting ready to fight or flight. It's getting ready to alleviate any fluids or any problems that you're having, right? So the anxiety state that we're in, and it narrows our response of irritable, restless, and discontent. Why? Because we're instinct-based. We're conflict-oriented. We're on high alert. We're on high sensitivity. Right, our instincts, our energy is being boiled down to certain instincts, right? And we stay in this state of constant, we call it serenity, but it's high alertness, right? Constant agitation, this constant, anybody? Impending doom and calamity, this constant chattering in our thinking. I mean, am I in the right group or?
Yeah.
Right? And we call that a normal state of living. My sponsor says it's like living beside the airport and the railway tracks. We get used to the noise. How many people live beside the railway tracks or the airport here? Or visit a place by the airport? The people who live there, everything rattles, they don't even notice it anymore. People visiting or ducking is like, what the hell is that? Right? Oh, the jumbo jet is landing over. We're used to the neighborhood. Anybody visiting would go, holy shit, what's this? So this is what they're kind of saying here is we got to look at the neighborhood that we're living in, what we call normal, what we've come to kind of, boy, these things are paid. So go ahead.
They may be the dubious luxury of normal men, but for alcoholics, these things are poison.
Oh, that was what I was going to say. The brainstorm. We think that's a good thing, but what they're talking about is a bombardment of thinking and emotions, to be bombarded in your thinking and emotions. How many people has been bombarded by their own thinking and emotions here? One thought after another thought and emotions, and right? Anybody, how many people try to sleep and their brain won't shut up? And their emotions and everything, well, that's the brainstorm. You remember how many people have seen The Wizard of Oz here? You know when the witch is riding her bike in the tornado, and the cow, everything's in there. She's like, yeah, that's the brainstorm, bombarded by everything around us, right? And she's like, oh, isn't it a little windy, but isn't it nice? It's like, what the hell, right? As an observer, you think, holy shit, this is terrifying. But she's in there like, no, right? Anyways, moving on. The brainstorm, and these things were poison. We're actually poisoning ourselves. How many people stopped thinking, listening about 2 minutes ago? Right? We stop, right? We're poisoning ourselves, right? But no, it's their fault. Well, you're still poisoning yourself. My attachment to them is depleting my own energy and my own experience in my life. I haven't seen some of these people for years, and I'm still eating lunch with them. I'm still having breakfast. They're, hey, Tony, time to get up. We got to pick up where we left off yesterday. Okay. Right. I think people call that the committee. Go ahead.
We turn back to the list for it held the key to the future.
So this is what they're talking about on page 64. So our inventory is what? A fact-finding, fact-facing process is to discover the truth about the stock and trade, is to find out the things that are causing our failure. So by looking at this and being honest with how I think and how these things are governing me, and I put it down honestly, these things, how I see it and feel about it, right? These are the key to the future. Pretty cool, right? So
Yeah.
what would be the purpose of that? So they're going to tell us each part of the inventory process has a certain recipe. So what's this recipe for? Right? Yeah, it's to remove the blocks, but there's an exercise here that I need to learn to incorporate, and how I'll develop it is in 11. Right? So they talk about here, we turn back, start there. We turn back to the list.
To the list for it held the key to the future. We were prepared to look at it from an entirely different angle.
Okay, so entirely different angle is we've been looking at this on a resentment sheet from left to right. Yes.
Yep.
Right. The people, the causes, the instincts. So from entirely different angle would be from right to left, the other way, the opposite way that we're used to reading. Yes. Most of the time we read from, in our culture, we read from left to right. Yes.
Yep.
So they're saying what they're going to teach us to look at this from right to left, totally opposite to what we're used to doing. Does that kind of make sense? Entirely different angle. That's why we need to write it down in the way, in the format it asks us to, right? Because if you wrote out a story, you wouldn't be able to see the format. It's not the 90% of our story that causes us our problem. It's the 10% that we can't see. So I need to see this 10% that's causing all my problems. And the point of that exercise is what? We began
to see that the world and its people really dominated us.
Yes. How many hours would you say you've spent reliving, rethinking, refeeling, right, over and over and over again? Anybody? So we see our minds like a roller coaster. Anybody ever ride on a wooden roller coaster here? You get on the ride, you think, oh, this isn't going bad, and you hear click, 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 click. Oh, this isn't bad. Anybody? And then boom, you're out, and it goes around and beats you up pretty good. And then you come back into a meeting and you relax. Oh, this isn't bad. And you catch your breath and you talk about acceptance and surrender and how great life is, and the promises are coming true 45 days in, right? And you're 90 and 90, and God, you got a girlfriend, you got a boyfriend, you got a job, and just can I continue to talk about how great I am? Right? And then click, 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 it starts again. You get the little jolt, and then here comes life again. Here comes my past. Here comes the future. And click, click, you're on it, and you can't do nothing about it. And you see the safe harbor of that place, and you're out of it again. Anybody? If your mind was like that, how many people would say, you know what? That's a pretty good analogy. Right? Over and over, and the never-ending ride. Yeehaw! At least Groundhog Day, the guy learned something. Right? Us, no, same day, same thing, same shit, same pile. Okay, go ahead.
In that state, the wrongdoing of others, fancied or real, had the power to actually kill.
So you're thinking, fancied or real, happening or not real, has the power to actually kill. How many people has created scenarios in their brain that would bet money it was happening, bet money this was happening, bet money these sons of a bitch were doing what they were doing, right? And I got the jump on them. And you made them pay. And then after you found out none of that was happening. Oh, I shouldn't have quit my job. They were having a meeting to give me a raise. I showed them a week later, the job's still there. Sons of a bitches, right? She says, I'm leaving you. You say, you'll never find anybody like me. She says, I hope not. Right? You don't get what she means. Anybody kind of, come on, anybody? And we see that these things I'm creating, I don't got a day pass. I got an all season pass, and I can't get out of this thing I call a mind, this maze. Once I'm in there, it's like holy shit. Okay, some of you know exactly what it, right? Really dominated us. Go ahead.
So how could we escape? We saw that these resentments must be mastered, but how? We could not wish them away any more than alcohol.
Oh, did we do that fancy word? Have the power to actually kill. Wow,
Yeah.
So this page is the highlight of the things that we trip over and we can't get past, and we're wondering why my life looks the way it is, why I'm always back in treatment, why I'm always relapsing, why I'm always in conflict, why I can't seem to be a real or happiness or contentment, why I can't seem to be in real harmony with other people. Because I could be in the best relationship in the world and I destroy it from the way I think and feel based on past events. If you're not crazy by the time when I met you, you'll be crazy by the time I'm done with you. Right? Because, come on, I'm not alone there. Come on. Huh? Yeah. Okay. So, had the power to actually kill. How can we escape? This is not asking you. This is the question. Well, how can we escape? They're going to explain that. So this is what we're looking for, an escape. We're looking to what?
We saw that these resentments must be mastered, but how?
So what they're going to show us how to master resentment. Because I'm never going to be free of it. And I got to find such a way that I could get a harness on it so I could use it to my advantage instead of my disadvantage, where I could use it to dissipate the energy it creates, where I don't poison myself. I'm learning how to master resentment. Well, isn't that a nice exercise? Wouldn't that be a nice exercise? It's like learning how to box. Hey, you know what? Maybe if you lift your right hand a little more, you wouldn't end up with a black eye every time you ended up in the ring. Oh, good idea. I'm learning how to master something. Does that kind of make sense? Like I'm learning to do something I was incapable of doing. Go ahead. So how do I master resentment? Go ahead.
This was our course. We realized that the people who wronged us.
Oh, sorry. We couldn't wish them away any more than alcohol. So acceptance ain't working here. Acceptance, surrender, ignore it, pretend it goes away, pretend it's not happening, praying for them. This shit ain't happening for people like us. We're carriers, right? Everything I've ever let go of have claw marks in it. Huh? Anybody? I carry everything. It's going to come in use. So I got a Smith right with me that I pack coming in AA, right? Anybody? Come on, anybody? Huh? Why are you crazy? Let's take a walk into my holding cell. Okay, so we couldn't wish them away anymore. This was our course. Okay, go ahead.
We realized that the people who wronged us were perhaps spiritually sick.
Wow, isn't that an interesting way of looking at it, right? So I'm looking at these people as also spiritually sick, right? Why? Because of the conduct they engaged in. What these people who are non-alcoholic, some of the things they did toward me, perhaps they were spiritually sick. That's an interesting way of looking at it, isn't it? Okay, go ahead.
Though we did not like their symptoms and the way these disturbed us, they, like ourselves, were sick too.
It's interesting. So now we see how we disturbed other people. We don't like the way they disturbed us. Imagine the amount of people we've disturbed. Some of these people are amateurs, aren't they? you want to find a way to disturb somebody, ask somebody in a meeting. We've written, great lengths of disturbing people. We asked.
So we ask God to help us show them the same tolerance, pity, and patience that we would cheerfully grant a sick friend. When a person offended, we said to ourselves, this is a sick man. How can I be helpful to him? God, save me from being angry, thy will be done.
So see what's happening here? God save me from being angry. So it's the acknowledgement that I'm being drawn into something, yes? My energy is starting to shift. These things that poison me. I'm starting to feel this fight or flight starting to happen here. My energy is starting to shift. What I'm starting to realize is I need to disengage from this. So how I do that is to acknowledge that this is happening, and then I pray. And then I redirect the narrator in my mind to help me look at this. I'm telling the narrator in my thinking who's trying to talk to me to say, no, we're going to look at it this way. Yes?
Yeah.
Now watch this. Okay. God save me from thy will be done. We
avoid retaliation or argument. We wouldn't treat sick people that way. If we do, we destroy our chance of being helpful. We cannot be helpful to all people, but at least God will show us how to take a kindly and tolerant view of each and every one.
So where's this happening? It's happening in your thinking. Each situation that comes up, each thing you go to revisit, you're stopping it. You're stopping the story. I know some of you are way too young to remember. How many people remember LPs? Remember the LPs? And then you used to be able to pile them up. You put them on, and then you play them. And then when you're done playing them, what do? You flip them over and play them again. And then you flip them over, play them again. And some of them get so grooved that you have to put weights on the needle. Yes? Stay in the group so that way we can really replay this. And it's getting like somebody play over and like ding, 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 ding. Anybody remember that? You're so stoned you don't realize it's been skipping for the last 20 minutes, right? And so what do? You give the thing a little shot. It goes right across, right? How many people's done that? Or the CD, same thing. CD gets stuck. You give it a little shot, right? And then it moves on. That's kind of like here. Oh, I'm in this. My emotions are starting to get attached to this. I'm going to stop and give it a little redirect here. It's going to take a little shot, a redirect, but I'm going to pray, hey, God, save me from being angry about this. It's not an overnight matter. I'm learning a recipe here so it redefines its attachment to me or my attachment to it. Yes? And so every time these things start happening, what I've just added to my life is a pressure cooker. Anybody ever see a pressure cooker? You know the release valve? I've been walking around without a release valve, right? Always on edge, always ready to go, always in calm, always. So this is like the release valve of the energy that I'm less conflict oriented. Anybody ever notice when you're conflict oriented, it's not hard to find somebody, is there? How many people like to be pissed off by themselves? Oh no, let's go for a walk. I'm sure we can find someone. Better yet, let's go for a drive. We can find somebody out there. It's not doing what they're supposed to do, right? And then run them off the road, sons of a bitches, right? Anybody? No?
Oh, yeah.
There's my foreman again, asshole, wants me to work and be accountable, right? There's this person wants their money back. There's my ex, still mad at me for sleeping with her sister. Look at all these sons of a bitches. There's my cousin. I didn't know I was trying to hit on her. Right? Anybody? This is whoa. Let the energy or the release of these things that are the energy that is attached to my soul. Okay, go ahead. Yep.
Referring to our list again, is that where we're at? What? Yeah, referring to our list again, putting out of our minds the wrongs others had done, we resolutely look for our own mistakes.
So this is interesting. This is the fourth column. So this is what they're going to tell. So we look for our own mistakes, not our part, but it kind of says the same thing, right? My attachment to my part. How did I, this person said something to me, so I shot my mouth back at him, right? My part is, right? I talk, right? Anybody? So people get caught up. We're not looking for our partner. Semantic, whatever. We're looking at how we got engaged into the situation. We're still eating my lunch and I'm carrying it 20 years later. Why? Right? Why? Okay, so referring to our list again.
So, putting out of our minds the wrongs others had done, we resolutely looked for our own mistakes. Where
Shit.
had we?
So that means, so this means regardless of who it was in the first column, if anybody did these things to me in the second column, I'd be equally pissed off at them. Yes. So it's not really the person, is what they've done. So now I'm separating the behavior from the person. So I look at all the things I've done to people, and a lot of it wasn't personal. It was just the wrong place at the wrong time. It wasn't personal. Anybody? So when I was sick, I wish I could have done things differently. I didn't mean to hurt anyway. So I see the collateral damage in my life based on me being instinct-based. I start seeing other people who are instinct-based. So I disregard them. The first list, right? And then the second list, what they've done. And then I kind of look at over here, what do I do then? So
Where had we been pardon me?
Yep.
Yeah, where had we been selfish, dishonest, self-seeking, and frightened?
This is the last thing. So this is interesting. So some of them, we go right away to the argument. Oh, I didn't do nothing. Then you leave that one alone, right? What the guy, like some of the situations is like my stepfather, he was probably the meanest person I ever met in my life. Second World War, escaped from the German army. He was just under the SS without getting in. He was an atheist. He was probably one of, I met a lot of people. He was probably one of the cruelest people I ever met in my life. Right. And so what I used to do to him, because he would beat me, I'd antagonize him, create worse. Right. I put insulation in his bed. I would drop things on his head when he was drunk. I would do shit like that. I'd piss in the coffee. Like I would do all these things. And he'd find out a sense of, I'll show you. And then he'd beat me even more. Right. So as weird as they may, I didn't condone him beating me, but I had to look at where I was selfish, dishonest, self-seeking, and frightened. A lot of areas. I was a little prick growing up. I was in the street gang and the embarrassment and all the things I caused these people, but it didn't justify what he did. But I had to look at how I perpetuated the situation by putting myself in that situation. Does that kind of make sense? So I seen, based on my self-esteem, my personal relationship, my material, my emotional, I was dishonest or self-seeking or frightened, right? Or inconsiderate. Then I go down to the next line, right? And what I'm looking for is these things. Though
the situation had not been entirely our fault, we tried to disregard the other person involved entirely. Where were we to blame?
See, that's a difficult one with some of them. So the first time I was told is shame on them. The second time is why did I allow it to continue? Wow. Because I don't get into a lot, but I've been in a lot of situations where I've been in a situation where a lot of abuse happened by women who were much older than me, right? And I was much younger than me, and the abuse and all that. So at a young age, the time it was kind of like how to say it? So something happened, and I came home and I told everybody, and they were all drinking, and they went, "Yay, good for you, good for you." Well, this lady sexually assaulted me, right, in an abandoned place, and I came home to tell the elders, and they all said, "Yay!" See the embarrassment, the shame, and guilt. So I never said anything after that. And when it happened again, I had no one to. So I'd try to avoid, hide, or see what I mean. So the situation is I became frightened. Instead of, I should have told the fire department people, because they always looked after. I was well known to them, right? Same with the police. They were right. I should have told somebody else. Does that kind of make Peacher would have? But then I went into a place of silence. So even though it was 100% her the first time, the second time is why did I allow it to continue? It still didn't make it right. You know what I mean? I had to see how these situations continued in the other areas of my life. So it became interesting that the thing of silence, the not saying anything, the dealing with this stuff, right? So where were we to blame? I wasn't to blame the first time, but the second time, selfish thing is, does that kind of make sense?
Yep.
And so stuff like that, the teachers that I used to antagonize, even though they beat me within an inch of my back when they were given straps, my hands used to be so swollen it didn't hurt anymore. What did I'd antagonize them? I'd do shit like I was a little, right? So I'd go through this stuff with sister, brother, and just honestly, and if there was nothing, just move on. Don't let it be a stumbling block. And what I'm doing is doing the prayer. And if with my stepfather, you know, when these emotions, so I pray for a forgiving heart, not to condone, justify what he did, but to be free of it. I had to be free of this stuff because this stuff I used to reflect back on my life and it well up emotions and pain and agony, right? I'd see, right, of this person I had to learn to have compassion for, and that was me. As weird as that may sound, and I had to look at these people as being sick, and then the more I got to know them, the more I realized they couldn't help doing what they were doing, and I too was just collateral damage. It would happen to anybody in that situation. And as weird as that may sound, I started learning how to master these things that were eating my lunch, right? And so they talked about here, putting them on. Okay, go ahead.
The inventory was ours, not the other man's. When we saw our faults, we listed them. We placed them before us in black and white. We admitted our wrongs honestly and were willing to set these matters straight.
So, set these matters straight. A lot of people think it's the step 8. These matters that I'm setting straight are within me. How I look at things, how I feel, how I have a new way of looking at it. Remember, they talked about that in We Agnostics, right? Be willing to change our point of view. I'm having a different way here. Like Kim, I remember being so resentful at Kim. I love Kim, but I was so resentful at her, right? Because she fooled around with my friends. She did this. She was unfaithful. She stole product from me. She put me in the position, right, to set me up and stuff like that. But it was hard when I had to look over here. How did I get into that situation? Well, selfish. She was the hottest chick in the neighborhood, right? And because I was dishonest about her, right? And I was self-seeking and inconsiderate. Who, to me, why was I those things? It wasn't because of her, it was because of my self-esteem. If my self-esteem was better, would I have allowed that or gone into that situation? No. My personal relationships, do you think it interfered? Oh, 100%. My material and my emotional, all these things were affected. But what I thought the return was greater than those things. But in the end, they turned to confirm everything I knew going into it. Anybody? How many people know that? Think, oh, this person stole from everybody they know, but they won't steal from me. How many people thought that? This person's solid. You're the only one that's thinking it. Anybody? Right? It's just like, I always love people. These are all my friends, and then you're in jail. Nobody comes to visit you. It's kind of always found that kind of funny. Always went to court alone. All my character witnesses were all seem to be absent, right? Time I guess in the hot, like on and on and on, right? So, anyways, so it's interesting. Willing to set these matters straight with inside of me, and so some of those were deep, like with my mom, man. My mom, man. Some of them went into step like 6, right, and 11. Some of them will be a career thing, but is the basis of change. That's what this is all about. Like the relationship I have now with my mom. That same guy. When Peter passed, my sister asked if I was going to a funeral. I said I had nothing to go to the funeral. Like I have no connection to him. But yet I sat in a room and I made amends to him for the things I did. And I actually felt bad for the guy, right? Because I knew his story. I was able to look at him differently. I couldn't imagine the story he had. And because when I look at what I did and the things I did based on my story, I had a little more compassion, kind and tolerant view toward him. And what I used to hate my mom for, I come to admire in her. May sound kind of weird. Well, when I found out like where my mom was raised and what she had to do to keep me and the era she was raised in with the social services and coming from a mixed background and Roman Catholic family and the church and all that stuff, what she had to endure to keep me was huge. So when I started seeing things differently, I started realizing, okay, you know, I had a little more compassion for her, a little more empathy. And today our relationship is totally, I'm 100% free from all that stuff. Pretty wild when you think of it. My first psychologist was given to me in junior kindergarten without getting into the whole thing. Pretty wild. So this is a freeing exercise. 90% of this stuff will be shaken loose by the time you get to the 5. And this mastering resentment will really start happening in 11, right? Some people say 10 and 11. Well, 10 is for those who are not doing 11, right? So, right? We're trying to avoid the car. Well, we'll get into that later. Hopefully it was helpful. Go through it. Prayer is your best friend. It's not about reliving. It's about seeing how you function. It's an inventory of your thinking and your emotions and how it robs you from the life that you're hoping for. Pretty good stuff. Hey, live long and prosperous. May the force be with you. Thank you all for your service. Thanks, Rob.
Awesome. Thanks, Tony. So there are no dues or fees for AA membership, but we do have a PayPal account for those who wish to contribute. Rob would have put that in the chat. We also have a Facebook group titled Big Book Step Study Discussion for those who have recovered. The Keystone group has 16 meetings a week now. 3 are in person and the rest are on Zoom. You can see the chat for the times or the Zoom numbers, or email Rob, the co-host, myself. We have a YouTube channel. If you search Tony R Vancouver, you'll find close to 100 talks for a more in-depth understanding. That's why we're recording the audio only on this, as these talks go into that YouTube channel. And please stick around the end of the meeting. Tony will answer questions. And how we close this meeting is with the 3rd step prayer. Tony, who makes it possible?
God.
I offer myself to thee, to build with me and to do with me as thou wilt. Relieve me of the bondage of self, that I may better do thy will. Take away my difficulties, the victory over them may bear witness to those I would help of thy power, thy love, and thy way of life. May I do thy will always. Book workshop. I'm John, a grateful recovered alcoholic, sobriety date January 7th, 2020. This workshop is facilitated by Tony R and myself tonight. We'll keep everybody muted for the duration of this workshop, except for the facilitators. If you've seen that we are recording, it's audio only, no images, and it'll just be of the people who are speaking, which will be Tony and myself. Please note we'll be taking questions after the meeting, so write them down. Should have a big book, pen, a highlighter, that kind of stuff. And how we open this meeting is with a 3rd step prayer on page 63 of the big book, if you don't know it. So, God, I offer myself to thee, to build with me and to do with me as thou wilt. Relieve me of the bondage of self, that I may better do thy will. Take away my difficulties, the victory over them may bear witness to those I'd help of thy power, thy love, and thy way of life. May I do thy will always. All right. Don't forget to unmute, Tony.
Right on, recovered alcoholic. My name's Tony. Welcome everybody to the Thursday night Big Book study. Exciting times. We're in the 4th step. The only people who don't think this is exciting is the people who haven't done it yet. Those of us who have been through it, it's a game changer. This is the difference. The 4 and 5 is the difference between those who stay and those who go, right? And those who find this contented way of living and those that don't. Those who are still plagued with self and those who are able to find the freedom that they talk about in the promises and a lot of the other members experience. So we're just getting into the fear part. And so we always do a bit of a highlight here. So with the first 3 steps, we see we're engaged in reflection, right? What the problem is, what the solution is, from not only their experience, but from their understanding. Collectively, they agreed on the terminology, the wording, and how they presented it in our basic text. So you may hear a lot of different people with a lot of different ideas or a lot of different influences from different books, different ideas, but collectively, this is how they put it together, right? Because this is the best way they figured to explain something that's really unexplainable, right? They talked about these phenomena, like the phenomenon of craving, right? They tried to explain it for those who had it, would understand it, right? That thirst. And then they talked about this condition of the mind that placed us beyond human aid. They talked about on page 23, this malady that centers in our mind, right? That we can't see, feel, and touch. And when it becomes present, it's described as on page 37 as this phenomena that parallels with our sound thinking that fails to keep us in check. But there is always invariably this insane idea, trivial excuse for taking a drink. Anybody here ever drink against their own will? So we understand a great deal. Anybody with the best intentions in the world just end up getting another 24-hour chip? Am I in the right place here? Right? Never gonna drink a solemn oath. I think even one of the founders of Alcoholics Anonymous used to talk that way. I was through forever, right? I made a lot of sweet promises in the past, but this time I mean business. And so I did. The goose hung high. Anybody been there? They ask you to speak at a meeting, get a 30-day chip, and you sound like a circuit speaker. You know, like, and then you're in the bar going over your talk, right? So it's one of those things. It's a baffling thing, right? And a lot of us been baffled. So those who went before it said, hey, you know what? Not only do we have a solution for this, but we have a way of life that seems to answer all our problems, right? It seems to do for us what we couldn't been able to do on our own esteem. So we found out the lack of power was our dilemma. Obviously, when we're in how were we to find this power? Well, that's what this book is about. Its main object is to enable you to find this power or to have an experience with this power. Because the knowledge of it, the belief of it isn't enough. You need to have an experience with what they're talking about. Remember when Bill was talking to Ebby? Bill seen there was something different with Ebby. He understood it. His ideas of miracles were revised right then and there, but it didn't create the change sufficient enough for him to change. He had to do the same course of action his friend did in order to experience this. Yes? He's seen it was only a matter of being willing to do what his friend did. Would I have it? Of course I would, right? This kind of paragraph. So when we got to page 63, it asks, you hear a lot of people say, I'm working this. And step 3 is a decision. Do I want to carry on with the rest of the steps to have this experience that they're talking about, or don't I? Right? Because if we were able to do step 3 and step 3, think about it, we wouldn't need to do any other steps. If we were able to turn our will and life over the care of God in step 3, would we need any other steps? And
Nope.
better yet, would we have any other problems?
No.
Think about it. I wouldn't have any problems. I wouldn't need to do any stuff. But we see that we still suffer from a subtle form of delusion, as outlined on page 62, driven by hundreds of forms of fear and self-delusion. We're hoping that we could do step 3 and step 3. That's why a lot of us really don't get to step 4, because, you know, I'm feeling it, right? What do you feel it, right? You don't even have a bus pass yet, but you know where the stop is, right? So what happens is, that's why they say we thought well before taking the step, making sure we're ready, that we could less abandon ourselves utterly. Abandon means to move in a new direction, but there's a resistance to what's being offered here. I don't know what the resistance is because I haven't done the course of action to see what my real problem is, how self exhibits itself to cause me my problems, right? They talked about that in 62, these problems that arise out of ourselves. And the alcoholic is an extreme example of self-will run riot, though we usually don't think so. Anybody? Here's a good test. How many people has read page 62 here? How many people has heard it read? How many people thought about somebody else that applied to? So there you go, right? That's just the way we're. First time I heard, I said, oh my God, I'm going to go home and put this on a night table. This is my girlfriend. No wonder I have problems. Then I'm going to get her in an Al-Anon. And then, you know, once she's doing a little better, I'm going to get rid of her and find a new one. But anyways, but that was a long time ago. So as that we could abandon ourselves utterly to him. So then it said the wording was quite optional, so long as we express the idea. The idea of what? If I pursue this thing, I'll get access to this power that creates the change. So the change comes before or after the process?
After.
After. right? They talked about that above here, these people's experience when we sincerely, at top of 63, when we sincerely took such a position, they talked about their experience going through this. As we felt new power flow in, then all these things happened afterwards, as we enjoyed peace of mind, so they had this experience with this power that created the change. Most of us want to change before we have this experience. If you were able to change, then you wouldn't need to have this, would you? Right? So this is one of those things, is that, like, I've tried everything to change. Anybody here? How many people's tried extent to change their life? Always end up with the same thing, looking in the mirror going, what are you doing? Right? So the one on the wall, sometimes on the table, but same kind of thing. What are you doing? So we see the first step in bringing this decision about is the fourth step. So we started on 64. Again, we see the purpose is to give us a new way of looking at things, to be able to look at things on how we value them. One object is to disclose damage or unsalvageable goods, to look at the things in myself that are defeating my life, that are causing me my problems, that are created out of self. So we started the resentment part. We went through, we finished the 3 columns, right? We did the 4th column. Yes, last week we kind of looked at it on the inventory. We kind of got all 3 things and asked, are we willing to set these matters straight? Remember on the worksheets? Yes. The last question, are we willing to set these matters straight? So we see for the first time where they're really asking us to set these matters straight is within ourselves. Because we have a new truth about all these things, these items, these things that are poisonous, these things that are causing our failure, these things are when harboring such feelings, what they talked about on page 66, when harboring such feelings, we shut ourselves off from the sunlight of the spirit. I see the toxicity of these things because I'm learning to be an observer of them and to see how they affect me. For the first time, I'm being an observer of my thinking and my emotional state on the attachment to these things. How cool is that? Right? And we've seen it took a bit of effort to become an observer instead of a participant. Anybody notice that? It takes a lot of work to be an observer, to step back and look at it objectively. I think that's the right wording.
Yeah.
So I could approach it differently, right? And I had to be free of these things, right? But I see these things are deep-seated. They've been there a long time, but I have a different way of looking at it. So I have the 3rd step prayer, and I understand now what they mean by the bondage of self and where the difficulties lie, is my attachment to these things based on my instincts. How many people that found that pretty cool? And then what we're learning how to do without realizing it is we're learning how to meditate. We're learning how to assess. We're learning how to see the destructiveness of these things, right? And then what we're doing is we're applying prayer, right, without realizing it and getting some relief. Anybody ever notice that? Especially in regards to the resentment toward other people. I'm starting to look at them differently on page 67, right? And then as I went through this thing, which is really cool, you didn't think it was cool at the time, but you see how you really participated in orchestrating 90% of the shit that's happened to you. Oh boy, that was good news. Hey, yay, make the wave, right? But it is, right? Because what we're learning how to do is master these things. So if I want to avoid my past being my future, I got to see what's created it. And I got to see how it was created. And I see it was created out of self, right? So which is really interesting. As I went through this resentment sheet, I see how self manifests or how it exhibits itself in different ways based on my self-esteem, my personal relationship, my emotion and all that. I'm getting kind of a rough idea about these things, right? Which is pretty cool, right? So then, as I go through this thing, we get to the fear part, page 67, right? So what we're going to look at now is the fears. Go ahead, Rob. Everybody here, everybody present, everybody got their book open to page 67, right? And if there need any more clarity on the resentment part, Rob has been taping this. We also have it online. We have the worksheets. You got to go through the process because it's your what do you got to do? It's your assessment of you, right? And the difficulties you may have may be a little difficulties than I have, right? And so what happens is you got to see how you operate, how you argue, fight, dismiss, avoid simple instructions, which we all have, haven't we? How many people thought about the list a lot more than writing it down? How many people thought of the inventory a lot more than actually doing it? How many people still try to rationalize that I'm not putting this person down, that person down, I'm not praying for that person. I still want to feel the poison. I still want to punish myself for past deeds. Anybody feel the resistance, to that stuff? And because I want to go through the story one more time, because we're married to the story. Anybody married to their story here? Because we think that's our identity, is the story. This is why I am the way I am. And if you want to listen to me, you listen to the story I formulated, and you'll see why I am the way I am. But the inventory tells us we are the way we are is because we permit these things to still have govern over our lives. That we haven't done enough, haven't taken responsibility for these things to create a shift, right? Which is interesting when you kind of look at it. So I don't want to be married to my story anymore, right? So page 67.
Bottom of page 67, guys, last paragraph. Notice that the word fear is bracketed alongside the difficulties with Mr. Brown, Mrs. Jones, the employer, and the wife. This short word somehow touches about every aspect of our lives. It was an evil and corroding thread. The fabric of our existence was shot through with it. It set in motion trains of circumstances which brought us misfortune we felt we didn't deserve. But did we ourselves, set the ball rolling?
Well, that's interesting, right? Did we not ourselves set the ball rolling? I can't see it, but I'm getting a little better idea because of the resentment part, right? I got enough self out of the way that I could start seeing this stuff. Go ahead.
Sometimes we think fear ought to be classed with stealing. It seems to cause more trouble. We reviewed our fears thoroughly. We put them on paper, even though we had no resentment in connection with them. We asked ourselves why we had them. Wasn't it because self-reliance failed us? Self-reliance was good as far as it went, but it didn't go far enough. Some of us once had great self-confidence, but it didn't fully solve the fear problem or any other. When it made us cocky, it was worse. Perhaps there's a better way. We think so, for we are now on a different basis, the basis of trusting and relying upon God. We trust infinite God rather than our finite selves. We are in the world to play the role He assigns. Just to the extent that we do as we think He would have us and humbly rely on Him, does He enable us to match calamity with serenity. We never apologize to anyone for depending upon our Creator. We can laugh at those who think that spirituality is the way of weakness. Paradoxically, that's a big one. Paradoxically, it is the way of strength. The verdict of the ages is that faith means courage. All men of faith have courage. They trust their God. We never apologize for God. Instead, we let Him demonstrate through us what He can do. We ask Him to remove our fears and direct our attention to what He would have us be at once we commence to outgrow fear.
Okay, that's it. I'll see you guys next week. And that's that was pretty clear, right?
That's a lot of reading.
So just see how many people were listening. And it's interesting and it's not that long of it's almost a page when you kind of look at it. The instructions is almost a page, but they say this is what causes us the most problems. Interesting, right? So when we go through this, we will see that actually fear precedes resentment, but we couldn't see the fears because we had so many resentments. So they started getting us through a process. So how many people got the 4-step inventory sheet in front of you? So this is interesting. So when they talk about here on page 60, so when they talk about in 60, it said, we review our fears thoroughly. We put them on paper. So this time, you fill up the first column. You do all the columns, write all your fears, whatever comes to mind. right? So the first column, it would be being in a relationship, not being in a relationship, being stabbed, being shot, right? Police, whatever comes to mind, falling on a picket fence, going through plate glass windows, cutting my fingers off, being stabbed, being jumped, like whatever your mindset of where you are, going over bridges, like wherever your mindset is, because it's really interesting if you were to take a snapshot of your thinking on a daily basis, how many things you think of that could go wrong at any given moment, or how much time we spend on a fear-based instinct preparing ourselves for stuff that isn't happening. It's quite interesting. And we live in a fear-based society, right? We're drawn to things that cause attention and fear and anxiety. We're drawn to it. If the news was nothing but good on TV, we wouldn't watch it. We're drawn to car accidents. Anybody here? Right? It's like we used to have, I mean, it's just human nature. This is one of our biggest primordial instincts, right? The lizard mind, they call it, right? The instinct is fear. It used to serve as something that toward our survival in the past, but now it starts to work as a detriment toward our existence. Back in the day, we used to have to be on high alert when we lived amongst the wilder, whatever, the animals and all that stuff, gathering and conquering. We had to be on high alert. Right now, with that same intensity, it causes us anxiety and the people around us anxiety. Anybody ever notice when you're fear-based, you're kind of, you got anxiety? Anybody have problems with anxiety here? It's usually because you have some form of fear that's evil and corroding thread. So even though it makes no sense, you feel everything that, and even if it sounds stupid, you put it down. Right? So I put all this stuff down, right? And it's interesting how some of it is, you think it's stupid, but yet you've spent time thinking about it. Right? Where it's caused a shift. When you think about fear, how many people notice it only can happen in the present? It's not something that happens tomorrow, not something that happens in the past. It only can happen in the present, the instinct that it creates. And when you start thinking about something that's unpleasant, how many people notice you start having a bit of anxiety? How many people notice that your energy starts to shift? And if you think too much of it, your body will cause you to have to go to the bathroom or vomit because your body's getting ready for the fight or flight. It may sound kind of weird, but a lot of us don't realize how much this stuff interferes with the average functioning of our body, our system. Right? And it's really interesting how much it is an evil and corroding thread, but we're so used to the neighborhood. Is like, what I mean by that is if some of us went to certain neighborhoods and we heard gunshot going off, we would hit the floor. The people who live around there would say, no, it's a block away, don't worry about it. Right? And that's like our mind. We become used to this constant state of high alert intensity. What causes us problems. And then what we end up looking for is diversions from this fear or this free-floating anxiety, right? Which could almost sometimes qualify us for other 12-step fellowships, right? Because there's a list of things that make us feel better, that make us feel worse. Anybody want to go there? And it's interesting, like back when I used to smoke, every time I had a fear, I would go have a smoke. I said, yeah, my sponsor used to go, sure beats prayer, doesn't it? Because it's a self-based solution. I'm going to have a cigarette, create an endorphin thing. And then I say, I'm praying while I'm smoking. I said, yeah, we know you're smudging your lungs, right? That's it. But it made me aware of how many different times I'd create a diversion or go do something, right, to dissipate this feeling. Anybody ever have, this may sound weird, anybody ever have the fear of being broke? Or not being able to pay their bills? How many people here got a job and you're so happy to get the job that you were financially thinking, okay, I'm going to do this. Then you started thinking about all your bills and you had to go home. foreman goes, where are you going? I'm going home. I got problems. You go home to think about the fact that you don't got no money. You just left the job that pays you money. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm alone in that kind of thinking, right? So relationships. So it goes on and on. So what do we do with that? Well, even though we had no resentment and connect, we asked ourselves why we had them. This is interesting. If you notice the sheet, it's different than the fear sheet. You notice there's no column like the cause. You know, in the resentment sheet, it talked, I was looking for a resentment sheet. It's funny, I couldn't find it. But on the resentment sheet, here it is. So on the resentment sheet, it talked about the first column, it says who I'm mad at. And then you notice the second column was the cause, what they did, how we're stuck to the story. Now on the fear sheet, we changed these from the Joe and Charlie because the Joe and Charlie sheets kept on perpetuating the idea that as a behavioral thing, but they're not asking us. They're asking us why we had them, right? And so when we look at these worksheets here, you see the column 2 on these worksheets is our instincts. That's where fear comes from. And so when I'm creating, when a thought's being created within me, it's because a perceived threat to one of my instincts. Well, what did I get on the resentment sheet? Why did I have a problem with these people? Was a perceived threat to my instincts. And how did I respond to that? Was selfish, inconsiderate, and dishonest. That's not the problem. It's a symptom of the problem. The problem is I'm out of whack, right? My instincts are out of sync with the way they're supposed, the design of it, causing conflict with the people around me. Right? Kind of makes sense, right? Because if I was okay with my instincts, I see 90% of those resentments, I wouldn't have them, would I? Right? Like it's like that saying is like easily, this guy owed me 20 bucks. Well, why are you so pissed off at him back then? Because that was all the money I had between eating and not eating. Now there's people that borrowed 20 bucks, or I don't even know who they are. Why? Because I'm doing okay in those areas. Does that kind of make sense? So it's kind of like, that's the same principle with any other area of my life, right? So this is interesting. So when you look at the sheet, we asked ourselves why we had them. Wasn't it because self-reliance failed us? Well, was it because my self-esteem? I'm afraid she's going to leave me. I'm afraid to be in a relationship. Is that self-esteem based? Will that interfere with? Now I'm going across the sheet. The other ones I went from top to bottom. What I'm doing is just filling out the first rows, 5 or 10 sheets with all the fears. So I'm meditating whatever comes to mind. And then when I go to the first one, I'm asking myself why, and I'm going across the page. Right? So we'll say relate, and nobody's had a fear of relationships here, right? Everybody good in that area? Anybody? Okay, so why would I have that fear? Would it be because of my self-esteem? Would that be a part of it?
Yep.
What about personal relationship, my social instinct? Would that be a part of it?
Yep.
Right? So how about material?
Could be.
100%, especially if it's on past relationships where it's cost, you know what I mean? And how about emotional?
Definitely.
Oh yeah. How about sex instinct, acceptable and hidden?
Oh yeah, they're in there.
Could be both, right? Right? And then how about ambitions, social, security, and sexual? Would all those be interfered with? Because if I'm afraid of getting in a relationship, I'm anticipating certain things happening based on the past, right? And how will that be, right? So isn't that interesting? I see how my instincts really interfere with everything. But if what I'll come to realize is if I was okay in those areas, the people I would pick would be a lot different. What I would allow, I wouldn't ignore certain things where I used to ignore because of my self-esteem, right? Because I don't want to be lonely, so I'll let anybody in my life and cause me heartache. Like I've been there. Anybody? Like, you know, I made decisions based on self, which later placed me in a position here. So it was an evil and corroding thread. So what I see is I'm not really making these decisions, my instincts are making these decisions. I can't pay the rent. Well, this person can help me pay the rent. I used to think I had a sex problem when I realized I had a self-esteem problem. Right? And so all these things going through here, it was kind of interesting how driven I was by these instincts, and how when I tried to correct them, it made matters worse. So we asked ourselves, wasn't it because self-reliance failed us? Yeah, I could see that. My self-esteem, all this stuff, right? Self-reliance, go ahead. You want to read from there?
Whereabouts are we?
Wasn't because at the top, we reviewed our fears.
Ask ourselves why we had them. Was it because self-reliance failed us? Just down a couple lines in the first paragraph on 68. Self-reliance was as good as far as it went, but didn't go far enough. Some of us once had great self-confidence, but it didn't really solve the fear problem or any other. When it made us cocky, it was worse.
And that was it. I don't need you. Who needs you? Anybody ever say that to somebody? And then you leave and you created the very thing that you were afraid of happening. You created it. Anybody been remorseful how they treat other people based on what they think was happening within their own mind? What created that? Not the other person, fear. Anybody accused people of the things you were doing? Why? Because you're afraid they're doing it too. This is interesting, right? When you learn to read this thing, you read people, right? You get to see people tell you who they are if you're listening. Right? Okay, go ahead.
Perhaps there's a better way. We think so. For we are now on a different basis.
Oh, sorry. So here, we asked ourselves why we had them. Wasn't it because self-reliance failed us? So in the third column, so we see the fear. Where here we am I the right way? Fear. We see the instinct. It affects, or where the fear comes from actually is from the instinct. So it's not the fear that's causing the instinct, it's the instinct causing the fear. Yes?
Yep.
So why did I have this? Is it because I'm God-reliant or self-reliant?
Self-reliant.
That's it. So when I'm self-reliant, I see it creates anxiety in one of my instincts, and it reflects in people, places, and things around me. Because when I'm a worker amongst workers, I don't have to worry about my job, do I? But when I'm full of fear, how well do I work? I don't work very well, do I? Then I start conspiring and think everybody's against me, and I create the very thing that I'm afraid of happening. Anybody?
Oh, yeah.
So it's interesting. So we see this instinct creates this dialogue. This dialogue creates my reality. So life becomes my canvas. My instincts are the paint by numbers, right? And my emotion is the paint that I start putting out in the world. So they're saying here, perhaps there's a better way than the way I've been doing it. How many people are hoping on that? How many people are still here? How many people are thinking about a fear? Oh, that's what happened at that job. So we project on people. Any good mind readers here? Anybody able to tell the future? We need to get a jump on all that stuff, don't we? Right? Huh? I know what you people are up to. I'm going to get a jump on this. And people, you ever notice the people around us are very shocked on our assessment of some situations. And anybody ever notice that? The more we talk, the more they go. You go, don't pull that with me. I know what you're up to. Good, because I don't know, right? Anybody have arguments with people who aren't there waiting for them to show up?
All the time.
How many people has formulated a case against somebody? And they're unsuspected, eh? They're just unsuspected. They come walking in and you let them have it, right? Huh? Right? And they're like, you'll never find somebody like me. And they're going, I hope not. I hope not. Run while you still can, Forrest. Run. Okay. Perhaps there's a better way, right? I'm hoping. Go ahead. I don't know where I go with this sometimes, you know. Anyway,
Perhaps
go ahead.
there's a better way. We think so. For we are now on a different basis. The
So
basis
listen to that. Wait a minute. For we are now, when? Now.
now.
And how it works, may you find them now.
Now.
So where did they show us this thing? This was located deep down within. They gave us that recipe, and we agnostics, did they not? So we got that idea, and we got the idea of looking back. This thing has always kind of been there. It's kind of try to get my attention. It always wanted more from me. This thing that questions me on what I'm doing and saying there's better for me. We all have that voice, right? Then when we kind of got through the 4, this thing that reveals all the things that I'm hanging on to, it seems to be free floating from my consciousness. How many people realize that? And then when we struggled with an answer, how many people realized there was a little voice inside of you that told you the answer, but you ignored it? Was I selfish here? Yes. No. Was I inconsiderate? No. Yes. No. Yes. Okay. Yes. Anybody find that conversation going on inside themselves?
Oh yeah.
This power, this God entities. I'm trying to help you out here. Will you work with me? Okay. Right? Like how many people sat there in their inventory talking to you about this stuff? Come on. There's something talking to you. Say, hey, do your 4. No, I'm going to watch TV. Do your 4. No, I got groceries to do. Do your 4. I got to clean my house. My house has never looked cleaner doing my 4-step than any other time in my life. Anybody? Man, we get busy. Busy. Our conduct goes off the charts in the 4-step. Right? You want to see what you really like? Your conduct. I won't tell you what my conduct was like, but it got interesting based on self-reliance, trying to create some form of sense of ease and comfort from this comfort that I was becoming aware of, that I was existing in. I said, oh, this is how I react to this. Isn't this interesting? So I got a good indication how I work, or how self exhibits itself on life's terms. Perhaps there's a better way. I'm hoping. Are these extravagant promises? From where I am, they are in the 4-step. From where I am, they seem very extravagant. Because most of us go, I think not, because you don't understand the depth and weight of what they're saying. A new freedom, a new happiness, not to regret the past nor wish to shut the door. See how my experience can benefit others. To suddenly realize that God is doing for me what I couldn't do for myself is an experience. Right? So how you hear all these new people haven't even done the steps 2nd day in. We think not. That's right. You think not. You don't think we're shit. Sorry, I just had a moment there. Perhaps there's a better way. We're hoping. Anybody hoping here? Perhaps there's a better way, because you're starting to get a good understanding or a good inkling how you think, and how many people are happy with that cheese factory up there, right? Anybody ever been in the cheese section in a grocery store? No smelly too good, eh? And that's like our brain. We're used to the smell. Everybody visits. What's that? What the hell? And you're going, what? Right? Our thinking, not too good. Okay, kind of has that outhouse aroma to it. Everybody could see it coming but you, right? Okay, go ahead. Perhaps there's a better way. We hope. We think so, right?
For we are now on a different basis, the basis of trusting and relying upon God.
Well, that's pretty good, right? Because that's why we made that decision to abandon, right? Go ahead.
We trust infinite God rather than our finite selves. We are in the world to play the role He assigns.
So that's interesting. We're in the world to play the role He assigns. How many people sat in a discussion meeting and hear people talk about what's God's will? How many people heard that? Nobody. Anybody in a meeting where they're talking about it? How's that? Is that better? You're thinking, but we've been in everybody's, what's God's will for me? Well, to play the role He assigns. Well, isn't that interesting? Because on page 62, they talked about He is the Father, we're His children, right? Right? Most good ideas are simple. This concept was the keystone, the new and triumphant arch where we pass to freedom. He is the principal, we're His agents. He's the director. See that relationship? To play the role he assigns, when does that happen? Next week, last week, or now?
Now.
Now. So if I'm open to the frequency and the radio station, I'll get marching orders as I go along. And it's not this big, huge neon marching band thing. It's we hope it's like every time. I want it to be like the trumpets blowing every time I talk to God. I want, right? Blah, blah, blah. The mist opens my bedroom doorway as I open the morning, start meditating in prayer. What's God's will for me? And a big plaque comes down. This is your day, Tony. It doesn't happen like that, right? Something as subtle as a, what would you have me be? Go to this place today. My response, for what? For what? Why do you want me to go there? Right? Why do you want me to go do this? Go to this meeting. Phone that person. How come? Anybody ever get those little subtle things and you go, why? How come? Let me in on the whole thing and I'll decide if I want to go. Anybody? Is that trusting and relying? So that we see how this goes into the step 11. Sought through prayer and meditation to improve our conscious contact with God, praying only for knowledge of his will for us and the power to carry that out. It's a subtle, it's a kind of it's like Morse code. You hear something and it'll make sense to you. You'll be able to finish the sentence. It'll just something that becomes a working part of the brain later. All we're doing is getting the frequency here. Trusting, okay. How do I do that? Well, we're going to show you a bit by watching these things that get in the way of that, these emotional deformities, right? When harboring such feelings, these resentments, the over concentration of the past and the concentration of the future takes us out of the present. So now I'm becoming more aware of how much time I actually spend where my feet are, and it doesn't seem like that much, right? Anybody? If you were to do a survey over the next couple of days, make a 24-hour clock. When you go to bed, cut it down to 8 hours sleeping and 16 hours awake. Ask how many hours or minutes did you actually spend in today? Oh, whoa, had to go there, did you? Yeah. See, not having domain over our thinking, and our thinking having domain over us, which is an evil and corroding thread because we're instinct-based. Right? Unless we're fantasizing about something creating an endorphin, it's usually not good what we're thinking about. Anybody?
Oh, yeah.
So, go ahead. Just to the extent
that we do as we think he would have us and humbly rely on him, does he enable us to match calamity with serenity.
And it's so simple sometimes. I'm at home. I phone because the brain starts on me, and I phone my sponsor way back when I was starting this. And I said, I don't know what God's will for me is. I'm at home. I don't know what. He says, well, are the dishes done? I said, what does that have to do with anything? He says, are they done? I said, no. He says, go do the dishes. Click. I phone him back, and I'm a little more relaxed. The dishes are done. I don't know what to do next day. I don't know what to do now. It says, is your laundry done? No. Click. Okay. It's that simple. Right? It's 11:30 at night. It's a work night. I don't know what to do. Set your alarm clock, go to bed. Click. I'm at work. I don't know what to do. Be a worker. Click. Be where your feet are. Click. Can't be that easy. Yes, it is. No, you're right. It's not that easy because you're still involved. You're right. It ain't easy. Right? You're living proof why we need to do this on a daily basis. Oh, whoa, we got personal really fast. Getting hot in here or what? Right? So I see how I'm the cause to all these realities I spend way too much time in. Stephen King and Spielberg were both, I believe, members of Alcoholics Anonymous. They said, hey, you know what? I can make millions with this type of thinking. And they wrote movies. Right? Some of the weirdest shit. Anybody? Some of you are thinking right now, I could be writing movies. Yeah, you wrote one hell of a script so far. So, let's redirect this now. Let's get a new narrator, right? Match calamity with serenity. What the hell does that mean? That means the world around me may be still shit and gone to hell in a handbasket, and I may be trying to crawl out of it. But in the midst of all that, I can find serenity. Where's the serenity? Deep down within. I find safe harbor within me. God, grant me the serenity to accept the detaching. As soon as I start that prayer, I detach from the thing that's crippling me emotionally and mentally. Yes? I'm redirecting, seeking counsel with something greater than me. What do you want me to do? Are you supposed to be at work? Be at work. Are you in a meeting? Be in a meeting. Are you at home? Do something useful. Are you supposed to be sleeping? It's that simple. Is it my home group? Am I supposed to be at my home group tonight? Yes. Should I have answered that phone instead of watching it go to, right? You ever notice when you're having a hard time in sobriety now, your phone seems to ring? How many people notice that? And how many people notice your inability to want to answer it because you're enjoying where you're at? I'm going to participate in this. It takes a lot of work to get fucked up at this level. Sorry, excuse me, but it does, doesn't it? It takes a lot of work. And I don't need any outside interruptions. God's trying to say, I'm trying to help you here. Will you answer the phone? Will you phone someone? Will you kind of work with me? Well, how about just trying a prayer? Can you try that? Can you do something here? Can you participate in the saving of your own life? Okay, if you want to be that way about it. To match calamity with serenity. What's the recipe? Here we go.
We never apologize to anyone for depending on our Creator.
Even in meetings. Oh, sorry, I'm done. Don't apologize. They don't like it too bad. They'll get over it over the next 24-hour shift. They'll come and ask you about this thing that saved your life. Don't worry about it.
We can laugh at those who think spirituality the way of weakness. Paradoxically, it is the way of strength.
True. All of us who've been through this, I've been able to face me in the light of your experience and face every single thing that used to cripple me. Faced everything. I'm at peace with everything and everyone. And before I started this, it was a high mountain within my own mind. It was a pebble within God's domain, but it was a mountain in my world. It was a pebble in God's world. Remember, I served, the guy told me, so remember, Tony, you serve something greater than any power you'll ever stand in front of. A new employer, being all powerful, he'll provide what we need if we keep close to him and perform his work well. What's close to him is this internal thing where I'm not looking like there used to be, I walk by faith and not by sight. It may kind of sound kind of weird. I don't look at the obstacles around me. I look at the lighthouse. That's why there's lighthouses to navigate you through the rocky areas. We're used to looking at the rocky areas. When I did my advanced bike class, I thought I was a pretty good rider by those that taught me. By the time I finished that motorcycle class, I realized I had a lot of things that were toward my detriment instead of my, right, ensuring my safety. And one of the things they talk about there was wherever you look is where you go. Kind of funny, right? When you're driving a motorcycle, what you got to look for, if there's an accident, you got to look for a path out of there. And your bike will follow you. You look at it. You watch most kids or people that crash into things, they look at the obstacle. Yes?
Yep.
So this is kind of saying here, I need to look past the things I see because a lot of them are illusion. Right? I need to look past that, right? Perhaps there's a better way. Go ahead. The verdict.
The verdict of the ages is that faith means courage. All men of faith have courage. They trust their God. We never apologize for God. Instead, we let him demonstrate through us what he can do.
And the people around us will watch this as we face our creditors, as we face these people that we've done horrific things to, or they've done to us. We're able to find peace and be of service and be an example of something greater than ourselves. Some of these amends I went down, I had people phone and say, hey, you know what? My cousin's not doing very well. This thing that I've seen happen to you is miraculous. Do you think you could help this person? Do you think, right? It's pretty wild. We become a demonstration of something greater than us, right? Because we've seen what we did to our lives, our story, but now we've become a part of the story of Alcoholics Anonymous. And it's a remarkable story. We're part of this phenomena, unexplainable events that seem to happen on consistent basis to those that are just willing to believe that it was possible. And once you experience this, no other explanation is necessary. And as you do your 4, you're starting to get a good indication that there's something at work here. I'm starting to feel a bit of freedom every now and then when I do this stupid stuff from the bondage of self and the difficulties. I see that maybe there's more of this available to me. Pretty cool, right? So go ahead.
So we asked him to remove our fear and direct our attention to what he would have us be. At once, we commenced to outgrow fear.
So here's the interesting part. How many people got a pen and a piece of paper? So here's what we're going to do. So on a piece of paper, you're just going to put a little line, whatever, just a small little line, right? So you see this as an obstacle. So what they're asking us here too, before I could, if I was to say, we need to clean this piece of paper and hand it in, but there's this lead mark on it, right? What would I need to do? I need to acknowledge it was there and then apply the eraser to it to remove it, yes? May sound kind of weird, that's what they're, so we ask him to remove our fear. Well, they've made it so short here that it seems like the prayer now is to remove our fear. If to ask something to be removed, we need to acknowledge it's present. In order to acknowledge something's present to us, we need to be an observer of the change within ourselves. I'm feeling a change in anxiety, a concentration, a fixation, right? Shortness of breath, right? This thing is, I'm being taken over by this instinct, this crippling fear. Anybody stop me anytime? Anybody experience this stuff? Right? I'm crippled by these emotions and thinking. I acknowledge this, and I pray. Right? What do I pray? Right? To ask them to remove this. Can you remove this? I acknowledge this. Can you remove it? Right? Our fear, and direct our attention to what he would have us be. Is that doing the dishes? Is that going to your home group? So that means, right? And that once we commence to outgrow something means it's still there, but it's no longer crippling me. To outgrow means I can step over it or move past it. I remember sitting on an armchair, crippled by fear. Anybody ever sitting in their place, just crippled by fear and do nothing? Here, I acknowledge it and ask God for the strength to do the right thing. And someone will say, you know what? They're waiting for you at this meeting or this home group. Maybe there's a new person there. I get up with the anxiety. My sponsor, I phoned him once and he says, stand up. I said, okay. I stood up. He says, you're standing up on the phone. I said, yes. He says, don't move your feet. Lean your head forward. So I kept on leaning my head forward. And then my feet, he says, are your feet moving? I said, yes, keep them going till you hit a meeting. Click. Right? So if you lean too far forward, your feet start moving, right? And he'd do stupid shit like that and just hang up on me, right? And then he goes, did you pray? Did you ask for help? And I'd go, yes. And he says, then obviously you weren't sincere about it. And I thought, really, how sincere am I about some of these things that I do? Right? I could ask God for direction, but if the door is closed, the door is closed. It's like this one time I was back drinking, and just the way we work, right? I had a 40 and I went through the list. I said, okay, I got to pray. I said, okay, God, right? I said, okay, God, I need some help. Nothing. But just right at that moment in Toronto on Lakeshore, a member of AA was going by and she screamed out the window, Tony. And I went, whatever, Brenda, I forget, no, Maggie. I went, Maggie. She went by. And then so the other person says, you need to phone somebody. So back then I put a quarter in the phone or 10 cents, whatever it was, and I phoned. Guess who I phoned? I phoned her. I wasn't looking for an intervention. I wasn't looking for help, but I went through the motions. Anybody ever gone through the motions here? Because if we really seen what's available here, it's mind numbing. So I went through this. I'm gonna talk. Like my first meeting, I was 16. And I remember going, probably 17, I was in a bar and I was coming back. I was living in Malton over by the airport. And I remember I was wasted on acid. I was coming home and it was a beautiful starlit night. And I started having a talk with God. I was drinking all night and I was having a talk. Anybody ever have a talk with God? And I'm walking through the field and I go, I go, God, if you're there, show me. An electrical field happened above me. I hit the ground on all fours. I started crawling. I go, okay. I was okay. And I stood up, right? Like I was like shaking. I got to the end of the field and I said, okay, show me one more time, but over there. we're just like that. The human mind, we can experience something unbelievable one day, and the next day we don't think is available to us anymore. We can see the miracles.
Welcome to the Tuesday night Big Book Workshop. I am Christine, grateful recovered alcoholic. Sobriety date January 5th, 2020. This workshop is facilitated by Tony R. And we will keep everybody muted for the duration of this workshop, except for the facilitators. Any inappropriate behavior will not be tolerated, and you will be removed by one of the co-hosts. Please note that we'll be taking questions after the meeting, so please write them down. And how we open this meeting is with the set-aside prayer. Dear God, please set aside everything I think I know about myself, this book, my disease, these steps, and especially about you, dear God, so that I might have an open mind and a new experience with all these things. Please help me to see the truth. Have an amazing meeting, everybody. It's all yours, Tony.
Right on, recovered alcoholic. My name's Tony. Welcome, everybody. Sobriety days, April 8, 1989. Yeah, pretty amazing stuff. We're in the fourth step. Exciting stuff. If you've done it the way a lot of other people suggest, it's probably painful instead of painstaking. There's two different ways of going through this, right? Right, and it's not an actual painful exercise. It's well, we're going to kind of back up and go with what the purpose of the fourth step is. If you kind of look at page 64, and we're just going to read the highlight here of what we're trying to get. Though our decision
at the very top was a vital and crucial step and could have little permanent effect unless at once followed by a strenuous effort to face and to be rid of the things in ourselves which have been blocking us.
So we've been seeing that, right? As we go through that, we see with these things, some of us been carrying stuff for a long time, right? And as you did the resentments and then the fears, many people seen the energy attached to a lot of that stuff. Right, it's quite interesting how long we could carry stuff, hey? Like we're carriers. I always like it when, 2 weeks sober, acceptance is the answer to all my problems. Man, you have no idea what your problems are. Never mind.
Right.
You just stay close, right? Okay, been blocking us. Go ahead.
Our liquor was but a symptom, so we had to get down to the causes and the conditions. Therefore, we started upon a personal inventory. This was step 4.
So, which is interesting, when you look at the instructions, we're at step 3, and starting step 4 is very, very short instructions. We're making a decision to do the rest of the process, right? And to discover the things that have been blocking us off from this power. Because if we don't get access to this power, we already know what our fate is. We're going to relapse again, right? That's the step 1 promise. So I need to have a psychic change or spiritual experience. Not only that, but a way of life that answers all my problems, right? Like Bill talked about, and everybody that went before us, and they talked about in the spiritual appendix. They talked about, and we read it in Mastering Resentments, the recipe, and then matching calamity with serenity. Right, which is pretty cool stuff. Right now we're starting to have this solution for the dilemma called me. Right, never mind life. We're getting a solution for our dilemma. Right, which is our thinking, our emotions, our attitude, outlooks. Anybody?
Oh yeah.
How many people found it surprising when you discovered you were the problem in your life? It's usually halfway through a 4th step. It's like, oh. Go ahead.
A business which takes no regular inventory usually goes broke.
And we're starting to see that, right?
Yeah.
Right? We see all this emotional deformities driven by these things that they talked about on page 66, it is plain that a life which includes deep resentment only leads to fertility and unhappiness. We start to see these things, right? We're starting to see how these things manifest, right? The common manifestation of these things, the resentments and how they drive us and how they put us in conflict with people, places, and things, and in turn conflict with our own selves and our own space and our own, right, experience with life, right?
Yeah.
Because anybody kind of clue into the fact you don't need nobody around you to have a problem?
Yeah.
Isn't that interesting? Okay, go ahead.
Taking a commercial inventory is a fact-finding and a fact-facing process.
We've been looking at that, right? How these things arise out of ourselves, right? These emotional deformities, how they block us off, how they narrate the story. Anybody? How we poison ourselves with things that we can't let go of. So we see that the letting go and the acceptance and all that catchphrase stuff, it really doesn't seem to work for people like us because we drag stuff. We're carriers. Anybody? Any carriers here? I'll just put this away for later. We're like, what's that smell? Don't worry about it. Go ahead.
It is an effort to discover the truth about the stock in trade. One object is to disclose damaged or unsalable goods, to get rid of them promptly and without regret.
Yeah, if you're moving from one place to another and your furniture was saturated with lice, would you want to bring it with you?
No.
But if you had a lot of attachment to it, you think, oh, this is very important for me to keep this. And we're like that with the resentment and fears. We have attachment to these things. The value that we hold on, then we see we don't harbor. It has us, right? It's determining our attitude and outlook upon life, right? These abscesses on our spirit, right? It's pretty cool at this stage of the game where we're at, right? Go ahead.
If the owner of the business is to be successful, he cannot fool himself about values.
So some of those resentment and fears, they seem really good in our mind, right? Anybody?
Yes.
Then you start putting them on paper. It's kind of like, this thing's been eating my lunch far too long.
Yeah.
Right? This is the committee they're talking about. These are the people that narrating my life and my story. It says, no wonder I'm having problems in my life. Look at this shit can I've been walking around with. I've been living in my cheese factory looking for advice, right? From defective thinking.
Yeah.
Right? Go ahead.
We did exactly the same thing with our lives. We took stock honestly. First, we searched out the flaws in our makeup, which caused our failure. Being convinced that self manifested in various ways was what had defeated us.
So we know what the flaws in our makeup are now, right? The
Yeah.
attachment to things, how we view things, our opinions, our attitudes, our outlooks, right?
Yep.
Nobody needs to ask you for your opinion. You're more than happy to give it at every meeting you go to. Topic meeting, oh, my opinion, I think. And it's really experience, strength, and hope. It's not about what I think.
Yeah.
Right? And it's a whole different place here, right? So the flaws in the makeup which caused our failure, being convinced
that self manifested in various ways was what had defeated us. We considered its common manifestations.
So we're looking for the things in ourselves that cause our defeat. Yes?
Yeah.
What's the first one?
Resentment.
Resentments, right? And what's the second one? Fear. Right? And so when we went through this process last week, and how many people finished the fear inventory, where we said, why do we have them? It's because we're self-reliant or God-reliant. So we see most of our problems come from self-preservation, living on self, right? And they say back where they say there's no way of entirely getting rid of self without his aid. So the more access I get to this power, right, or God or creative intelligence or frequency, whatever, right? The more access I get to this, the less I suffer from me. And not only that, the less everybody around me suffers from me. And the less I suffer from my perception of what's happening around me, right? And so then we get to the fear part, and we see the recipe that they talked about here. So 68, we talked about here. Let's look at the summary here of perhaps there's a better way. And this is after we look at it, we see, yeah, you know what? There is a better way, right? And was it because self-reliance failed us? And so what's the better way? Go ahead.
Perhaps there is a better way. We think so, for we are now on a different basis, the basis of trusting and relying upon God.
Not later now. We're accessing this stuff now. We're learning this recipe when? Now. We're learning these landmines and these things that defeated us. We're learning about it now. Right? We're learning about the booby traps and the connection and you know, the pitfalls of these things that went undetected within inside of me that I kind of permitted by entertaining, by playing the story through. Anybody here? Okay.
We trust infinite God rather than our finite selves. We are in a world to play the role He assigns.
So when does that happen? It happens now. In order for that to happen now, I need to be present, right? In order to be present, I need to see the things that distract me from here, right? And so did anybody do that exercise this week? At the end of the day, see how much time you spend in the day? It's interesting how much time we really don't spend here, eh? How much distraction we really cause ourselves because of the uncomfortability of our own presence. It's interesting, isn't it?
Totally.
Yeah. Okay.
We are in the world to play the role He assigns, just to the extent that we do as we think He would have us and humbly rely on Him. Does He enable us to match calamity with serenity?
How many people are glad it's simple? It doesn't have to be a big, you know, UPS delivery, right? Please sign here. It's simple, like simple, that intuitiveness that we're moving from the cheese factory into the consciousness. Like how many people are noticing more that there's this internal thing trying to get your attention and have relationship or be in connection with you.
Totally. Yeah.
It's really interesting how much that voice was always there and I ignored it. I'd always go with the marching band, the loudest one in my, looking for directions in a riot, right? But this is about becoming calm, right? So go ahead. So this match calamity with serenity. Go ahead.
We never apologize to anyone for depending upon our Creator. We can laugh at those who think spirituality the way of weakness. Paradoxically, it is the way of strength. The verdict of the ages is that faith means courage. All men of faith have courage. They trust their God. We never apologize for God. Instead, we let Him demonstrate through us what He can do. We ask Him to remove our fear.
Hold on, that's interesting. So in order to allow something to demonstrate through you, you have to be participant in the allowing of that. And when does that happen? That happens in the here and now. When does that happen? That happens when I get in bondage and difficulties of self. Nobody's had any problems with self this week, right? So, you know, it was like everybody woke up in harmony every morning. And it's interesting. It's interesting how long it'll take us before we think, oh yeah, pray. Oh yeah, God. And then it's really interesting to see that advice of just pray in the morning, give thanks at night, and go unsupervised all day long. No wonder I had problems, right? Is like, how many times in a day, never mind a week or a month, do I apply self to try to fix me with me? How many people noticing that now? Even at topic meetings. Isn't it interesting how self is still the topic of how to fix self?
Yeah.
Right? So to demonstrate means the ability to acknowledge something's happening, praying for strength. So like the essence of the serenity, God grant me the serenity, the ability to be calm. Grant me the serenity to what? so I can assess what's happening. God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the ability to know these things. What can I change? What I can't change? What can I work toward today? What do I have to defer to another day? Right? Can I do anything about it? No. Okay, God, allow me to be here. Now give me the strength to deal with this when I need to. Isn't that interesting, right? It's kind of like when we used to tell people, make a list of these things you can't do nothing about. And when you start thinking about them, now defer it back to God's doing something about it.
Mhm.
Right? You can't do nothing about it, but it doesn't mean you can't pray about it. Doesn't mean you can't ask for serenity. Right? Right? So to accept the things I cannot change, courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. So the courage would mean the power, right? Yes?
Yeah, definitely.
Because what's our greatest blocks? How many people found that they were doing a lot before this process? They were doing a lot of things that they didn't want to do, not
Yeah.
doing the things that they wanted to do.
Mhm.
And how many people are starting to see a bit of a shift in that, spending a little less time in the danger zone, right? So they
Mhm.
talk about here, instead we let him demonstrate through us what he can do. This is where you start to have your experience with this thing. But if you're not utilizing it, then how are you going to develop it? That's why the problem is sometimes quickly, sometimes slowly. This process here, what we're learning, so the resentment was to learn how to master resentment. That was the purpose of that exercise. This is to outgrow fear.
Yeah.
Where am I going to utilize these things is in 11 when I'm doing my 9s.
Yeah.
I need to be able to access this 24/7, 360, anywhere, anytime when I'm going to do my step 9s. Because we know how our thinking is. How many people thought about their step 9s and the worst ones on the list and argued about doing them? Never mind the other 90. I'm going right to the stuff that, right? Anybody am I in the right group? Right? We start going in unsupervised. I'm talking and arguing and calculating something that's not even happening.
Yeah.
I'm going over how I think it's going to happen, what I'm going to say, what I'm going to do. Anybody like that here?
Oh, hell yeah.
So this is where they say, whoa, stop, because I'm creating anxiety. I'm participating in something that's not even happening. I'm changing my reality and how I feel and see and look. I'm becoming irritable, restless, and discontent. I'm not liking my own company, never mind anybody else's. Anybody, am I reading anybody's mail here? Right? A couple of you are thinking, were you talking to my sponsor this week? Yes, actually I was, but I'm not going to tell you who. Okay. So, right? We ask him to remove our fear. In order to ask, I need to acknowledge something's happening. Yes?
Yeah.
Before I just participate and try to change it. What did I try to change? I tried to change the situation in the situation
Yeah.
by talking to it. This says we don't stop and start talking to it and negotiating with it and trying to find a need. It says I remove myself. I step back from it.
Yeah.
Emotionally and mentally, and I pray. The prayer is the separation of the attachment. And then what does it say? And direct our attention. We ask him to remove our fear and to direct our attention to what he would have us be. Where is the fear happening? It's created by me, within me, on something that's not even happening.
That's right. Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
And if it is happening, I'm praying for the strength to be able to deal with it. Because life happens. We heard it here. How many people is exempt from life?
Nobody.
How many people were hoping that once you did the steps, we would be exempt? I've hit the feng shui level. Life no longer, no longer affected by it. And we thought that, right? Because when life happens, we're so indignant about the ideas. Like, I can't believe this is happening. Why? Why can't you believe it's happening? Why can't you believe it's not happening? Like, does that kind of make sense?
No, it does.
Because life still happens, right? Okay. Once we commence to outgrow fear, when?
Right now, at once.
If I'm utilizing this.
Yeah.
is my attachment to it. Right? It may sound kind of weird, but it is kind of this analogy. When I got my rescue dog, it didn't like women. Right? Like, because it got really abused. I have a Doberman, a purebred Doberman. So my daughter would come over and the dog would sense the fear, and the dog would go, "Why are you fearful of me?" And so it'd be its hair and everything was. So I tell my dog, just relax. Your fear is scaring the dog, right? Said acknowledge that. And I said, here's a treat. Put it in your hand, right? And concentrate on the treat to give to the dog. Don't concentrate on the size of the dog. And I'm here. So she would give the treat to the dog, creating a different experience for her and the dog. It may sound kind of weird, right? And then every time she came into that situation, she took a breath, she prayed, she reset her mind, she took a treat, and she created a different experience where before she got panicky and the dog went at her. Does that kind of make, I don't know if it kind of helps, but that stuff helps me in understanding life, because when I go at life that way, the outcome is not what I wanted, but that is exactly what I created. I don't know how else to say it, right?
No, it makes sense. Totally.
Great. Okay. I don't know why the dog don't like me. Well, stop kicking it. Sorry, go ahead. So, just seeing who's listening. So at once we commence to outgrow fear, which is cool, right? Now we'll carry into 11. We'll show you how this will carry. I know now most of you have been waiting for this. Now about sex. We're
Right.
gonna have a little show with what a and this here. No, it's not that kind of thing. But we think about that, right? Let's see what the book says. What we're trying to do here now about sex.
Now about sex. Many of us needed an overhauling there, but above all, we try to be sensible on this question.
Well, there it is, sensible. We need an overhaul. Most would go, I don't need an overhaul there. We argue with something we don't understand what they're saying yet. They're making a statement like we need an overhaul there. Well, why would I need it? Well, let's find out. Let's go through it and find out. Okay.
It's so easy to get way off track. Here
It is so easy to get way off track. Yes. You ever hear that in meetings? Everybody's got their opinion.
Yeah.
No relationships for the first year. What? I don't know if I like this place. What an order, I can't go through with it. Anyhow, yeah.
Here we find human opinions running to extremes, absurd extremes, perhaps. One set of voices cry that sex is a lust of our lower nature, a base necessity of procreation. Then we have the voices who cry for sex and more sex, who bewail the institution of marriage, who think the most of the troubles of the race are traceable to sex causes. They think we do not have enough of it, or that it isn't the right kind. They see its significance everywhere. One school would allow man no flavor for his fare, and the other would have us all on a straight pepper diet.
You see what happens? They're going from one extreme to another. That's usually the way it is, right? Usually, right, is like there's the way you conduct yourself, and then there's the way you want your kids to conduct themselves. Right. There was what I was doing when I was 15, and there's what you're supposed to be doing when you're 15. Right? Anybody? Come on. And that's what I love about sponsorship is people go, this is what I think you should be doing as a newcomer, not this is what I was doing when I was a newcomer. Two different things. I know people who sponsor people and they try to run their lives for them. That's not what sponsorship's about, right? They say, stay out of a relationship, don't get involved. And then I always ask them what they were doing when they were new. Oh, they stole this person's husband. They stole that person's wife. They're messing around. And you know what I mean? Like, it's about experience, strength, and hope, right? It's not about bullshit. It's about the human frailty. And here they're saying, we want to sidestep everybody else's ideas. And what does it say? So it talks about we want to stay out of this controversy. Yes?
Controversy, yes.
That's
We
a
do
nice
not-
way of saying, mind your own business.
Right. Yeah. It
Mind
is.
your own business. Now, if it's something that's causing a problem in the group, that's where you talk to other women to talk to that woman about this thing, or the yellow card, right? That's why they read the yellow card. That's why there's informing in a loving way. Be careful. Don't go alone with this person, or blah, blah. You know what I mean? Without getting into the whole thing,
Yeah.
right? That's where we kind of protect each other. And that's the same with men. Watch it, she's trying to get pregnant. Watch it. You know what I mean? Like she's robbed the last 6 guys she's been with, right? Be careful, right? Or the other way around. Be careful. And I think that's okay, right? Where we protect our own. I think that's part of our
Yeah.
responsibility. Go ahead.
We want to stay out of this controversy. We do not want to be the arbiter of anyone's sex conduct. We all have sex problems. We'd hardly be human if we didn't. And
So
what-
that's interesting. So they're gonna have us look at it in a way that it's not shaming, guilting, and causing remorse. Right? We're gonna look at this in a way where it's non-judgmental. Isn't that
Yeah.
interesting, right? Because most of us, when we think about the sex, we start thinking about all the nasty shit we've done. Right? Anybody?
Yeah.
And that's such a small part in the whole process in this. Go ahead.
We reviewed our own conduct over the years past.
So here we go. So we got to break this down. We reviewed our own conduct,
Yeah.
behavior, conduct. Yes.
Yes.
Over the past years.
Yeah.
Here's the instructions. Ready? Where had we been?
Selfish, dishonest, or inconsiderate.
So stop.
Mhm.
So that's interesting. So if you have the worksheets, which is interesting here on the sex inventory, you see the first column here. It says selfish, dishonest, self-seeking, frightened, and inconsiderate. So we do the same thing we did with the other thing. But this is interesting, is on a piece of paper, right? I sit quietly and I go over the years, my conduct. And my sponsor explained, where had I caused guilt, shame, and remorse,
Mhm.
right? Or harms, right? In this area, where had I been selfish and then if you've done the first 2 inventories, how many people are starting to think of situations that caused inconsiderate, selfish, dishonest,
Yeah. Definitely.
manipulative, coercing? Anybody?
Oh, yeah.
So then I have a list of these people, places, and things that I make a list of, right? And it could be based on what they said. You know, I grew up being taught one thing, but the people I was hanging out with were doing another thing, and it would cause guilt, shame, and remorse. Right? They used to say, if you touch it, you'll go blind, right? No, your glasses, They used to say stuff like that, right? Like guilt, the shame of the exploration of the transition from a boy into a man, puberty, and all that other stuff. So there would be a lot of guilt, shame, and remorse around that. And depending where you were raised and the ideas placed on other people, and then the things that were happening that people didn't talk about, like the abuses and all that other. So there'd be a lot of different stuff here where you'd feel guilty looking at magazines, the Eaton's catalog does help more than one person go through puberty, right? But it's kind of like where it causes guilt. Like I feel guilty for the exploration of my sexuality as a young man based on the church and other people's ideas would cause guilt and conflict. So I'd feel shame as a result of, it may sound kind of weird, like, and I'm trying to do this in the most respect, as a result of something as natural as masturbation.
Yeah.
It caused me guilt shit. And so what in my inventory may sound kind of weird, I put porn, right? Porn, magazines, right? Masturbation, right? And I put foster care. Nobody needs, I know what I'm talking about. You don't need to know what I'm talking about. I put the Ford car, the bus, the RIO theater. And what happens is my conscience would be telling me of all these different attachments that I had, same like resentment, same like fears of things back in the past that there was some form of attachment to it. Anybody thinking about stuff now?
Yeah.
So I just made that list of people, places, and things, and I kept on going through it. And some of it that I wrote in code, so nobody else would understand what I was talking about, but I knew what I was talking about,
Yeah.
right? And so it was kind of like, so I'd put Sledman. Anybody know what I'm talking about? I knew what I'm talking about. So when I did my fifth, I would talk about these things that I said I would never talk about.
Mhm.
Like, and think, even though, and some things there was may sound kind of weird, but there was situations I'd come to out of a blackout. There was nothing sexually happening, but the intent was trying to create create something, but it was inappropriate in the pursuit of that. I'm not alone in that, am I? You know what I mean? And then I'd write that down. So I'd put this upstairs, right? People knew what I was. So, right? Because if you drink too much, anybody suffer from blackouts here?
Yes.
Outcome too. Like I was thinking about that today. The situation I put when I was 16. I put when I was 18, right? And I was thinking of the situation. I was trying to think. I can't remember what happened. I'm still trying to figure out what happened in this situation because I don't remember before, I don't remember after, but I remember a brief moment.
Yeah.
Right. And I came to, and then I went into a blackout again, and it involved another person. And I was trying to think of, like, I made amends and I talked, but I just wanted to know how far things went in a situation where things shouldn't have went at all.
Yeah.
Was that kind of right between two people who were drinking, and so it was kind of like, so there's some stuff I don't know what happened, but it still causes me some embarrassment and guilt. Does that kind of make sense? So I make a list of all that stuff, whatever comes up, I just put the name of person, place, or thing, right? It doesn't necessarily have to involve another person at all, which is interesting, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. And conduct. And so this is interesting. So when like even now, this is interesting. So with Kim, I was in later, it talks about we subjected each relationship to the test. See, I was in a mutual relationship with Kim, but some of the things in that relationship were selfish, inconsiderate, dishonest, and self-seeking, manipulative, cause guilt, shame, and remorse. Right? Anybody? Right?
Yeah. Wow.
So that's why it's a house cleaning of getting rid of all that stuff. So what happens is on here, so I have this list. So I have this list here, and over here, I look at the first name, it would be Kim, and I put, I was selfish, dishonest, self-seeking, and inconsiderate. And then I put Kim's name. I just transfer the name from here to here, Kim, right?
Mm-hmm.
Here's the interesting part. Whom else had we hurt? What?
Yeah.
What? Because we switched the inventory sheets because the Joe and Charlie don't use this method, right? They still, it's all, anyways, we changed them to reflect the book, and it starts from the fear one over. So here it's interesting with Kim. Not only did I hurt Kim, I hurt myself.
Yeah.
Right? And not only that, her mom, her stepdad, work, like the work we were involved because we all work together, the police, friends, right? The time when so that newcomer, we're both newcomers, the time the group started treating me weird. Well, why? Because we're two people, instinct based, got in a relationship. Who did I hurt? Well, I hurt myself, right? Because I was driven by these. I hurt her, even though we both agreed on it, caused me guilt, shame, and remorse, right? And my home group, because it's no longer a safe place for us to go anymore. Interesting, right? Her friends. And so I see now how this one thing creates all these different things. So now over on the next page, what did we do? You don't have to get into a long story or whatever, right? You know what I mean? So, or you could put something where, in code where you talk about it in the fifth step,
Yeah.
right? Like they used to, back when I sort of, they had, it was really crude, but it kind of got the point across where they would say, "Oh, your chicken lived," like, you know what I mean? And it was the idea of inappropriate conduct with a chicken, right? And so the idea was like, but the idea was, I don't want other people to know because it's hidden. So I would put it in such a way that I'm not alone in any area I suffer from.
Yeah.
That's what they're trying to say here. Whatever struggle I had, somebody else, you bet you have had it too. Right? And so going back over that. So this is interesting. So I have all these people here. On the third column, I mean, now it's the fifth column. It says, where could we have caused harm? So on page 67, they talked about here, though we did not like their symptoms and the way they disturbed us, they, like ourselves, were sick too. So we're seeing how our symptoms disturb other people to have them retaliating. Why are these people retaliating? Why are they treating me the way they do? Because you know what? I affected their self-esteem. Possibly. I'm not saying, I'm having a rough idea how other people, I step on the toes of others and they retaliate. Why did my ex treat me the way they did? Why did this? So I'm looking, so I'm actually doing their inventory, how I could have caused harm in this area. Right? So
Wow.
like with me, when I'm on, I cause me harm. Why? Because of my self-esteem, personal relationship, material emotion. And so with these other people, well, Kim's mom missed work. Did I affect her materially? Oh yeah. Right? And what about emotionally? What about my personal relationship with her and the people at work that knew I was going out with her daughter? Right? What about material, emotional, right? What about hidden? Yeah, you know what? This thing hidden and it became, right?
Yeah.
And acceptable, even though it was acceptable between us, it caused problems because whatever, right? And the ambitions, well, the social, this person wanted something different for their daughter than me going out with them, and how caused an embarrassment I caused them because of my own conduct. Does that kind of make sense? So when I had a daughter and I seen the guy started to show up in her life, I know I started to feel an inkling what these parents must have felt when I showed up in their life.
Oh no.
What?
I said, oh no.
Oh no, yeah, not well. Wait a minute, getting too real here. Let's back this up a bit. Whoa. I don't know if I like this inventory, but it's freeing because then it kind of, will get into it, right? And then so social security and sexual, all these things. This is different. This is interesting. And then okay, go ahead, read again.
Where had we been selfish, dishonest, or inconsiderate? Whom had we hurt? Did we unjustifiably arouse jealousy, suspicion, or bitterness? Where were we at fault, and what should we have done instead? We got this all down on paper and looked at it.
So this is interesting. What should we have done instead? Well, we couldn't have done anything instead back then. They're saying now, given that same situation, would I put myself in that situation? What would I do differently? What should I have done instead? You know what? I should have stayed away from her. I don't care how good she was looking, right? She was new. I should have stayed away, but my instincts got the best of me, right? Does that kind of make sense? I should have just stayed away.
Yeah.
Okay. And so what happens is, and stuff like that, what should I have done? Well, you know what? I should have been honest in this situation. I should have never got into this situation. A lot of it is, man, I seen it and I ignored it. Anybody?
Oh yeah.
Because, maybe I shouldn't have been so manipulative. Anybody manipulative here? Anybody do the reward system?
Mastermind.
Women are a lot better at it than I am. But I mean, but we see how easily manipulative we could be in that area, withholding, right?
Mhm.
Or giving too freely. We're like, it doesn't matter, but what got me in this situation, right?
Yeah.
So am I doing things that I don't want to do because of my self-esteem, right? Am I not doing things that I want to do because of fear? It's interesting when you start looking at this, because this area here can also rob us from relationships. Well, here with Brenda, why did you leave her? I was afraid. What were you afraid of? That she'd be like all my rest of us. So I hurt her, even though I got engaged, like we were having a good relation. I just ended it. Every time I get any kind of intimacy and stuff, I just end it. I just end the whole relationship. It got to a place where I couldn't have relations. So I was 16 years sober when I was in so much pain for how I was living, and I couldn't see how I was orchestrating it. So when I went back to the book, I just seen, I said, oh, wait a minute. I've never done this type of inventory here. I've never done this process. And what I haven't done really was bring God into it. Because I was very self-sufficient in that area, I thought. Right? It's just, it's just like, hey, I can get jobs all over the place. Why would I pray for a job? Why would I bring God in? Well, right? That's what it means, self-sufficiency. Right? So what we're looking at, we got it all down on paper and looked at it. What are we trying to do with this? In this way,
we tried to shape a sane and sound ideal for our future sex life.
wow. So what I'm trying to do is the same thing with the resentment, is the key to the future.
Mhm.
So I see how I created all these things and problems with people, places, things in my life, guilt, shame, and remorse. Right? I've been like, when on some of this stuff, I was like, because a lot of it was other people's ideas I was trying to live with. Well, they used to say, in order to get over one, you get under another one, right? Like, like shit like that. Like, it's just crazy. But I wasn't that type. Like, like the guys who I hung around with, I realized I was different than them, but I didn't know how to be different. Meaning I wanted an actual relationship, but I didn't know how to have one. I didn't like one night stands. I didn't like it may sound kind of weird. I didn't like being lonely in a relationship.
Yeah.
Right. This is sober. Like, I didn't like that idea of things. So in this way, we tried to shape a sane and sound idea for our future sex life. Here's the second test. We subjected each relationship to the test. Was it selfish or not? So I went back over now my life. That was the second list of all the relationships I've been in. And what was the basis of all those relationships? Every single one of them was based on need. Had to justify me being there. I was a provider, I was a protector, I was not in a relationship with another human being, emotional, mental, and spiritual relationship with another human being. I was a provider, protector.
Yeah.
I didn't know how to be anything else. So it was really weird. You would complain, people would complain in a relationship. And I look like, what's your problem? There's food in the fridge. I treat you good. And what do you mean? Mostly not. They would. How do I say it? They would put forward their concerns. I would take it as a criticism. I would stand up. I'd just go. They go, where are you going? I said, I'm going to go get you some boxes. They go, for what? I said, you can't carry all your shit out of here with your hands. I just end it like that. Boom, just end it. Right? And so it doesn't make for security for anybody. Right?
No.
So when I got this here, so where it says we ask God to mold our ideas and help us live up to them. So what I did was, at 16 years sober, I was in so much pain from these relationships I was in, and an inability to connect with another human being on the level that I desired. And I was raising my kids, and I was having a great relationship with some people around me, but not on the intimate level with another partner. I was having a good relationship with people, but not on formulating a relationship with another human being. So I put this relationship down with the idea right? Ask God to mold my ideas. So in prayer, I asked what kind of relationship. Well, I took the best qualities of every relationship I was in, including my kids, the trust, reliance, right? And not being fearful, and I wrote down all those qualities and I had a list of what that looked like. And at the top of the list, I said, this is what I want in my partner. And then I realized I had to be these things before I could attract them.
Exactly.
So what I had to do was ask, when it says ask God to mold our ideas and help us live up to them, is before I wouldn't admit, but I would be a fast food kind of relationship kind of guy, drive through. Right, as long as things were going away, not too much work, everything was cool. Any kind of problem, see you later. We're going to Wendy's. We're done with McDonald's. It's over. Right. The chicken McNuggets are no good anymore. Okay, so I go create these new relationships, thinking it was them, right? So.
Yeah.
I did this, and so what that meant was later they talk about when to yield would mean heartache. I know what that meant. That meant when these exes from my past would phone me, I wouldn't go meet them. That means when I met a girl in AA and I found she was hot and I was hot, like she found me hot and we're getting the sparks, right? That I didn't engage in it.
Yeah.
Abstained. Why? Why was I abstaining? That way, it's like anybody ever get ready for Christmas dinner or a big feast, a five-star meal? If you eat before the meal, the presentation, you lose the appetite. You miss the whole experience.
Exactly.
When you go hungry and you go to these five-star events or these big extravaganza where everything, is a big deal and everybody's hungry, it's a really good kind of event. And so when I met my wife, I brought God into it. I don't even know why I'm going there. So it was funny was because I was going through that place, kind of lonely. The hormones were acting up. Oh, I'm young, right? The hormones are acting up. I'm confusing that with time for a relationship. So it's kind of like, but I knew it caused me heartache. So I was asking God for some direction. So I went and this ex called me and I thought, oh, this is a sign from God. Anybody get signs from God?
Yeah.
But inside I was being rattled, like, no, like something said, like I wasn't thinking straight. It was like I was extra. So I said, you know what? I can't meet you. I'm going to White Rock to the noon meeting. I'd never been for years. So I went to White Rock for the noon meeting. And I met a friend and we sat down. I told him what I was going through and the idea and what I was trying to achieve and bringing God into this for the first time. He says, hey, why don't you come to this meeting with me? The Punjabi meeting in Surrey Saturday night. I said, no, I go to the North Shore group, Mountain Highway, because that's where all the single people go. It's hookup night. It's Saturday. Right. He says, no, why don't you come over here to this meeting? I said, no, but all my instincts were going over there because, I'm making myself presentable, right? So, let the pain begin. So it was like, okay, you know what? I said, okay, I'll meet you there for coffee. So I go to this guy. We're going to meet at a place I've never been to before. I'm riding, you got the pictures. I'm riding down the valley in my Harley. It's loud, it's going, and I'm having a heart-to-heart with God. It's like you see all the stars up and I'm driving nice in the breeze from, and I kind of said, God, if this is your will for me, is these relationships, could you make the next one a lot less painful because I can't take it anymore? And I got snot running out of my nose and crying. And I said, I seen what I can do. Let's see what you can do. That's what I said. I remember I said, first time I've ever said, let's see what you can do. I met my wife half an hour later, sitting in a coffee shop. A place I would have never went to. I went there. I was directed there. She got out of the car, and it wasn't without problems because I was involved. But she was able to help me work through all these things. Right? We were going out for a while, and I would say that. I said, she go, where are you going? I'm going to go get some boxes. She says, where did you learn how to have relationships? I said, What do you mean learn? She says, you little dysfunctional in this area. Eh? No, she's got her master's and put herself through college and school. Like she's, you know what I mean? Anyways, there's something. God must have been talking to her big time to override everything she's seen in me. But she put me to the test to back up. Was with this recipe. She came out of the video shop. It was Saturday night, and she had her sweats on and stuff like that. She was gorgeous. She just lit the whole place up. And when she came out, I ran into Starbucks and I got a card and I put my name and number on it. And she came out and I said, hey, how you doing? Well, how I met her was when she walked by, I said, what's the matter? You don't say hello anymore? Like I acted like I knew her, right? And so she went in, she thought, she seen the bikes and she said, this guy's a player. So let's see what kind of guy I'm getting, like, is interested in this. So she comes back, she goes like this. She goes, I can't stay long. I have somebody waiting at home. I said, lucky guy. And I removed myself from the conversation. Where before I wouldn't have done that. Anybody feeling me on that?
Yeah.
Anybody? Huh? I said, lucky guy. And she said, no, my mom, she's not feeling well. I'm watching videos with her, staying home with her, watching videos. She did is this a dog? Right? Or is this a good guy that I want to get to know? The second, that was the first coffee date we had. We seen that we're both on spiritual plane, that we both had the same belief system and goals. Then we went on our first date. Right? This is kind of interesting. And then somewhere along the line, she helped me work through the stuff that nobody else helped me work through, these deficiencies, these defects, these things. So she sat down one day, she sat down with me, and before we got engaged, she had this binder of stuff. She said, sit down, I want to talk to you. And she said, I've been doing some research and I see like you're problematic in this area. She says, I have 16 points for a successful relationship. She's type A personality, right? She has her massive, and she had all these cue cards, like it was all like the tabbies and all that stuff. And it was all like computer printed and it was all highlighted and stuff. I looked at her, I said, what's the matter with you? What planet are you from? I got up and left, right? I'm happy to report, like this March 21st, our 14th year anniversary, right? And we've covered 15 of the 16 points.
Working on 16.
Yeah, working on 16. So, but I could have never got there without this.
Yeah.
Right? This is the game changer, right? So go through, empty the garbage, find out what that hasn't been working, what's been driving, and the things you're still carrying. Let's get rid of it properly without regret, right? And then get this all down and try to get to a point. Probably not by Thursday, but we're going to try to shape a sane idea for the future. And this is all your relationships with everybody you're involved in. What you'll tolerate, what you won't tolerate, what kind of friends you allow in your life, what you won't allow in your life. From anybody. Like you get to participate what your life looks like. How cool is that?
That's
right. And this is like to redefine. If you're in a relationship, you could redefine what that looks like. If you're having problems with a relationship with your parents, with your kids, with anybody, here's the recipe on how to redefine that. How cool is that? Right. So whatever our ideas turn out to be.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. We ask God to mold our ideas and help us live up to them. When does that happen? Now, right?
Right now.
Don't wait till you're 16 years sober. You guys are so fortunate. If you can get this at the beginning of your sobriety, man. Yeah.
Remember always that our sex powers were God-given and therefore good, neither to be used lightly or selfishly, nor to be despised and loathed. Whatever our ideal turns out to be, we must be willing to grow toward it.
Despise or loathe. So there's the people that always get in relationships that don't work, and the people that don't get in relationships because they're fearful. So either way, both people are robbing themselves from the experience that we're meant to have.
That's right.
Because there's a part of self driving us or blocking us off from true partnership with another human being. When we're instinct based, you can't really formulate a true partnership. But if that's all you want is to be instinct-based and to have somebody to get together with every once in a while, that's okay too, but you need to be honest about that. Most of us lie, meaning, oh, it's about the white picket fence and getting in a relationship, making up for time. Whose idea is that? That's somebody else's idea. Then you get into these relationships and you realize this is not what I want at all. I just, I just want to what was it? The girls just want to have fun. Whatever. I just want to have some fun. Well, is be honest with it and be okay with it. That's what we're getting at. Being comfortable with your own truth.
Yeah.
Right? That's the beauty of it. Okay, go ahead.
We must be willing to make amends where we have done harm, provided that we do not bring about still more harm in doing so.
Yeah, like seek counsel. Like the amends come later. Right now, you're amending your conduct.
Yeah.
But don't go out and start making amends to people that you shouldn't be really talking to before you get help. Right? Like
Mhm.
people get really seriously hurt in this area and killed.
Yeah.
Right? Like you gotta seek counsel with this stuff. Really, really, really. Okay, go ahead.
In other words, we treat sex as we would any other problem.
So there we go. So it's the same understand as any other problem, but we're just looking at things a little differently. Where am I not living the life that I've always hoped for? Where am I causing myself problems, guilt, shame, remorse, dysfunction, or confusion? Where am I not doing things that I want to do? And where am I being driven by doing things that I don't want to do and not doing things that I want to do? Driven by certain instincts. This is the area where it causes a lot of us a lot of problems, because this is where we get some form of creates diversion, some form of euphoric, right? We get the endorphins running by seeking attention that we shouldn't be seeking, doing things that we shouldn't be doing, or causing ourselves guilt by overspending area. I'm trying to say that overspending attention in areas that are depriving other areas.
Yeah.
So if I'm having a problem over here in my relationship, is because I'm probably spending too much time over here in an area I shouldn't, right?
Yeah, totally.
And we could all determine that, right? So, okay.
In meditation, we ask God what we should do about each specific matter. The right answer will come if we want it.
It's true, right? We're lying, being dishonest, and consider it dishonest, right? The right answer will come if we want. So we're in cool. So we're at this part of the inventory, and we're in counsel now with something greater than ourselves. We're in meditation, seeking that intuitiveness, because we have enough self out of the way that we could hear this entity, this power, this life force talking to us that wants nothing but the best for us, because it's been a witness to our whole life, and it knows the things that we're doing that we don't want to do, but we can't help it because lack of power is our dilemma, right?
Right. Yeah.
So when we seek power and we seek the recipe, so it's good. Go ahead.
God alone can judge our sex situation.
Okay, so we're going to continue that Thursday. So why we seek counsel? Because there was this lady with her husband, and he's on his deathbed, eh? And the husband goes, I want to clear some stuff up with it. And the wife goes, it's okay, don't worry about it, I know. He goes, no. He says, I want to tell you I was unfaithful with your friend. She goes, it's okay, I know, don't worry about it. He goes, oh, this is going pretty good. He says, well, I want to tell you about, I was unfaithful with your cousin too. She says, yeah, I know, it's okay, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, just relax. He says, well, this is going really good. So the hardest one was I was unfaithful with your sister. She says, yeah, I know. Just relax. Let the poison work. No. Let the poison work. Okay. Anyhow, be careful, right? Live long and prosperous. Love you guys. I don't know how spiritual that was, but you get the point, right? Anyways, if you need extra help in this area, there's some talks and stuff like that. Rob, you're awesome and all the work you do. And you can go online and get some help going through it slowly. The worksheets are there too. It's not about beating yourself up, eh? About a new freedom and a new happiness. It's about getting rid of it promptly without regret. No longer carrying the shame, guilt, and remorse. Right? Okay, thanks.
Great meeting, Tony. That was awesome. There are no dues or fees for AA membership, but we do have a PayPal account for those who wish to contribute. We also have a Facebook group titled the Big Book Step Study Discussion Group, and the Keystone Group has 16 meetings online and 3 in person. Please see the chat for the times and Zoom numbers, or email Rob or the co-hosts, and they will email you the information. We have a YouTube channel, and if you search Tony R Vancouver, you'll find close to 100 talks for a more in-depth understanding. Please stick around until the end of the Big Book study, as Tony will answer questions then. And how we close this meeting is with the 3rd step prayer on page 63 of the Big Book. And Tony, who makes it possible?
It's the basis for a good life.
God, I offer myself to thee, to build with me and to do with me as thou wilt. Relieve me of the bondage of self, that I may better do thy will. Take away thy difficulties, that victory over them may bear witness to those I would help of thy power, thy love, and thy way of life. May I do thy will always.
On a grateful recovered alcoholic. Sobriety dates January 7th, 2020. This workshop is facilitated by Tony R and Christine tonight. We'll keep everybody muted for the duration of this workshop, except for the facilitators. The recording is audio only. There will be no pictures. If you guys are worried about that. Any inappropriate behavior will not be tolerated, and you will be removed by one of the co-hosts. Please note, Tony will be taking questions after the meeting. So if you have anything, you can always write it down and ask after. And how we open this meeting is with the 3rd step prayer. It's on page 63 of your Big Book, if you don't know it off by heart. God, I offer myself to thee, to build with me and to do with me as thou wilt. Relieve me of the bondage of self, that I may better do thy will. Take away my difficulties, the victory over them may bear witness to those I would help with thy power, thy love, and thy way of life. May I do thy will always. All right, have an amazing meeting. It's all yours, Tony. Don't forget to unmute.
Right on, recovered alcoholic. My name is Tony. Sobriety dates April 8, 1989. Thanks for joining us. Hope everybody's doing well. If you're new to this thing, awesome. This is the whole point why we do this, is to carry this message so other people may have the opportunity we have enjoyed. And we stick with the book. You know, there was a you know, those AA chat lines. There was a conversation. People do it this way. Joe and Charlie, people do it that way, do it this way, or they do it the Pacific Group way, or there was one on there, the cod, the Lynn cod way, or this cod is fishy to me, but we do it by the book, right? We don't do it Tony's way. We don't do it John's or whatever, right? We do it by the book. What does the book say, right? And that's one of the things that we find challenging in our fellowship, especially for those who've been around a little while, is getting back to the message of the book, right? New people are great when we have the opportunity to deal with somebody new. They don't have preconceived ideas. They don't have somebody else's ideas or somebody else's. We just stick to the format of the outline of the Miracle of Alcoholics Anonymous as outlined in our basic text. And they really flourish, right? And then they watch them work with new people, right? The people who struggle the most with this is those who have preconceived ideas. I know nobody in this group, right? Nobody, you know, and it's funny. Like if you kind of look at our own process, like a lot of us think it was our idea to actually start the work in the book. We forget about all the people around us coaxing us into it, right? Because, you know, especially after sharing, I don't know, anybody been approached after you share and they're kind of really interested in your recovery and trying to get you in the book because they hear what you can't hear, right? And it's our job to carry this message, right? It's not the new person's job to find this thing because they're too busy thinking. Any thinkers here? Yeah. Right, they're in the meeting going, I wonder how this works, and they're reading how it works, right? And it may sound kind of funny, but we think somewhere along the line that the onus is on us to figure it out. right? And we would have never figured this stuff out sitting in a meeting. There's no way. I've never met anybody that knew this stuff before going through it. Right? I never met anybody who's ever gone through this process. And yes, it confirmed everything I thought I knew. Right? You know, most of the people that go through it said, I didn't know it said that. And we go, we know you didn't know, right? We know that, right? And so when we get to the base of this thing, what we really see is those people per se who are sponsoring us are really guides through this thing, right? Our lineage is the first 100 men and women who put this together, and since thousands of people who've gone through it, right? They haven't changed the message since they put this thing together, right? Which is pretty remarkable because it seems to work. It seems to be the key to the success in obtaining this thing that we need to obtain in order to recover, right? And so we see that the idea of being presented here, it's not about working the steps, right? We get that idea. I got to work this. I got to work this. It's not about working the steps. It's what the steps get us. And what do we do with that is cultivate that, right? And so what it is the idea that was presented that you know what this illness looks like, and a lot of us are kind of really surprised when they outline that it's a twofold illness, being both of the body and the mind, right? And they describe these things as a phenomena, right? All three events, the body, the mind, and the solution. So what they try to do is they collectively got together and said, you know what? We're going to put this in a basic text to explain it the best way we know how, and it's the collective understanding. So there may be a lot of different info. You may read this book with this history or that book, and they say this or they say that, but collectively they all said, this is the best way we all agree on explaining this thing. One is educating those about the question of alcoholism, what it looks like, and for people to be able to diagnose themselves whether they're afflicted with this illness. Two is to present the solution in such a way, not only to the person who's reading it, but from a place of experience, that this is what they found to be true, right? Not only from what was presented to them, but the collective experience of going through this. Right? That's the way it says, if you want what we have. So where we are right now, we'll see, like we're in the fourth step, and it is a pretty exciting process. But the only people that don't feel that way is those who haven't done it yet. Right? Those who have done it the way the books laid out, it is everything that we've been looking for: the freedom, right? The peace, the happiness, the contentment, to be able to reformulate relationships, to formulate our lives along where our desire for what we hope for and the reality of experiencing starts to meet, you know, that peace and that serenity. So one of the things that is interesting on page 60, they talk about here the second half of how it works. Doesn't talk about working the steps. It talks about this relationship and growing along spiritual lines, and the principles we've set down are guides to progress. What's this progress? Is the application of these principles to get us access to power. Because what's our problem? Lack of power, right? What the whole book is getting access to this power that creates the change. So we start seeing that there's two ideas being represented in the fellowship of AA. Those, the collective idea and the experience of those who put this together. So they become a part of the collective, that we all agree on what the problem is, what the solution is, and the course of action. So when they were talking beforehand, they were talking about this idea, conception of the idea of this power based on their experience that they have obtained that created this change. And they're going to show us what they did. Does that kind of make sense? So when they get to page 60 here, after step 12, they don't talk about the steps anymore, right? We talk about the steps because we think it's something we got to work every day. But if people understood what they were saying, they'd realize it doesn't make sense. I work 10, 11, and 12 every day. Well, if you're doing 12, you'd be doing all of it, right? And if you're doing 11, you won't need to be doing 10. The reason you're doing 10 is because you're not doing 11 and 12. Like it's one of those things, right? It's like when you're driving your car and you get a ticket. Why? Because you're not doing something you're supposed to be doing. Does that kind of make sense? Right. So life gives you a reminder, and that's kind of like these things. Once you get your license, it's about practicing these principles to maintain, keep, and develop that. So they talk about here after the ABCs, and if you want to kind of lay that down, as being convinced that what?
Being convinced, we were at step 3, which is that we decided to turn our will and our life over to God as we understood him. Just what do we mean by that? And just what do we do?
So they explain that. They're going to say what they mean by that and what they did, right? So they're going to say what their first requirement was. And what was their first requirement? The first requirement
is that we be convinced that any life run on self-will can hardly be a success.
Now, most people think they understand what they mean by that, but they didn't discover that till they did their 4th step. Because if you're able to see that on the level that they were talking about, you wouldn't need to do the rest of the steps, would you?
No.
So I need to see what they're talking about. So as they went through this, they started talking about the human condition, right? And on page 64, they talk about, back up. On page 62, they say that the summary of their conclusion is what? Selfish,
self-centeredness. That we think is the root of our troubles.
So a root is something below the surface, right? Something you can't see, undetected, right? Okay.
Driven by 100 forms of fear, self-delusion, self-seeking, and self-pity, we step on the toes of our fellows and they retaliate.
If I could see how that I create that, then I wouldn't need to do the rest of the steps, would I?
No.
Right. So they're talking in past tense as the result of the course of action they went through to discover these things, the human perplexities, right? Most humans have these traits from one extent to another, right? Like, okay, go ahead.
Sometimes they hurt us, seemingly without provocation, but we invariably find that at some time in the past, we have made decisions based on self, which later placed us in the position to be hurt.
So, which is interesting. Now we get to see that because we're in the conduct part of this thing, right? We've seen where our conduct is like created our demise one way or another, and we see how it arises out of self. So we see what creates self is our instincts, even though it doesn't say instincts, but that's what creates self, right? Is that column of where they talk about our sex instinct, security instinct, right? And ambitions and all that. That's creates self. And that's where our problems stem from, right? And so what happens is, so they arise out of ourselves. Go ahead.
So our troubles, we think, are basically of our own making. They arise out of ourselves, and the alcoholic is an extreme example of self-will run riot, though he usually doesn't think so.
So which is really cool now, where we're at in this process, when we go over to where we are on page 69, we have a good indication what the problem is. We went through our resentments and how many people found that really eye-opening.
Oh yeah. Totally.
Right? How dominated we are by people, places, and things, and how these things are still determining how we feel, our outcome, and our response to life, and our relationships are all based on these things. Now we get to see why they're not very successful or why we're always in conflict, right? How we're not owning our space, right? What happens is we have all these things cohabitating with us. We're not alone in our space, right? We're in constant dialogue or conflict with something or somebody, and even though we're alone, which is interesting, right? We get to start being observers of how we respond or react or live to life. To be an observer of your own thinking, how many people found that an interesting exercise?
Yes.
Before we're participants. Now you're stepping back and looking at, holy shit, no wonder I have problems. Look at this, right? It's like, wow. No wonder I don't like, going through conflict alone, and why I involve everybody around me. How many people like going through a resentment alone? There's got to be somebody I can involve, right?
Yeah.
There's got to be an innocent bystander somewhere, right? So they talk about, as we went through this, the first part of the exercise, we're looking for the common manifestations which has defeated us, right? The flaws in our makeup, right? And so they're very specific about the first one is resentments. Yes.
Yes, definitely.
Right. And so a lot of people say, oh, no, selfish, inconsiderate. We're always going to be selfish, dishonest, and a little inconsiderate to various degrees.
Yeah.
Right. That's not what gets us drunk. What gets us drunk is the things that block us off from our relationship, which is what? Resentments,
No.
fears. Right? Come on. Like you people say, well, we're all, like it's inheritably as a part of a human being, we're always a little selfish and self-seeking. Anybody? Like you ever watch kids? You got to teach them not to be selfish and inconsiderate, right? Don't hit the other kids. Don't steal the other kids' toys. Ask if you can borrow them. Play nice in the sandbox, even when people aren't looking. Right? You hear people say, "Oh, they should have taught this in school." You ever hear people say that? They did. You weren't paying attention in that class, right? Yeah. They teach this from kindergarten, basic human courtesies and how to get along and right, play nice and right, think of other people's feelings. What an order! I can't go through with it, right? So we see that, and then we find alcohol, and it's like, wow, I found magic, and we're the nicest people you ever wanted to meet, and then life starts turning on us. And we can't control our emotional natures. We're prey to anybody.
Oh, yes. Definitely.
Magic started to dissipate, leave. The promises started turning into nightmares. Right? Yeah. We all know that because if we could drink without consequence, we all agreed we'd still be drinking, right? Then we found out, well, it's not the consequences. They're a symptom of the inability to control our drinking. And then we got, okay, I'm not going to drink. Then we found out we couldn't because of the malady that centers in the mind. And we found that we can't shake this based on knowledge, that we actually need a psychic change or spiritual experience. So, which is really cool, is the fourth step is the starting of you getting an experience with this power that we've been talking about, or what they've been talking about, that this relationship, this step 3 is an idea of the possibility of this relationship. The third step prayer is a summary of the entire course of action. It's a summary of all the 12 steps. In order to experience what they're talking about in the third step prayer, I need to do all the work. And as you break down the prayer, you start seeing this makes sense. Relieve me of the bondage of self. Take away my difficulties. Right? The victor over them may bear witness to those that would help with thy power, thy love, and thy way of life. Which just sounds like kind of like step 12, right? But they're talking about that in step 3 because it's an idea. A lot of people go, no, it's not. And it even says that on page 63. The wording is quite optional so long as we express the idea. Well, what's the idea? Is the presentation of the solution in step 2, right? Is the conception of the presentation of a course of action that'll bring about this experience, right?
Yeah.
So we'll see that step 3 is confirmed in step 11, that this relationship that was an idea in 3 is really get to develop it in 11. And where it starts is in step 4. May you find him now. Later, find what now? This power. Get access to this power. Where's this power? Deep down within. How many people would have came up with that on their own?
Never.
You say, I got to go find God. A lot of people buy a bus pass and they're on a quest, right? They don't think, oh, deep down within, I would have never came up with that idea. I mean, I would have, I've sat in thousands of meetings for the first 11 years. Nobody ever said deep down within. That wasn't a postal code where God was residing, was deep down within, right? What? Right? And then, so it's kind of like, wow. And then when they give us the options, yeah, there's always been this entity, this thing that wanted different from me and all that, right? We all kind of got that.
Yeah.
So as we started going through this and removing the resentments and started applying these prayers and the willingness to look at things differently, and on 67, we start looking at people differently. They, like ourselves, were ill too. Why? Why were they? Because they were living on an instinct-based living. And there was collateral damage based on the things of their reaction and the people they involved. We see it wasn't personal. Anybody in their life would have had the same experience. Interesting. And so I start reflecting that on me, that a lot of the things I did to people, I didn't mean to do. It wasn't personal. It's just collateral damage on a person who's driven by these things. And how many people found that interesting in the 4th step? So these things that arise out of self. Oh, I see, because of my self-esteem, my personal relationships, my ambition, security. I see why I'm pissed off at these people. That makes sense. Or why I'm hurt, or just so, which is interesting. Then we got to the fears, and they started talking about this relationship is happening because I have the ability to access it now. They talk about to the extent that we permit these things. What things? The things that I've now become an observer of. What things? These things in my mind that dominate me. Right?
Yeah.
So I'm starting to see I don't have an anxiety disorder. I have a thinking disorder.
Right.
Right? That my life is a canvas directly proportionate to my thinking and my emotions. Isn't that interesting? And to the things I harbor, these abscesses of energy that I carry that are still determining my life, replaying, refeeling, reliving past events that are still present. Anybody found that interesting?
Oh,
But it
yes.
takes the 4th step to see that, because all we can see is one thing at a time, and we're really delusional to the effect it has not only on us, but everybody around us. We've learned from a really early in our development how to dismiss, ignore, manipulate, gaslight ourselves.
Yeah.
Right? The first time, how many people remember the first time they felt embarrassed or ashamed as a result of the drinking? Anybody remember the pit in their stomach? They're lying there going, oh, right?
Yeah.
Right? 14 years old. I remember what I did the night before. Oh my God. I shouldn't have hit on my aunt. No, but you know what I mean? Whatever the situation is, right? I just want to see who is listening. So, and that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. And so what happens is you're conscious, that part in you is going, hey, what are you doing? And you're talking, I don't know what I'm doing. And you feel flush and hot, and you feel that the tightness. Anybody? Am I seeing it right?
Oh, yes.
And then a part of you self goes, hold it a second. I don't like this story either. Let's just tweak it a bit, okay? Let's go over it again. So we go over it again, and it dissipates the feeling. And it's still, let's go over it again. So we go over the story enough times where it's funny. I stick to the story I don't remember, or it's okay. Anybody?
Oh, yeah.
That's one story of one episode. They say normal people change 1 or 2 episodes. We got hundreds of that. And so now we're becoming clear. Holy shit. No, I see how warped I am and how driven I am by these things. So when they talked about the fear that it was an evil and corroding thread, we see that when I be an observer or meditate, same thing, observer, meditate, and I kind of take my thinking, and I put it in front of me like a screen or like a manuscript, I could see why I feel right, and why my attitude now looks are the way they are, because look at the toxicity at the level that I'm functioning at. I'm instinct based.
Yeah.
Right? The grouch and the brainstorm were my companions. All these things that I find are liabilities, I used to call assets. Anybody? So, and I'm starting to say, okay, so they talked about here that this recipe that they talked about, instead we let God, they talk about here, the last part of 68. They said, we never apologize for God. Instead, we let him demonstrate through us what he can do. We ask him to remove our fear. In order to ask for something to remove, that must mean I've become an observer. In order to become an observer, I have to be aware of a change in my chemistry. Meaning, anybody ever feel fear or the anxiety of anticipation of something? You notice you change, your emotional chemistry changes?
Definitely.
And your breathing changes a bit, and you become more focused and more isolated. And when you think too much, you ever notice you become more crouched over? It's hard to be positive and think great when sitting up, right? You got, you start closing in, like the protector starts coming and the instincts start happening. And what we do is we perpetuate, we feed it because we're instinct based, because what's our problem? Lack of power. So here, as weird as it may sound, as soon as I acknowledge, like I'm like sort of is like just take a big breath. I know something's happening. God, take this thing, right? Right. And then what? Right? Ask him to remove our fear, whatever that emotional deformity is, whatever, right? When harboring such feelings, right? The basis is a fear, even though you may not identify it. There's something inside of me creating a shift with nothing happening around me. Anybody? I'm creating an anxiety-based fight or flight response to life that makes me irritable, restless, and discontent and hard to be around. Not that any of you are ever hard to be around, right? It takes a little while before the people around us start becoming comfortable, right? We're talking about their promises and they're still waiting for them to come true. They're waiting for a new freedom and happiness. They're waiting to not regret the past nor wish to shut the door on her. They're waiting that they could talk to you without any kind of punishment or reprisal. Anybody? You can stop me anytime now. Anybody know that you put the key in the door, everybody in this inside of the house goes quiet? Or when you phone people, it seems to go to, why does it always seem to go to voicemail? Then they call me back because they're not too sure, like a box of chocolates, they're never too sure what they're gonna get. You call, they just get their wallets out.
What is it this time?
What? Yeah. So at once, why does at once we commence to outgrow fear? Because we're interrupting it. And we're getting focused, being where our feet are. We take a big breath, we replenish the air. There's a whole different meditation thing that we'll get into is Yahweh, right? And it's totally different. The breath is pretty interesting, right? The first breath we ever take is, right? And the last breath we ever take is, it's a life force. It connects us to what we are. So the ability to focus and redirect, go from an instinct-based living into a being, a spiritual being. The human experience means you have to be present. Does that kind of make sense? How cool is this part that we could change where we're? So what they talked about on page 62, like I just wing this stuff. I pray ahead of time and say, okay, God, where are we going? So, you guys are just riding along with me. I'm hearing some of this for the first time myself today. So they talk about on 62 was this idea at the bottom of page 62. Right?
Most good ideas.
Yeah.
Most good ideas are simple, and this concept was the keystone of the new and triumphant arch through which we pass to freedom.
Most good ideas are simple. We're looking for complicated. Can't be that simple to pause, take a breath, acknowledge what I'm doing to myself, and ask for strength to do something else, like the basis of the Serenity Prayer, to go into a different room or a different domain within inside of me. I go from the instinct-based living to a spiritual part, and it replenishes. Anybody ever know when you're feeling good, it kind of lights up your whole chest and you're sitting up and everything looks bright and you can see the mountains and the clouds, and it's like you look at life, it's like, wow. You notice things, the birds and all that, but when you're consumed with self, it's kind of like, I didn't know that crack was on the ground like that, right? Looks like I've got to shine my shoes, right? We're nasal gazing, we're staring at our own navel, right? We need to plug that umbilical cord into something other than ourselves, right? So anyways, they used to call that, I'm not even going to say that. See, intervention. Don't go there, Tony. Don't go there, right?
Look at that. You're stopping yourself.
I know. I'm pausing. So we see that recipe. So now we see that we permit these things, this dialogue. So what we're doing is we're reprogramming the narrator. But even more so, we're giving the narrator less airtime. And we're looking for more present time, owning our space, which is really cool, right? So then we got into the relationship part, which is, I found that really interesting, that when I did the house cleaning on all the guilt, shame, remorse, that some of it didn't even involve other people. It just involved my thinking around shame, guilt. Anybody found that interesting when they went through this?
Yeah.
How we harbor things and how other people's ideas still influence us. Like the same idea when it was with we agnostics, most of our ideas were formulated based on other people's teaching.
Mhm.
Same with spirituality. It's the same kind of problem, is most of our ideas are based on other people's teachings, right? And so when we get down to in this way, so we got all our sheets, we got everything done, and what do we do with this? So in this way, page 69.
Okay. Page 69. In this way, we try to shape a sane and sound idea for our future sex life.
So that means you're doing another part of the process on another piece of paper. You're writing out what you want your relationships to look like.
Mhm.
The ideal thing, if you were to make a perfect relationship with another human being, what would that look like?
Yeah.
And what's really cool is then you got to put your name at the top of the list, saying, I need to become all these things before I attract these things. Because if I'm not these things, anybody that are these things will be able to see right through me. Right? When they see I'm instinct-based and I'm just trying to get all I can out of the show, anybody who has good self-esteem, good self-worth, and a good disposition in life will kind of go, uh-oh, I'm going to do self-preservation. As nice as you are, I'm not going to get involved with you. We're going to attract like-minded people. Damn. Damn. No wonder I always had problems. I was attracting people that I liked. Painful, right? Based on self.
Yeah.
So when I got the sane and sound idea, what do I do? It's an idea. Have I achieved it? No, I'm going to what? What am I going to do with that? Go ahead.
We subjected each relation to this test. Was it selfish or not? We asked God to mold our ideas and help us to live up to them.
See the interesting, because remember, self is still involved. We're just new at this thing. So before, some of this stuff that I used to think I use as a solution when it shouldn't be used as a solution, a form of escape, a form of not being able to look at it. Because most of us like relationships because we find somebody else to work on. Oh, got quiet. Oh, I forgot everybody's muted. By the look on your face, it got quiet. It was like, come on, how many people got in a relationship here and boy, these people need some help and really spend all their time focusing on them?
Yeah.
Right? That's the great part about it. Then you don't have to focus on you.
Yeah.
I remember going to this lady, George's wife was in Al-Anon. I'd phone her, I said, I got another one for you. I mean, I can't believe this. I have these people that need help. She said, have you ever looked at the common denomination? And I've never caught it, right? But when I did this exercise, yeah, okay. We see there needs to be some change. Okay, go ahead.
We asked God to mold our ideas and help us to live up to them. We remembered always that our sex powers were God-given and therefore good, neither to be used lightly or selfishly, nor to be despised and loathed.
Well, this is interesting because now I get to formulate what I want through meditation. Do I want to be single and just have fun? Then I need to be honest about that, right? The old idea was, man, the clock's ticking. I got to get in a relationship. I got to get the white picket fence. I got to make up for lost time. Anybody? I got to get in, right? That was somebody else's idea. And then I'd get in these relationships. I go, what the hell am I doing in this relationship? I don't want this. I just wanted some nookie and have some fun, but I lied about it, right? Because I didn't think I'd get any if I told them the truth. Come on, I'm not alone there, right? And then the guy says, and same with the other people. I don't really want a relationship. I know you don't, but I convince you that you do. That's the same thing, isn't it? How many people got involved with people that told you they didn't want a serious relationship? I could change your mind. That's the goal now, right? Because if I could change you, then my self-esteem, right? And then we're surprised, my God, they were being honest with me and I couldn't accept it, right? And then when they continue to be honest with me, I punished them for it, right? Like, enough, right? This is kind of so it's about being honest. So it may sound kind of weird, but when I learned this recipe, I was sober a while before I seen it, and I redefined it as I went along. Sometimes I went this way, and I went, oh no, geez, this isn't working for me subconsciously. Like I don't feel right in this. This is somebody else's idea, right, of what a man is and all this. So I redefined that in prayer and talked to my sponsor, right, a spiritual advisor, and then I redefined that. Like when I was raising my kids, I didn't want nobody in my kids' life. Right. I was a giant. So I find other parents who just wanted to get together on weekends and share companionship movie and stuff. And I was honest about that. Does that kind of make sense? And then when I became more serious, before I met my wife, like I talked about last week, I had that idea in my mind that I didn't vary off that path. I stayed the course, but I had to pray for the strength, and that's where they're getting at here. So whatever your ideas turn out, they're your ideas. And this is, if you like leather, this is not about that. Who cares? Right? Like it's like, oh, I feel, if you feel shame and guilt of what you're doing, then find peace with what you're doing. Right? And if you can't find peace, then redefine what you're doing. It's not about what you do. Like, you know, like a lot of people think, oh, I kind of like bondage, but I feel guilty about that because society says this. Well, there's other people who feel the same way you do. Find those people and be honest with them. Does that kind of make sense?
Totally does.
Yeah, it's like a lot of people were in the relationships before because they would lie about it, because they weren't true to themselves, because society was dictating things. That's what a lot of people who I'm just going to say it, who felt they were gay, but they couldn't come out of the closet, so they would get in relationships to, does that kind of make sense? And it caused a lot of problems. And then later they come out and all that other stuff. This is about being true to you and being honest with the people around you. Does that kind of make sense? But there's stipulations with that, right? And what does it say? Whatever
ideal turns out to be, we must be willing to grow toward it. We must be willing to make amends where we have done harm, provided that we do not bring about still more harm in doing so.
That's where sponsorship comes in. And this recipe is as I go along here, right? If I'm starting to lead people to believe something that isn't true, or I'm conducting my way that is unbecoming for a person in my situation, I need to amend it, to correct it as I go along. Does that kind of make sense?
Yes.
Right? Because a part of me still wants to live the other way. But the new idea says I want to live this way, because what I do is I cause myself harm when I'm not living up to my ideas. Anybody?
Yeah.
Everybody knows what I'm talking about. Everybody, I say, yeah, okay, so I'm not alone in this area, right? So how do we find peace in this? Well, we need to bring counsel with something greater than us and ask for the power to carry out these ideas. And they're going to get more into, well, how do we really formulate this thing? Because this is the most troublesome area that most people have on the planet, is in this area. Right? Go ahead.
In other words, we treat sex as we would any other problem. In meditation, we ask God what we should do about each specific matter. The right answer will come if we want it.
And that may sound weird, but when I was younger, I was a very attractive young man. So and single in the fellowship, right? Which is right, good job, good thing. So I had a lot of appealing things going for me. Plus, I had responsibilities in meetings, and I was kind of like running big book studies. So someone would be attracted to that, even some men, but I cleared that up right off. But mostly women were attracted to that quality, right? And then, so I'd befriend them. And then when I seen that their motive was different, I had to start changing things that I did. What does that mean? Is that when the woman would go, hey, can I have a ride home? I would say, no. Unless you have somebody with you. Then if there's two of you, I could go, but I'm not taking you alone in my car. Another one, hey, can you give me a ride to the meeting? You live on the other side of town. I would ask them, would I do this for a guy in AA? No. So the answer would be no. And then at meetings, to bypass all the single girls looking for help and go help the guys. You ever notice that women, we're always overly eager to help the other single people? You know what I mean? Anybody? I can just identify so much with you. Yeah, sure you can. This must be God. Yeah. And then I say, okay, I'm regressing. Okay. Here's the number of my lawyer. Let's just cut to the chase. Okay. So just take half now. So the right answer will come. And we get that idea, right? Unwanted attention, unwanted this or that. We're still all human. And this is the correct it before it continues, not with the other person, with me. Right. So I remember, I don't know, I remember I was in a meeting once and this girl, she, in front of a lot of people, she started going like a little ballistic. I said, whoa, wait a minute. In your mind, what's happening is two different things here. She goes, what do you mean? I said, have I ever asked you for your phone number? She says, no. I said, have I ever asked you, you know what foreplay in AA is, eh? Would you like to go for coffee? That is the separation from the group. Have I ever asked you to go for coffee or meet alone or outside the meeting area? No. I said, then the problem's with you. It's not with me. And if you don't like the way I'm joking and connecting, the way I carry on, then it's your job to remove yourself from me. It's not my job to change to make you comfortable. That's pretty cool, right? To be able to do that, right? And to be able to, so that's where we're at with this stuff, right? And as a married person or someone in a relationship, it's still we're held, or a person of trust in a meeting, we're held to a higher standard of responsibility.
Yeah.
So that's what they're all talking about here, right? Okay, go ahead.
God alone can judge our sex situation. Counsel with persons is often desirable, but we let God be the final judge.
So here's something. This is the best advice I was ever given. If you want to stay single, talk to single people. They'll give you the best advice on how to stay single. Just do what they suggest, and you'll be single shortly. They're single for a reason, right? You want to be in a happy, joyous relationship, talk to somebody who's in a happy, joyous relationship. That's a share experience, strength, and hope. Somebody who could share all those challenges. If you're in a relationship, the honeymoon ends shortly, and then you both show up. Hello. Yes, hello. And then substance needs to follow, right? That's where they talk about making sure you're both on good spiritual ground. Because if you're both instinct-based, conflict is going to follow shortly.
Yeah.
Do we need to explain that? No, that's what we see, right? Do we see that?
Yeah.
Okay.
It is off, or persons is often desirable, but we let God be the final judge. We realize that some people are as fanatical about sex as others are loose. We avoid hysterical thinking or advice.
You know what that means? Mind your own business.
Exactly.
That's what that means. If people are doing what they do, let them do it, as long as there's no harm or foul happening, right? You know what I mean? Just mind your own business, right? And most people who are concerned with other people's conduct are usually the ones that are not getting any. Getting too real here, right? Remember, touch when in doubt, touch your nose. What does that mean? Mind your own business. So you know what? Somebody said that the other day. What was that? Wait.
Yeah.
Yes.
How did that go?
Why am I talking?
Why am I talking? That's what
That was
unsolicited advice. Why am I talking?
Yeah.
Right? Okay, that's funny. Okay, suppose here's the thing. So we got an idea. We see the past. We got all this done on paper. We're seeing what we're hoping for the future. You got to write down your ideas and counsel with something greater than yourself. You could even seek other people who are successful in a relationship. What's the basis of the relationship, right? And it's funny that it's not sex. What? That's not the foundation to a relationship. What an order. But it is when you're instinct-based. Most people who are happily in relationships, that's not the number one priority in a relationship. What? I was just as shocked. What the hell? So substance, right? So we okay, so what do we do now with this stuff? Suppose
we fall short of the chosen idea and stumble. Does this mean we are going to get drunk?
what does that mean, stumble? That means kind of like this. I don't want to watch porn anymore because I don't like the way it makes me feel. If you're okay with that, that's okay with you. But with me, it causes something that comes back from my whole life and where I was raised and all. It just brings about a different energy, right? Because now I'm more about energy, frequency, and all that. I know I look at how things affect me inside, like just like watching movies, and like horror films, comedies. You see how it affects when you're around toxic people. You ever notice how, right? And this is our only gauge, that some of these things I used to be okay with, I stopped being okay with, right?
Yeah.
And so it was just like when a whole bunch of us went to Vegas, right? A lot of guys went to the strip club. We were there for a bachelor party. A lot of guys went to the strip club. I didn't go. Not because I'm better, because that's my chosen idea. Does that kind of make sense? And so what happens is, so if I fall short, meaning, oh, what happens is spiritually I'm a little off, and I get attracted back to an old behavior that's now become present again, right? As a form of a solution or escape or whatever. And it causes some guilt, shame, or remorse. That's what they mean by stumble, right? This thing I just, I don't feel good about it. Anybody?
Yeah.
Right? And so that's what they mean. So what do I do? Does this mean we're going to get drunk? Okay, go ahead.
Some people tell us so, but this is only a half truth.
Right? So pay attention here. This is one of the second area where they talk about getting drunk. The first one was with resentments.
Yep.
And this is the other area most people, right, don't, if they don't get their conduct in line, this is where most people that I've dealt with, just, my God, this is where their troublesome area is, right?
Yeah.
This is where they get loaded, right? And they're talking about this, right? Go ahead.
It depends on us and on our motives.
Yeah, our motives. So if we're all God's children, I can't exploit other people from my pleasure anymore and not feel there's going to be repercussions, no matter who you are, women or men. You can't do it. Why? Well, we know why, right? Because we know how we felt when whatever. And now imagine how. So this is that area, right? Where some people are okay with living like that, but I know I can't.
Yeah.
Right? Go ahead.
If we are sorry for what we have done and have the honest desire to let God take us to better things, we believe we will be forgiven and will have learned our lesson.
And that's like early when I went through this thing, I'd be attracted to these people. And for one thing only, like, and I wasn't honest about my motives. I was just trying, you know what I mean? I was lonely and I was using blah, blah, blah. And we've all been there. And I compromised on my own ideas. And then after I felt bad, and so I had to be honest about that, not in a way where it hurt them, but in a way of saying, you know what, like I should have paid a little more attention before getting more involved. I'm sorry. Like I really, you know what I mean? I should have taken care of it beforehand. Does that kind of make sense? Especially if we hurt other people, right? This is kind of like that area. So I'm learning. And so that means I'm moving. So this is for me, this is my thing. I'm moving from fast food into more fine dining. In order to do that, I need to bypass those places where I used to go through all the time. Does that kind of make sense? I need to be a little more disciplined. That means I'm going to sit down, I'm going to order, and it's going to be more of an enjoyment than it is just through the drive-through.
Yeah.
I think that's the most appropriate way to say that, right? Because we know what happens if we do too much fast food. It catches up with us sooner or later, right?
Yeah.
So, okay, I had enough fast food to last me a lifetime when I looked at my time to get rid of the coupons. No.
They're no longer valid.
Go ahead.
If we are not sorry and our conduct continues to harm others, we are quite sure to drink. We are not theorizing. These are facts out of our experience.
So what happens is, sooner or later, the hen comes to roost. Sooner or later, all things come to light. So most people are okay with what they're doing till they get caught. And that feeling of guilt, remorse, and bitterness, right? They know what they're doing is not right, but they're getting something out of it. Both women and men, same thing. Like I've sponsored women and men, right? They're doing things that, right? Does that kind of, I don't need to get into, everybody knows, right? And so what happens is I'm going to say this one thing came to my mind. So there's this, a lot of people go to the bars as singles. And maybe it's more so of a man thing or a woman thing or whatever, is that they pick up people who are a little intoxicated. And they start having sex with these people. Does that kind of make sense?
Yeah.
Right. And so would that be classified as what they're talking about here? And then one day they come to, and then they go, hey, what are you doing? What were you doing? Why are you doing this? Blah, blah. They're sober and the other person isn't. And now the society's involved, the police are involved, and it's kind of like, but a part of them knew all along they shouldn't have been doing it, but they got something out of it. Right. And it could be anybody. If you're married and you're watching porn, and you know what, you're not involved in your relationship, and then your partner catches you, like all that stuff is discomfort. It causes problems, right? You're kind of engaged in a relationship here, but you're spending too much emotional time over there. Anybody? Would that cause problem when it comes to light? That's what they're talking about. That's this thing. You're starting to have secrets. You're starting to, right, conduct yourself, right? So that we all know what I'm trying to be as clear about this. That's what they're talking about.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
To sum up about sex, we earnestly pray for the right idea, for guidance in each questionable situation.
That means now in each questionable situation you're in now.
Yeah.
Right. And the beauty about this is if you're in a relationship, you could change the whole relationship. Because both of you could sit down and write down a sane and sound idea what you want your relationship to look. My wife and I, we both developed our relationship because we both had a sane and sound idea. She's a normie, but she had a sane and sound idea what she was looking for. And in our relationship, we've had business meetings, the same principles. We've sit down and we've talked about things in the relationship that cause her anxiety or me anxiety, and we put it out on the table. How are we going to work toward the change or the correction of this? And it could be simple stuff like, I'm a big guy, 6'2", second-degree black belt. I mean, I could be pretty intimidating, but I don't think my wife sees me that way. But she says, yeah, when I get upset about these people or situations and my emotional state, she says she gets a little nervous because she's seen me in situations with people, right, where my emotions get the best of me. Nobody here like that, right? I mean, some of you women could be pretty scary too, so easy on the line. Like, yeah, some of you have that grin. Yeah, damn right. Punch you right in the snot box. Okay, so we all could be scary. And when a guy says, you know what, when like with my wife, I said, when we had these meetings, I would say, when you raise your voice or when you talk, you do that certain, that tone gives me anxiety. What? She goes, because part of me thinks I'm going to get punished now. I'm just waiting for the other shoe to drop, right? And I know it may have nothing to do with you, but that's some of the stuff I carry in sex. I said, most of my scars are from women. Mm-hmm. Most of the abuse that's happened to me my whole life has been from aunts, my mom, women, like I've been stabbed, I've been like on and on, set out like all women based without getting into it, and attacked. I mean, like it's kind of may sound kind of funny. Oh, you're 6'2". Yeah, you guys are a little scary, right? My mom used to say, she used to go to her boyfriend. She says, "You go ahead, enjoy yourself now, but you got to sleep sooner or later, son of a bitch." And she'd beat them with a frying pan while they were sleeping. I mean, and so one of the things we talk about is we can't go to bed with a problem. We need to to dissipate it before we go to sleep. As hard as it may be, we need to be at peace. And we both, and so sometimes she would go, you sleep on that. I said, no, you're the one with the problem. You sleep on the couch. Right? It may sound funny, but we had to work through all these things in the relationship with a sane and sound idea. Does that kind of make sense? But you got to be able to go bring it to the table to talk about it and feel safe doing it. Right? So it's one fast story. When we went couch shopping, I wanted to get a couch that I could fit on. Right? And then without realizing, she got a couch that was just a little shorter than I am longer. So I can't sleep. So when I'm on the couch, I'm always, anyways, it's not going to be comfortable for you. Okay, moving on. Anyways, go ahead.
We earnestly pray for the right idea, for guidance in each questionable situation, for sanity, and for the strength to do the right thing. If sex is very troublesome, we throw ourselves the harder into helping others.
We used to joke about this, but if you're looking for a relationship with people who have problems in that area, get into service. That's where we're all hiding. We're busy. You know, I misunderstood that the first time I read it. My sponsor said, let's go over it again. I said, I could think of their needs and work. She said, that's not what they're saying, Tony. Let's read it again. Right? Okay, service work. Right? So to some of our sex, we usually pray for the right idea. And each question will say, right, if sex is very troublesome, right? We know, right? A lot of us use it as a solution, a euphoric kind of thing, right? Go ahead.
We think of their needs and work for them. This takes us out of ourselves. It quiets the imperious urge when to yield would mean heartache.
We don't need that explained, do we? Anybody's part of their brain says you shouldn't be doing this and you do it and then you feel bad for doing it. Man or woman don't hold the market. That's the human thing, right?
Yeah.
And that's what they mean. Like this thing is starting to take place. That the instinct is starting to happen. You acknowledge it, right? Because you're becoming more focused. It's kind of like, okay, God, I need some help here, right? I'm going to get in service. Going to go be of service. Go be of help, right? Go ahead.
If we have been thorough about our personal inventory, we have written down a lot. We have listed and analyzed our resentments.
Yeah, wow. Listed and analyzed, right?
We have begun to comprehend their futility and their fatality. We have commenced to see their terrible destructiveness. We have begun to learn tolerance, patience, and goodwill toward all men, even our enemies.
Pretty cool stuff, right? Like we're only at page 70. How cool is that? The recipe to start experiencing this stuff now. And if you're not experiencing it, one or two things are happening. One, you're not involving this power of God. Two, you're not doing this recipe, or you're not being honest.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Because this is the recipe for change at an internal level, right? Go ahead.
We have begun to comprehend their futility and their fatality. We have commenced to see their terrible destructiveness. We have begun to learn tolerance, patience, and goodwill toward all men, even our enemies, for we look on them as sick people. We have listed the people we have hurt by our conduct, and we are willing to straighten out the past if we can.
So this is interesting. So this is something I found, and people getting debate about it, but in the last 34 years of doing big book workshops, I found this very helpful for people like us. And this is the last list. So we have our resentments, we have our fears, we have our conduct, we have like the conduct, and then we have our relationships, and then we have a sane and sound idea. There's one more list, is all the harms we've caused that didn't make those other lists.
Yeah.
Wow. What do you mean by that? Well, our subconscious is like this. So I sat down with a list and I started writing out all the people I caused harm to. It may sound kind of weird. I remember the guy I borrowed $10 from that I didn't pay back because it was principal out. Like I remember, I don't know why I get $10. It was a matter of I remember him. Then I remember the time it was 3:30 in the morning. I was ripped on acid. We were 2 days drinking. And I had construction boots on with my buddies. We're 17 years old. We ran on top of all the cars down the street. Up and down the hoods, laughing our heads off, and the hoods and crunch, crunch, crunch. and we laughed our asses off. That didn't make the resentment list or the fear list. It made the harm list. All the mailboxes I kicked over, the people I spit on, right? The people I caused fights with, the people that innocent bystanders that I caused emotional. Wow, when I started doing this list, right, I had weird stuff on it. I used to do, like, I was a little warped. I know it's hard to believe, listen to me. I used to do some shit that even surprised me sober. You said, like, conduct this, like where I grew up was like, if you can't steal it, piss on it. I used to piss on everything, right? Growing, like, it may sound kind of weird, but I started thinking all that times I urinated on things and people had to clean it up and spit on things and spit on people, kick over tables, threaten people. Like I was with an organization of people that just our presence would scare people. I've had people sober without getting into it, just by me saying something would cause a world of fear in their life, of sleepless nights and anticipation and anxiety. And I would never think nothing of it. The people that I went out with that caused harm to other people, like anybody seeing what I'm talking about? Time I loaded up an FNC1, right, with blanks, and I fired it at the people in the barracks and the people I threatened and the police. That cop I told I was going to stick his baton up his back end, right, in the middle of a side street, right? I think of that stuff. Society having called the riot police to come and pull me out of an apartment, like just the strain on society. I know it's hard to believe, but I had problems, right? Driving impaired, stealing people's cars. Oh my God, how many cars I stole. And things that I did. Anybody starting to think of their own stuff? Come on, don't look at me like that. Some of you guys have some stuff, huh? Huh?
Yes.
May sound kind of weird. That thing that was really precious to the other people, you stole it just to piss them off. Anybody? Huh? Huh? Okay, we're going. We can go, but it's in the general way. That's the stuff I feel comfortable with telling you. So you can only imagine. I had a long list. Right, and we'll talk about the amends and how we straighten out all that later. But I got that on the thing, and then what I did, I put it on the page, and I went across to see how I could affected these people, places, and things. Oh my God! Right? Sorry, won't cut the bill. Right? And I remember reading this thing where they talk, where had we caused emotional, mental anguish? Damn, I never looked at it that way. My parents, my sisters, my brothers, like on and on and on, their friend. Like this one time, last one, you know, I don't think about this stuff. I was detoxing and I was kind of crazy. My sister was there with her friends. They're playing Monopoly without getting into the whole story because they were concerned with the person I was with, and without getting into it, I was so crazy that I went up to them while they're playing Monopoly. I told them all to empty their pockets. I took all their money from my sister and all her friends. I extorted all the money from them, right? And I left and I went and got a case of beer and some stuff and some, right? And didn't even give it a second thought till I did this list. It was like, oh my God, right? And then I talked to my sister. She says, yeah, you terrified us. And I never gave it a second thought. So there's a whole list of stuff. Anybody thinking about stuff? That's why we do this thing. It's a house cleaning. Let's clean it all out. Right, let's get rid of it. And next week, we're going to talk about what we do with all this and what next. Live long and prosperous. I hope everybody found this in good taste, because it's a bit of vulnerability. It's an awkward thing to talk about and put yourself out there to be of service to other people, right? And that's my only aim with this thing. And if anything, to make you feel better about your story when you think of mine.
Tony, there are no dues or fees for a membership, but we do have a PayPal account for those who wish to contribute. We also have a Facebook group titled Big Book Step Study Discussion for those who have recovered. The Keystone group has 16 meetings a week now. 3 are in person and the rest are on Zoom. You can see the Zoom chat for times, or get a hold of one of the co-hosts. We have a YouTube channel. If you search Tony R Vancouver, you'll find close to 100 talks for more in-depth understanding. Please stick around at the end of the meeting. Tony will answer questions then. And how we close this meeting is with the third step prayer, page 63 of the big book. And Tony, who's in charge?
What's the foundation for a good life?
God, I offer myself to thee, to build with me and to do with me as thou wilt. Relieve me of the bondage of self, that I may better do thy will. Take away my difficulties, the victory over them may bear witness to those I would help of thy power, thy love, and thy way of life. May I do thy will always. It's 7 o'clock. Oh, got it here. Okay. Welcome to the Tuesday night Big Book Workshop. I'm John. I'm a grateful recovered alcoholic. Sobriety date is January 7th, 2020. This workshop is facilitated by Tony R and myself tonight. We'll keep everybody muted for the duration of this workshop, except for the facilitators. We are recording. It is audio only, so no images, no video, just the speakers. Any inappropriate behavior will be not be tolerated, and you will be removed by one of the co-hosts. Please note we'll be taking questions after the meeting, so write anything down that kind of comes to mind. And how we open the meeting is with the set-aside prayer. Dear God, please set aside everything I think I know about myself, this book, my disease, these steps, and especially about you, dear God, so I might have an open mind and a new experience with all these things. Please help me to see the truth. All right, Tony, it's all yours. Don't forget to unmute.
Right on, recovered alcoholic. My name's Tony. Yeah, a couple of people were asking for the recording of this, so we record just the 4-step series because we got a lot of talks on all the other stuff, but the 4 steps seems to be one of the biggest stumbling blocks and everything after that. Any step after the 4, because if you don't understand the 4, all the rest kind of go, it's kind of hit and miss, and everybody goes with the best ideas, or they just take certain parts of the book and say, okay, we'll go with this and that. But there's a real theme how this thing is laid out and the purpose of it, right? And if you get the understanding of the theme of this thing right from the beginning, it kind of builds on that idea. But if you miss the theme because somebody taught you some other way, or a treatment center version, or some feng shui way, or the cod way that we're joking about that, the Pacific cod steps to enlightenment, right? A little fishy, but I mean, like all this, or the Joe and Charlie way, or the Pacific group way, a lot of different ways, right? If we're all doing it the same way, we're using the book. It's not Tony's way or John's way. It's what does the book say? Right? Let's go with that. Let's go with the basis of that. The same way that it was kind of agreed upon when they put this thing together. You hear a lot of people say, oh, they said this. They said, yeah, but the idea is when they put this together, they all agreed on the wording, the layout, and how they were going to proceed with this thing. So it'd be all inclusive, not exclusive. The wording is quite specific, why they chose certain ideas, certain words to describe this thing, right? Because how many people have been to a meeting? You ever sit in a meeting? And some of these people have been around a long time. You couldn't get them to agree on anything, not even the 7th tradition. I mean, so they get busy when the 7th happens, but that's another conversation. So I think the best outlay of this thing, when we kind of look at it, is kind of when they talk about, just before getting into we agnostics, they talk about this on page 42. And they talk about here the problem, right? And they do an overlay of this. 2 members of Alcoholics Anonymous came to see me, they grinned, and then they did the closing. I call it the closing argument, right? Right? The outlay. And then the person is able to concede, yes, to both propositions, right? Of the inability to keep themselves sober, and while drinking, the inability to control the amounts they drink, right? They have to concede to both propositions. Then they outline the spiritual answer they found. You notice the sequence of that, right? But they dealt with this guy before, but they still did it again, which is interesting because this guy thought relapse was unthinkable. Then they outline, why don't you start from there? Then they outline the spiritual answer.
All right, just past middle of page 42. Then they outline the spiritual answer and program of action, which 100 of them had followed successfully.
And we understand that as step 2, right? Came to believe that a power greater than that could restore us to sanity. We had some people think the statement of step 2 is self-explanatory, but it really isn't. It's a statement of a whole bunch of information that follows, right? It's just like if you looked up a certain cooking instructions, right? You'd have the name of what you're hoping to cook, but all the cooking instructions will follow here, right? The ingredients to produce something. So we see that they're talking about here is the ingredients or the course of action to produce a certain outcome, right? What's the outcome? The psychic change or spiritual experience. Yes, is the solution to step 1. We understand that. So right away, they tell us it's not an exercise in behavior modification. It's a spiritual exercise. It's the shifting of the focus from oneself to something other than self, right? Because what's our first obsession is self-fixing self. I know none of you has had that problem here, right?
Never.
But some people really struggle with the idea that they can't be their own solution. And that's where they get into that later, being convinced, right? Who convinces us of that? Us. And he's already did the convincing, right? So go ahead.
So though I had been only a nominal churchman, their proposals were not intellectually hard to swallow. But the program of action, though entirely sensible, was pretty drastic.
So we see the program of action actually starts in 4. Right? The confirmation of what he's going to get into. Go ahead.
It meant I would have to throw several lifelong conceptions out of the window. That was not easy. But the moment I made up my mind to go through with the process.
Okay, so what step is that? So what did he just do? He just did step 1, yes?
Yep.
The closing, which they had a big conversation around that, where they talked about the mind and the body, right?
Yep.
Yes. Which confirmed the conversation what they had before, because he recalls what his friends prophesized, that if he had an alcoholic mind, the time and place would come when he would drink again, which is the step 1 promise. Yes.
Yep.
Then they outline the spiritual, right, solution that they found or somebody carried to them, like Bill was sitting at the kitchen table when Ebby carried this to him, and the doctor witnessed this movement of these certain ideas that they put into practice. Yes.
Yep.
So he understands what the solution is through their kind of exhibiting this change that came over them, and they are able to discuss that, the outlay of that. But the moment I made up my mind to go through with it, with the process, what step is that?
3.
Yeah, so we see he's just done steps 1, 2, and 3, sitting there. But if he didn't continue with the process, his decision would be that he wasn't convinced that he couldn't be his own solution. He would still think he would have time between the starting of the course of action and the next drink. How many people's been there?
Oh, yeah.
I got time, because based on how I'm feeling, I'm not going to drink again. As soon as we think like that, that confirms you really haven't done step 1. So you'd have to go back to snuffing out the last flicker of hope that we could do the job ourselves. You see how this is outlined?
Yep.
Right? And see where they follow. This is the second time they use, or actually the third time, but the second time in a sequence here that they're using the next statement. Go ahead.
So I'll continue. But the moment I made up my mind to go through with the process, I had the curious feeling that my alcoholic condition was relieved, as in fact it proved to be. Quite as important was the discovery that spiritual principles would solve all of my problems.
So what are we learning about in the 4th step of spiritual principles, right? Bill made that, his friend Ebby made that promise to Bill. When these things were done, I'd have the elements of a way to living that answered all my problems. So the byproduct is their relationship with something greater than themselves. Yes. What gets us that relationship? That's what this whole process is about, that they talked about on page 45. Where and how was I to obtain this power? Well, that's exactly what this book is about. So I know the idea, I know what I need to achieve, but have I accomplished that yet by reading it?
No.
Have I accomplished that yet by the good feeling that there's hope?
No.
Have I accomplished that by doing step 3?
No.
But do people think that?
Yes.
That's why they call it this feeling. right? People mistaken the feeling as something that's ever happening, right? So it's two different things. So as we go through this thing, we get to page 63. And they talk about at the top, when we sincerely took such a position of what? Like he did, of being willing to go through a course of action, we seen that the change started happening when? As soon as I felt new power flow in, as we enjoyed peace of mind. So we see it's a we statement, meaning it's collective. Everybody who's gone through this has experienced the same thing if they've done the same course of action. Yes, they have the same problem, have the same solution, and do the same thing they did, would they not get what they got?
Yeah.
Right. So that's why they say here, we're going to show you, we are now at step 3. We're going to show you how to obtain what we've experienced, not only obtain it, but for you to start experiencing it, because unless you experience it at the same conscious level or internal level that they talk about to produce this change, then it's inevitable we're going to drink again. Yes. How many people's relapsed here? How many people thought they'd never relapse again? And then so you hear a lot of people say, oh, I've done step 1, I'm never going to drink again. Well, you just told us you haven't done step 1.
Yeah.
Right. You hear people say that I do step 1 every day. Well, then it doesn't apply to you. If step 1 could keep you sober, it wouldn't apply to you. Then you wouldn't need step 2. Step 2 is appealing for those who can't keep themselves sober in step 1. How do you know you can't swim as soon as you hit the deep end? That life jacket you passed on the sidewall, way more appealing now than it was when you walked by it, right? Oh, isn't that interesting? Yeah. Can I get one, please? You know what I'm saying? So how well you understand step 1 and concede to this thing gets us into step 2 each time. Remember when the guy was talking, is there any exceptions? Like, am I going to die an alcoholic death? That's step 1. And if that gives you a warm, fuzzy feeling, then you might need more help than we have to offer. Right? Like the idea, if you went to your doctor and he told you, yeah, it don't look good for you, I don't think you're going to be here long. Oh, wow, all I got, acceptance is the answer to all my problems. No, it's not. No, is there somebody else here I can talk to? Like, can I see a specialist? Is there somebody else I could talk to? How many people would say that? You sat there and kind of went, oh, nothing happens, and like you, like, you know what I mean? There's like, anyways, we get where I'm going. So then we go through this, and it confirms here step 3 is but an idea, right? What enables us to experience the overlay or the summary of step 3, the prayer, is the entire process. So we see that the experience that we're praying for and hoping for is the byproduct of the course of action, as we felt new power flow in, right? Yes. Right, I love that way of life, all that stuff. So then on 64, it talks about we have certain blocks, right? I don't know what those blocks are, but right. But if I listen to meetings, it'd be selfish, inconsiderate, and dishonest. Well, if that was the case, then none of us would ever get sober, because we're afflicted with that to one degree or another. It's the human condition to be a little selfish and considerate. Sometimes when it suits us, a little dishonest and self-seeking. Anybody? Frightened. Right? And if those things were the things that got me drunk, how many people would be in real trouble here? Because, yeah, okay. So, right? So there's got to be more to this. So they talk about the blocks. Well, what are these blocks that they're talking that cut me off from this? The source. What source? This power. Right? So then they get into this thing here where I need to get a new way of looking at things, the new way of valuing things. I need to get this process they talked about of being able to do a self-assessment of the things in myself that are blocked at a subconscious level. I don't have that recipe to do that. It's like a fact-finding, fact-facing process. I don't have that as a working part of my mind, because if I did, I wouldn't need to do this process. I'd be able to see what they're talking about on page 62. By driven by 100 forms of fear, self-delusion, and so I'd be able to see that, but I can't see that because I'm blind or I don't have the recipe. I'm being able to assess that. So they're going to show me we did the exact same thing with our lives. Everybody see that? Go ahead, John.
Middle of the page on 64. We did exactly the same thing with our lives. We took stock honestly. First, we searched out the flaws in our makeup, which caused our failure.
So we're looking for the things that caused our failure. Yes or no?
Yep.
Are they very clear about that?
Very.
You know, how many people notice that when they talk about a certain thing, that the next sentence that they don't go somewhere totally different than where they are?
No.
It's not like shopping with your wife. You know what I mean? You're in the bread section. You're gonna go over to the other section, frozen food, and then back over to the other. It's not like that. Oh, did I say that out loud? Jeez, yeah, you can tell my wife's not here, eh? We'll take that out of the recording. But we're like, guys are like, go in, grab what we need, and out, right? Yeah. We're the only group. You don't see women sitting, hanging onto their purse in the middle of the mall waiting for their husbands. The benches are for the men, right? Okay, moving on.
So being convinced itself, manifested in various ways, was what had defeated us.
So we're looking for the things which had defeated us, yes or no? See
Yeah.
how they're building on that? Okay, watch the wording, because this is important to where we're going with this thing. It's the conclusion or summary of the fourth step, right? Okay, go ahead.
We considered its common manifestations.
So we're looking for the common manifestation of the things which had been defeating us, which caused our failure, yes?
Yeah.
The things that we hold value to that are poisoning us, yes?
Yeah.
An ability to see the true value of things, right? Okay, so what's the first one?
Resentments is the number one.
Damn, how come I didn't say selfish and considering dishonest? It's resentment. I think they made a mistake. Shall we vote on it? No, that's what they all agreed on. That's it, is resentment. It doesn't change. When these things become present, what do they block us off? So when we went through the process, when we got to page 66, we seen that this resentment is actually an abscess on our spirit that blocks us off. It's an abscess. It's poisoning us slowly, right? Where the instinct could be the anybody ever have an abscess here? It is a result of the decaying tooth, the ignoring of something, right? The abscess is what kills you, right? So we've seen how our instincts have us acting in a certain way, right? Selfish, inconsiderate, dishonest. Those are symptoms of the problem. What's the problem is the instincts are starting to go south, right? And we respond by trying to create security by selfish, inconsiderate, dishonest. Yes, no?
Yep.
And we don't get the response we want. So then it manifests as a resentment. Right? Yes?
Yep.
And so they talk about it is plain.
Second paragraph down on 66. It is plain that a life which includes deep resentment leads only to futility and unhappiness.
We see that now. Some of this shit ran deep. Did it not? How long have we been carrying this stuff? Like from junior kindergarten. How many times did you go over the story? I don't know how many times, because it's been there a long time. How long has it been there? Long time. Right? So we could see, we only see one story at a time. It's like the channel changer, right? Anybody? You change one channel to the other, but then when you go to the guide or the display, it's like, holy shit, 460 channels and nothing on. Right? And so but they're all accessible if you go to that and click on, and then the story comes up. Yes.
Yep.
And that's like us. We've seen that now, how this attachment to these things have been there. And it's kind of like interesting because now I'm moving from a participant into an observer, which is new for me, because now where I am in the process, we're over on page, we're getting to where we are, but it's teaching me how to meditate, how to be an observer, how to see how these things are ruling my life. And I had no power over them because they dictated how I felt, how I thought, and how I responded to life. So these things were in control of me. I wasn't in control of them. And then I start seeing I'm not my thinking, which is a real surprise for some of us, right? I'm saying, holy shit, I'm not, because my thinking used to cause me so much concern. Am I the only one here? I'd get these thoughts and I'd be horrified that I'd think them. And I think, what a rotten bastard you are. And then that'd create a whole new different story of the evidence proving that I am a rotten bastard. So like, it's like a pinball machine, right? Tilt, 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 tilt. Okay, so go ahead.
So to the precise extent that we permit these, do we squander the hours?
So we see that now that we permit these because actually I feed it. It's like the locomotive. Remember those old school, those steam locomotives? The one guy's pumping away, the other guy's driving. Right, head out the window. Well, the subconscious is pumping it and then it's going, he's hitting the wind whistle, right? Anybody?
Oh, yeah.
It's getting hotter and he's stoking it, right? Anybody ever stoke their resentments, their feelings, their past, the story? How many people stoke the story here? Over and over, because we're stuck to the story. I'm defined by my story. No, you're defined by your inability to let it go. Ooh, I'm permitting these things. And now I know why I didn't like the 4-step. Yes, we know. Which never as many have attempted. This is the freedom step. Because I get to see how I cause me all my problems. I mean, nothing happens in God's world by mistake. No, look, you're it. You're the cause. Damn. Right? Okay. That we permit them. Okay, go ahead.
So to the precise extent that we permit these, do we squander the hours that might have been worthwhile?
Hours that turn into days, that turn into weeks, that turn into months. Because we did that exercise. Remember that exercise? How much time do you spend in the present where your feet are? Not much. How much do you spend in fantasy and what if and when only and this and that? As soon as I get this, as soon as I get rid of the planning, plotting, and scheming. Nobody in this fine group, I know. But those of us who have suffered from self, that's what it looks like. I'm discontent. Why? Because I don't like my space. I don't like the area I occupy. So I spend everywhere else but here. I'm not alone in the space I'm in. That's why I don't like it. Got the whole crew of Christmas Past with me. Remember that movie? What was that movie? Ebenezer Scrooge or whatever? We don't got one or two sitting at the table. We got a whole busload. We got the Jack Nicholson bus with us, right? And nobody's having a good time. Okay. That we permit these. Okay, go ahead.
But with the alcoholic, whose hope is the maintenance and growth of a spiritual experience, this business of resentment is infinitely grave.
So the maintenance and growth, what does that mean is we establish a certain entry. And then we got to watch that it doesn't get blocked again. And so as we grow, what we're really growing in is understanding of the effectiveness of that and how we continue to block ourselves off or limit how we think about or how we view of it, because the spiritual realm doesn't need work. If that needed work, it wouldn't be suffice enough for me. So what needs to be a continuous in this is I've maintained an opening that I need to kind of continue to expand the doorway, right? And watch for thinking of limiting and minimizing and underselling this thing. Does that kind of make sense? I got to be open to the development of this that they talk about in 11. So we'll see how 4 is the basis for 11. Go ahead.
We found that it is fatal. For when harboring such feelings, we shut ourselves off from the sunlight of the spirit.
So here we go. So this is, a lot of people miss this. So if we're looking for the common manifestations, the first one's resentment, right?
Yep.
Then they kind of break it down when harboring such feelings, right? These things that create the stoking, right? The separate, the things that create the anxiety, the things that I become instinct based or consumed with the bondage and difficulties of self, right? The things that I can't shake in the concentration of, or the meditation in my mind, of the fixation on certain people, places, and things. Yes?
Yep.
I see these things cause these emotional deformities within inside of me that I'm permitting because I'm narrating the story. I'm permitting these. How long have I been doing? For a long time. Why is that? Because I've been stuck to the story, and lack of power was my dilemma. So that must mean I could get access to power. Well, how do I do that? Well, first is the third step, and then they get down to here, and they talk about, go ahead.
The insanity of alcohol returns, and we drink again. And with us, to drink is to die.
You hear people say they only talk about alcohol in the first step. Try reading the big book. Okay? But it sounds good. You hear that one person says it, and then the next person says, well, all the way through this is about getting to a place of neutrality, getting to a place of having a reliance on something other than me. It's getting to that place of a daily reprieve. We already know that because somebody explained that to us as the reason why we need to go through this course of action. I need to get to that place of neutrality, because if I don't get there and the problem stays persistent, I will drink again. I need the problem to be removed. Right? So I'm applying these spiritual principles to what? To my human condition. I'm not applying it to alcoholism. Alcohol is but a symptom, right? But as long as that symptom's present, I can't straighten out my life, right? So that's why they talk about when the spiritual malady is overcome, when these resentments are removed, these fears are brought into an alignment, my conduct's brought into a place that doesn't cause me guilt, shame, or remorse, and my amends start happening. I start, what am I treating? Alcoholism or my human condition? I'm treating the humanism. I'm moving from the isms to a being. I need to become a human being, not driven by all these things, because it's not alcoholism, right? So once I have a psychic change or spiritual experience, which is the whole point of this, the problem is removed, and I'm left with who? I'm left with me. What did I use to apply to me for me to feel the promises? Was a drink and other things, yes?
Yep.
Even resentments used to give me some form of satisfaction and euphoric feeling. Anybody? These things that create a defect in my character, I used to call assets. How many people have been driven by resentments here?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'll get your shit up in the morning. That's right. Huh? Okay. Teeth grow, knuckles start dragging. How are you? What's it to you? And you talk about how the promises are coming true, but nobody's informed your face of that yet. Okay, go ahead.
So if we were to live, we had to be free of anger. The grouch and the brainstorm are not for us.
Free of it, free.
They may be the dubious luxury of normal men, but for alcoholics, these things are poison.
Yeah, for normal. So the classification there, remember, we're an extreme example of self-will run riot. We can't curb, for whatever reason, when we're possessed by these things, we can't shake it like other people do. Like my wife, she entertains it for a while. She sees is not being productive. She'll switch gears, not me. I'll go to the gas station and I'll fill up that can and I'll get some matches and I'll plan the whole thing. I've done, like, this may be, some of you, well, you'll find out that I've done more horrific things sober than I have ever done drinking.
Yeah.
Damn, now get you all puckered up. It's like, oh my God. It's kind of like when you're driven by self, right? All the other times I was too drunk to carry stuff out. Anybody?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, when you get sober, yeah, plotting, scheming, and working on people's demise. Well, we got a lot of time to do that when you're sober, right? Nobody in this fine group, I know that.
Oh, no.
I mean, for the rest of us, there's still a little challenged, horizontally challenged, vertically, horizontally, just need help. Okay, go ahead.
So we turned back to the list, for it held the key to the future. We were prepared to look at it from an entirely different angle. We began to see that the world and its people really dominated us. In that state, the wrongdoing of others, fancied or real.
Fancied or real, I create a story in my mind. Doesn't matter if it's real anymore. If I think it's real, it's real. There's some parts of my story, I don't know if it's actually happened or not because I thought about it for so long. Anybody?
Oh, yeah.
And I was the only witness because I was the only one there. So I'm trying to, did that happen or didn't happen? And some of them I wish didn't happen. That keep, we all know the story, right? Fancied or real? Okay.
So the wrongdoing of others, fancied or real, had power to actually kill. How could we escape? We saw that resentments must be mastered.
We saw that these resentments must be mastered. What resentments? The ones that already exist. Because what we need to get to is a place where we're not stoking or creating resentments. Resentment is the continuation of the development of the carrying forward of a situation. Didn't mean I'm not going to be angry. Didn't mean I'm not going to have conflict, but I'm not going to get it to a point where it's poisoning me. I'm going to take corrective measures, which we'll see is in step 11. I can't afford to stay in that state of discomfort or cutting myself off or these feelings of poisoning myself. Anybody notice that when they've gone through this, that you really can't stay in that negativity for long periods of time? And it's actually toxic. Mm-hmm. That's only one thing. We used to be riddled with it and totally unaware of it. Isn't that something? Mm-hmm. Right? No wonder I was dead from the neck down. Right? Go ahead.
We could not wish them away any more than alcohol. This was our course.
So then we already did that. And what we do is we look at other people the same way we looked at ourselves as sick people. Why are they sick? Based on their past, their instincts, and how they conduct themselves and the things that are driving them based on their instincts. They involved me like I involved other people.
Yep.
Not because they're alcoholic. You notice it didn't say that? These people were, like ourselves, were sick too. Right? And a lot of people think, oh, it's the spiritual malady that made us alcoholic. No, we established that in step 1, what makes us alcoholic. And we established what makes us human beings sick. And it's resentments. It doesn't matter who you are. But for us, these things kill us, where it doesn't them. It just makes them miserable and the people around them miserable. But for us, we drink again because we can't stand that state. The insanity of the first drink returns. So now we start looking at these people different. It gives us the recipe. Then it got into the conclusion of that. Are we willing to set these matters straight? Where? Within ourselves, and later in 8 and 9, if necessary. But in each matter, I need to set the truth or the matter straight, where they come from, how they arise, and how I've been carrying them, and how I need to be free of these things. I need to be free of these things, regardless of the people, places, and things. I need to find freedom, regardless of what they did. Is that kind of cool? Doesn't make what they did okay, but I need to be free from it. I'm tired of carrying it. I'm tired of living in yesterday. I'm tired of making excuses today for what they did yesterday. Right? So what happened then, we got into the fear. Right? And then we kind of went through this, and it changed the idea that we've started this relationship with this power. And they talked about here, remember, we're doing a summary of everything we've done so far, right? So we kind of, as we reviewed our fears, we put them on paper, and then we went through the instincts, and we see where they originated from is my self-esteem, my security, right? I see where the fear comes from and how I involved other people. So now, for the first time, we see that fear actually precedes resentment. It was the evil and corroding threat. I couldn't see that before because I was too full of resentment. So I got enough resentments out of the way to see where it all stems from, is from fear-based living, right? Of self-preservation. that I involve all these other people? How did I involve them? Selfish, inconsiderate, dishonest to get what I want based on me. And I didn't get that thing, then they retaliated and I became resentful at them. Anybody have that story here?
Yeah.
So they're saying perhaps, page 68.
Was it the second paragraph on 68? Perhaps there is a better way. We think so. For we are now on a different basis, the basis of trusting and relying upon God.
And we see how now this is an off branch from step 3 of our decision, right? Could we at least abandon ourselves? What? Utterly what? To this course of action. I need to see how the manifestation of self is what has defeated me, us. Resentments. And the second one is fears. But in there is the emotional deformities that I have, regardless of where they stem from, fancied or real. These things distort my view of people, places, and things. Yes, anybody?
Yep.
And when I'm stuck to the story, I need to involve other people in my story or blame them for my story or continue to be the victim. So I find people without realizing it who confirm how I believe, see things, and respond to life. Why is this always happening to me? I can't believe it. And so what happens when I get into the relationship part, when I look back, I'll pass 6 well-formed, emotionally and mentally stable people to find somebody, right? So I'll be in a room full of 100 people. I'll find the only one in the room with the red light flashing over their head. And I'll go, excuse me, because I'm attracted. The same like attracts like. Subconsciously, I know what they're like, but mentally, I can't see it. And so what happens is as we go through this thing and the fear is established, is that I find people who are as damaged as I am, even though they may not look that way. But subconsciously, I'm attracted to people of the same spirit as me. Wow, isn't that interesting? And same with fear. I create situations that perpetuate. So when you're fear-based, are you going to enter more fear situations than you would if you're spiritually based?
Yep.
Anybody? Right? Okay, so perhaps there's a better way. We think so. For we are now. When?
Right now.
Now. Right? Because we're now an observer of these things that are causing my failure, the things I hold value to the things that was an evil and corroding thread, these things that get a stronghold within inside of me that change how I feel, look, and view the world, and how I treat people, places, and things based on this preconceived idea or assumption that something's happening when it's not. Anybody? Oh, yeah, we're having fun here. Didn't know we were going to go there so fast, Tony. Yep. Hang on. We're just, because this is a summary, right? And it's awesome stuff, because now that you know, you'll never be the same. And you can create the life that you've always wanted to create, because you're not going to be, hopefully, instinct-based and driven anymore. Perhaps there's a better way. Yes, man, I'm seeing that now. I couldn't see it before. So when they talked about here on page 60, being convinced that any life run on self-will could hardly be a success, they said the first requirement is that we be convinced.
Yeah.
I couldn't see that. Now I can see it. Now nobody needs to explain it to me. I see it before me in black and white. Yes?
Yep.
Before I read it, and it applied to somebody else. Now shit, this stuff's applying to me. Right? Okay, I was going to say a joke there, but I reeled it in a bit. I'm getting better. I'm reeling it in. I was nearly going to do one of those things that I'm not going to go to. Hurry up, start reading.
Around
68, sorry.
So we're now on a different basis, the basis of trusting and relying upon God. We trust infinite God rather than our finite selves. We are in the world to play the role he assigns.
You need to be present for that to happen. Right? You know, if you work at a place with dispatch, you got to have the radio on to get dispatched to your next location or what you need to do next. Yes. If you're working in construction, you need to be able to follow the blueprint to know what you're going to do next. Everywhere you work in this world, your next function is presented in the moment. Whether you work in a restaurant, wherever you work, to be successful, you need to be present. Yes. Take the order, bring it to the kitchen, right? Continue that way, being present. Yes, at work, name me a job there what doesn't happen now. If you're going to be successful, you need to be even stock promotion, all that sell, buy, you need to be present. Right? Okay.
So just to the extent that we do as we think he would have us and humbly rely on him, does he enable us to match calamity with serenity?
Pretty wild, right? Because life is still noisy. People, places, and things. Life is a chaotic adventure. Nobody goes through this thing unscathed. Look at the world. I was sitting down watching TV the other day. I don't watch the news too often. I was watching the news, and so, man, I just started bawling. I couldn't help it. Like, I just seeing what's happening in the world, and it's kind of like I had to start praying, right? It was just like to be that in tuned, right? Where I was so disconnected before, like so disconnected. It was even that to be in tune to the realm of the spirit on a global thing, you can't help but be affected in some way at the ability to feel empathy for another human being or life or father, child. There's that kind of, even in our own fellowship, when people are no longer here anymore, the devastation that we feel, right? For moms, daughters, kids, right? Like to be reconnected. And it was such a scary place to be before, connected to the world, and my inability to match calamity with serenity. I'd be crippled by these things. So I just live on a fear-based life to keep everything away from me where I would be unaffected by it. Am I alone in that? Robbing myself of all these things that make me a human being. Right? An instinct-based life is a life that's one filled with regret at the end of our journey. Right? And I know that I've lived long enough with regret, right, before this process, where my last days on this earth, when it happens, I don't want to look back and regret. Right? I want to be coming in hot, baby. What a ride! What a ride! Yeah. Pain and all. Hopefully. Okay, go ahead.
So we never apologize to anyone for depending upon our creator. We can laugh at those who think spirituality the way of weakness. Paradoxically, it is the way of strength. The verdict of the ages is that faith means courage. All men of faith have courage. They trust their God. We never apologize for God. Instead, we let him demonstrate through us what he can do.
And that's in the moment. We're only responsible for how we conduct ourselves in the moment. Faith is the idea that stay the course. Even though I can't see what's happening, I'm going to stay the course. I'm going to have faith that this is going to work out regardless of how I want it to, but I'm going to have the calamity, right? The serenity to match the calamity. I'm going to be okay with the outcome because I'm trusting God, even though I may not like the outcome, because it's life on life's terms. Things happen, things go. The wife and I were talking about that the other day, right? Another one of our, like, there's been a series of unfortunate events in her family and my family. That's life over the last little while. But to be able to show up and be of service to the people around us is pretty spectacular. Let him demonstrate it. To not be crippled by life's events is pretty spectacular. When I used to be crippled by one thing happening in somebody else's life that I used to take personal, happening on the other side of the globe. Anybody?
Oh, yeah.
Why is this happening to me? Okay, go ahead.
We ask him to remove our fear and direct our attention to what he would have us be.
When? Now, here. What would he have? You're here. Is to be present. How many times did your mind trying to take you away from the moment here?
All the time.
Yeah, so is the acknowledge that, hey, wait a minute. Take a breath, come back. That's how it works continuously. later on when we do 11, many times each day, not each week, each month, many times each day, right? As we go through the day, they remind us like 20 times to do something 10 times, right? You know, many times each day. That's what they're saying here. Stay present. How do I do that? Is the non-attachment to self. Oh my God, how do I do that? They're trying to tell you, pay attention. Go ahead.
Oh, at once we commence to outgrow fear.
At once. When? Here, now.
Now about sex.
Oh boy, let's skip right over that. No. So here, the recipe, right? We ask him to remove our fear. So in order to do that, we need to acknowledge that this is happening. The acknowledgement, the prayer, the realignment of our energy and focus, which creates a shift, right? You know when that happens, the anxiety-based concentration of the impending calamity of yesterday and tomorrow, to be able to come back to the present, to acknowledge that I'm creating this anxiety. So now I start to see, I don't have a thinking disorder. I don't have an anxiety disorder. I have a thinking disorder. So if I start concentrating on the thinking, the anxiety starts taking care of itself. If I start to be more present, then my life starts to change as it did the other way. So it reverses itself. The moments turn into hours, the hours turn into days, the days turn into weeks. It's the opposite, where I used to spend absent of my life for the hours, days, and weeks, creating this shit show of a life that I used to live, to being able to change it all around within a short period of time. They talked about that in the spiritual appendix. Within a few months of what? Adopting spiritual principles, I could bring about this revolutionary change in attitude and outlook. How cool is that? So now we did the sex inventory, reviewed our conduct. We got rid of this guilt, shame, and remorse. It talked about here, in this way, we try to shape a sane and sound idea for our future. So what we're doing is we learn how to meditate, right? Where do we learn that in previous kind of things? Meditate on what? On what's happening to me at a subconscious level, or an emotional level, or at a thinking level, right? These things that line up, that take me away or cause my disturbance. So here I'm in meditation, seeking counsel with something greater than myself to tap into my consciousness on how I want my life to look. Pretty cool stuff, right? Get rid of the shame, the guilt, remorse, got that all down on paper. It talks about whatever our ideals turn out to be. On the next page, talks about, so what happens if we fall short of that? Does it mean we're going to get drunk? Yeah. You know, it kind of alludes to that. And then it gives us the recipe to sum up about sex on page 70.
On page 70, middle of the page. To sum up about sex, we earnestly pray for the right ideal for guidance in each questionable situation.
And that's the right, each questionable that I'm in, or that I have been in, or things that are reoccurring. Not that anybody has those things here. Anybody doing shit that they don't want to do? And anybody doing shit that they want to do? Not, well, how does that work? Anybody doing stuff that they don't want to do and not doing stuff that they want to do? Right? And it's kind of like, yeah, I see that. Not living the relationships that I want, creating problems, right? The inability to control my emotional nature, causing guilt, shame, and remorse, being manipulative, coercing. My God, these are what I'm bringing to the table. Good qualities. No, but you get what I'm saying here, right? Go ahead.
If sex is very troublesome, we throw ourselves the harder into helping others.
And that's it. Service, get busy, right? Because usually when we get into stuff that we don't want to be doing, it takes a bit of time, effort, and right? Anybody? Come on, right?
Yeah.
Takes a bit of time, effort, and planning and scheming, and you ever notice you have anxiety when you're doing stuff that you don't want to do, but you're looking forward to doing it because it creates some euphoric feeling that causes you more problems. Builds your self-esteem, your self-worth. Anybody? And a part of you knows, but you can't stop yourself. That's what they mean. When to yield wouldn't mean heartache. How many people here have been in a situation, got what you wanted, and right after the situation, you're lying there having a smoke, thinking, shit, what did I do? What did I do? I can't believe it. Anybody?
yeah.
Notice the men and the women are all saying the same thing. Yeah, yeah. What did I do? Anyways, what did you do? Okay, and that's what avoiding that. That's what they're getting at. Okay, it's funny how the whole screen lit up there, right? Okay, let's not. Woo! Okay, the human condition. Okay, go ahead.
So if sex is very troublesome, we throw ourselves harder in helping others. We think of their needs and work for them.
I misunderstood that the first time I read that. It's good to have counsel with another person. Okay, go ahead.
What you mean, throw ourselves harder into that?
No, think of their needs and work toward those. I just misunderstood the whole thing. Get some help there. Okay, go ahead.
This takes us out of ourselves. It quiets the imperious urge when to yield would mean heartache.
And we all know that. We all know. No one needs that explained, right? Okay, go ahead.
If we have been thorough about our personal inventory, we have written down a lot.
Have we? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. We have listed and analyzed our resentments.
And we just did that, right? I just went through that process and kind of give a summary of that, right? Yep.
We've begun to comprehend their futility and their fatality.
Yeah, we've begun to. You notice they didn't say we've seen that before we started. So I'm seeing this confirms of what I talked about earlier, right? Being convinced that any life run on self-will. I see what that looks like now. What do we mean by that? Well, this is what we mean and what we do, right? Go ahead.
We have commenced to see their terrible destructiveness. We have begun to learn tolerance, patience, and goodwill toward all men, even our enemies.
Wow, isn't that pretty well? The prayer on page 67, right? We see them differently. We see them as we see in ourselves, how they were too, were driven by circumstances, instinct, and all these things that made them do what they did that involved me. And I see I did the same thing, but I involved other people. That these people wasn't personal, even though it may seem personal, it's just collateral damage. Anybody in those situations, whether it would have been Kim or Brenda, the outcome would have been the same. Right? Collateral damage. They just happen to be, right? Anyways, go ahead.
For we look on them as sick people. We have listed the people we have hurt by our conduct and are willing to straighten out the past if we can. So
this is pretty interesting. These people that I used to use an excuse for my life, I start to seeing they're sick and harboring those feelings. It's not like my stepfather from the Second World War. In order to look at him differently, I had to understand why he was the way he was in order to be free, disconnect him from the resentment that I held to him in order for me to be free. So I understood what made him the way he was. And I realized I would have been the same way if I had the same story he had. Why? Because when I looked at my story in associated with alcoholism and what that created, I started having more empathy for him. I didn't say what he did was all right. And I didn't say what I did was all right. It didn't happen in God's world by mistake. We see now why it happened. God didn't orchestrate our misery or that pain and all that stuff. We see now it's the absence of God that created all this stuff.
That's awesome. Yep.
Right? I see that now. Right? Because nothing happens by mistake. Somebody did something to somebody for this to happen. Nobody was standing there minding their own business. Right? Sometimes tragedies happen, and that's where we just learn to pray. Right? Okay, go ahead.
In this book, you read again and again that faith did for us what we could not do for ourselves.
Which is interesting. So we're creating a shift here. We've read it, but now we're experiencing it. And what are we experiencing, right? This is pretty cool. When you get in it, we hope. Who's those who put this together?
Yep.
Somewhere along this development, they stop talking to you and they talk collectively. That'll be interesting homework as we go along. Where do they stop saying we and you and go collectively us? They change the conversation, right? Here they're still saying you, right? Because we're doing what they did, yes?
Yep.
We're following their instructions, right? So what are they hoping? Go ahead, we hope
You are convinced now that God can remove whatever self-will has blocked you off from him.
Okay, so it's important here. What self-will are they talking about?
Resentments, fears, conduct, harms.
Yes, right? See the theme? So that means we hope you're convinced that God could remove these things that have been blocking you off, the resentment, the fears, harms, and conducts, right? Yes? Are we all agreeing on that? Can we get a, yeah, I'm participating, I'm here? Okay, go ahead. If
You have already made a decision.
3,
Yeah, and an inventory of your grosser handicaps.
what's your grosser handicaps? You want to say it? They're not, remember I said they're not going to go south. It's a continuation. Your grosser handicaps are the,
Resentments, fears, I don't know. Harms,
yeah, that's it. The grosser handicaps. These things are eating your lunch. They're gross handicap. They're your handicap, right? They're causing your failure. Yes.
Mhm.
The common manifestation. So now they're calling them handicaps. If you've made, right, if you've made a decision, an inventory of your grosser handicaps, well, are they different than the blocks? No, they're the same things. The blocks, these things, right? These handicaps, the things that are causing our failure. Yes?
Yep.
Follow. Okay, go ahead.
You have made a good beginning. That being so, you have swallowed and digested some big chunks of truth about yourself.
Yeah, how driven I am by resentment, fears, and conduct. How these things that arise out of myself is causing my failure. How it's not people, places, and things, and me being powerless over them. It's me and my inability to observe, see, alter, and change because lack of power is my dilemma. How I've created 90% of my story based on my inability to move away from my story. I've carried this story a lot longer than I should have carried it. Anybody? Other people stop carrying it because they see the destructive. If they don't, it works toward their demise. Human beings. Anybody know miserable people? Don't point at anybody in the same room with you, right? So we see. So what happens is we see this effect on everybody in one degree or another. Right, the human condition, these things that cause their fear. But for us, we can't overcome alcoholism if they continue to be there. Why? Because they block us off. Well, let's see what we do with this. The summary of, remember, each part you go through, it'll tell you the purpose of going through it, how to go through it, and what we're hoping on getting as the result of going through this. So when they started this on page 64, we're looking for the blocks. Yes.
Yep.
Block us off, and what the common manifestations of the human traits that caused our failure. Yes.
Yep.
So now we get to 71, and we're hoping you're convinced now that these things could be removed. Right? That I've done the recipe. Let's see what it says I do now. Let's see the summary of well, I got all this now. And then what am I going to do with it? So I'm going to bring it over into action, into step 5. Let's see what the purpose of what it is that I have done, and what am I going to do with it? Does that kind of make sense? It kind of ties it all together. It's just like, remember when we finished Bill's story? That it talks about, we know thousands of people were just as hopeless as Bill. It gives you the confirmation of what the purpose of Bill's story was. Let's see what alcoholism looked like in somebody's life, right? And We Agnostic was a summary of the transition from alcoholism into the human condition, and the perplexities or the problems we have in shifting our thinking or ability to look at things differently, how steadfast and right preconceived ideas and prejudice we have about a lot of things that are causing our problems, the inability to shift that. When we got to how it works, it talks about how willing are we to look at things differently. The 4th step is now we see how self has created our problems. So the first paragraph, chapter 6, into action. Go ahead.
Oh, we're reading that. Okay. Into action, page 72. Having made our personal inventory, what shall we do about it? We have been trying to get a new attitude and a new relationship with our creator and to discover the obstacles in our path. We have admitted certain defects. We have
Okay,
ascertained
so what are the defects?
the resentments, fears, conduct, harms.
Yeah, see the theme? Because as long as, right, as long as these things are present, I won't be able to move forward. Right? Because what I'm trying to do is get a new relationship with my creator. We see the purpose of the 4. A lot of people talk about the 4 without this relationship being developed. If you're doing a 4 without the relationship, then you're doing a behavioral modification course. It's doomed to failure. But if you're doing a 4th with the idea of creating this relationship where you could get access to power and have your own experience with it, then it opens the idea of this maintenance and development part that they talk about later on. Yes?
Yep.
That was awesome. Anyways, I had a lot of fun.
That was
Live
really
long
good.
and prosperous. May the force be with you. Thanks,
Awesome,
Ron.
Tony.
Thanks, John.
So there are no dues or fees for a membership. We do have a PayPal account for those
Stop
who
the recording. Oh, sorry.
wish to contribute.